Marshall Peak, Chapter 5776, The Power of the River. The turn of events shocked both the humans and the Black Ink Klansmen. None of them could clearly see what happened, they only knew that a river appeared out of the blue, after which a pseudo-royal lord vanished out of sight. As they looked in the same direction, Thunder Shadow appeared with a figure surrounded by lightning. He then turned into a lightning ball and growled before biting a territory lord. The territory lord was only an acquired one and was bitten by Thunder Shadow while he had his guard down. As lightning struck, the territory lord trembled uncontrollably, and all his black ink strength dissipated. Thunder Shadow exerted more force with his mouth and split the territory lord's body in half. With a contemptuous gaze, it spat out the body and roared, "What are you looking at? I'll bite you to death." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of another territory lord. Opening his hideous mouth, he sank his teeth into the opponent. Thunder Shadow was powerful to begin with. When Yang Kai bumped into him back then, Thunder Shadow was already able to hold off several territory lords on his own. Then, in the depths of the infinite river, he devoured a lot of compatible Dao strength, to the point he became stuffed. Now, he was 30% stronger than in the past. Naturally, no acquired territory lord was a match for him anymore. In just several breaths of time, 2 territory lords had lost their lives. No one could find Thunder Shadow when he was hiding, and when he struck, he did so ferociously, making it difficult for his opponents to respond or defend themselves. While the Black Ink clan was reeling from the shock, the humans were ecstatic. They realized that strong reinforcements had arrived. Apart from Thunder Shadow, who had made a name for himself on the various great territory battlefields, the human, who had appeared momentarily, wasn't weak either, otherwise, they wouldn't have targeted a pseudo-royal lord. Several human race masters recognized the signature space-time river. People like Zhan Tianhe, Xiongji, and Lu Feifei had witnessed Yang Kai using the river before, so they knew he had arrived. There was no doubt that the person who launched a sneak attack on the pseudo-royal lord and dragged him into the space-time river was Yang Kai. They had been doubtful about why Yang Kai, who had caused all this chaos, was nowhere to be seen while the humans were locked in an intense fight with the Black Ink clan. Only now did they finally relax slightly. Although Yang Kai had only brought a leopard with him, his presence alone gave them massive confidence. On the battlefield, Thunder Shadow wandered around the space-time river and killed several territory lords. Just then, a pseudo-royal lord came over and sent out a punch. Thunder Shadow was sent flying away while coughing up blood. Just as the pseudo-royal lord was preparing to end his life though, the leopard disappeared into the void again. Thunder Shadow's goal was clear, he only had to target the territory lords to keep them at bay. Even Yang Kai couldn't easily kill a pseudo-royal lord, let alone his monster self. If he forced himself to contend with a pseudo-royal lord, Thunder Shadow would be courting death. Given his innate divine ability and powerful combat skills though, it was easy enough for Thunder Shadow to kill some acquired territory lords, which was what Yang Kai asked him to do. They had to lift some pressure off the humans guarding this position. However, Thunder Shadow soon realized there was nothing much he could do on his own. There were quite a number of pseudo-royal lords. Moreover, after suffering some setbacks, the territory lords quickly formed battle formations, ensuring that Thunder Shadow couldn't easily kill them. As numerous Black Ink clansmen scanned the surroundings, even Thunder Shadow could hardly conceal his figure using his innate divine ability. The pseudo-royal lords discovered his whereabouts and struck several times, causing the lightning around him to dim. With a pair of amber eyes, Thunder Shadow glanced over at the space-time river, which was undulating violently and charged forward. At the same time it exclaimed, "Save me, big brother." Several pseudo-royal lords relentlessly raced after him while many rained their attacks on the space-time river. Regardless of what technique it was or who activated it, since their opponent was there, they just had to attack. The space-time river shook violently because of external pressure as well as the internal fight. Right after Yang Kai summoned the space-time river and swept the Ox pseudo-royal lord into it, he too dove in. He was so swift that hardly anyone could see him clearly. Inside the space-time river, Yang Kai naturally held the advantage. Although he couldn't control everything like he did in his small universe, he was in a favorable position in the river. Presently, the space-time river was filled with many more Tao strengths, which formed countless undercurrents and enacted all sorts of wonders. Yin and Yang, 5 elements, 10,000 grand Taos, chaos. The entire evolutionary process took place repeatedly, completely confusing the opponent's senses. While hiding in the river, Yang Kai waited for a chance to flare up and kill the enemy. Just as Thunder Shadow called for help, everyone could clearly feel that a powerful aura suddenly vanished inside the raging river. The next instant, waves spread out as a figure shot out with a corpse with no black ink strength left in his hand. All the Black Ink clansmen were flabbergasted. A pseudo-royal lord was killed in such a short time. Although there were quite a number of pseudo-royal lords present, none of them had lost their lives despite fighting with the humans for such a long time. Now, one of them had been killed just like that. Meanwhile, a young man stood above the river with a dispassionate expression before tossing the corpse away as though it was common trash. Yang Kai! A Black Ink clansman exclaimed, for he finally made out Yang Kai's face and realized his identity. On the other hand, a solemn Mo Na Yi, who had been suppressing Yang Shao, roared, Yang Kai. After entering the universe furnace world, he acquired an opportunity to become a royal lord and even healed most of his injuries. He initially thought that if he came across Yang Kai again, he would have a chance to kill him once and for all. Now, it seemed that while he gained an opportunity, it wasn't like Yang Kai acquired nothing. Yang Kai had become significantly more powerful than when they parted ways previously. The strange river was obviously a new technique he had created, one Mo Na Yi had never seen or heard of before. More importantly, he was concerned about the fact that Yang Kai was now able to pose a serious threat to the pseudo-royal lords. Although Yang Kai had killed Di Wu before, that was the result of many coincidences and specific circumstances. It wasn't a reflection of his true power. Mo Na Yi was deeply astonished. Yang Kai was already at the peak of the 8th order, so his power supposedly shouldn't improve any further in his lifetime. Nevertheless, contrary to common knowledge, Yang Kai's strength had increased tremendously. Such a person posed a huge threat to the Black Ink clan, so he had to be killed as soon as possible. Secretly, Mo Na Yi was glad that Yang Kai wasn't so capable yet when he dealt with him previously, otherwise, he might have ended up in a miserable state, since he was only a pseudo-royal lord at that time. Unlike how heavy-hearted Mo Na Yi was, Yang Lai was elated as he cheered, "You finally showed up, you stinking brat." He initially thought that Yang Kai had lost his life since the latter had not appeared even after all this time. Now, it seemed that he shouldn't have worried about him, for Yang Kai was still alive and kicking. The moment he appeared, he even managed to end a pseudo-royal lord's life, which boosted the humans' morale greatly. "Big brother!" Yang Shui called out as well. Yang Kai turned to look at her and put on a smile. "Focus on dealing with your opponent." An obedient Yang Shui replied, "Yes." Then, Yang Kai turned his head back and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he held an advantageous position with the space-time river's help, he had to pay a certain price to kill a pseudo-royal lord in such a short time. Nevertheless, it was worth it. "Kill him!" Mo Na Yi roared. Nothing good ever happened when Yang Kai was around, and this time was no exception. Yang Kai was undoubtedly a huge threat. Although the Black Ink clan was currently at an advantage, Yang Kai might be able to turn things around in some crazy way. If possible, Mo Na Yi would love to end Yang Kai's life with his own hands. However, he was unable to shake off Yang Shao and the others, who were now relentlessly pushing back against him. Certainly, the Black Ink clansmen didn't have the guts to disobey Mo Na Yi's order. Several pseudo-royal lords rushed towards Yang Kai from different directions, locking their auras onto him before they even arrived. The pseudo-royal lords had learned their lesson, so they wouldn't dare underestimate Yang Kai. After they communicated with each other using their divine senses, they decided to use their most powerful moves altogether. Yang Kai snorted and called out to Thunder Shadow before retracting the space-time river. The next instant, Thunder Shadow activated his innate divine ability, after which both of them disappeared. There! A pseudo-royal lord growled while looking in a particular direction. He then pushed out a fist. In that direction, a battered Thunder Shadow reappeared. "Why did you hit me? Big brother isn't with me," he yelled while spitting blood, which made him look quite embarrassed. The pseudo-royal lord, who had struck Thunder Shadow, was startled, but in the next moment he heard the sound of rushing water. He immediately turned his head and widened his eyes in disbelief. Yang Kai was already in a different spot as the river appeared abruptly before retracting. Like a gale gusting through leaves, over 10 territory lords were swept into the river this time. The next moment, Yang Kai took the river and ran away. While all the Black Ink clan masters shifted their attention to Yang Kai, Thunder Shadow activated his innate divine ability and fled. Emona Ye's expression changed drastically. Seeing that several pseudo-royal lords were now in a daze, he furiously roared, "Go after them!" Regardless of what kind of technique that river was, after a pseudo-royal lord fell into it, he died just a few breaths later. It was obvious that those territory lords were doomed. It was only then that the pseudo-royal lords came to their senses and raced after them. Nevertheless, how could they possibly capture or even catch up to Yang Kai? His figure flickered several times before he soon got rid of them. Emona Ye's expression changed again as he ordered, "Come back!" The pseudo-royal lords stopped in their tracks and returned at once. They looked grumpily at Emona Ye, who told them to chase after Yang Kai but then summoned them back the next moment. What the hell does he want? Martial Peak, Chapter 5777, Six Paths Formation in Danger. Emona Ye ignored those pseudo-royal lords while feeling vexed. The same thing happens every time. Whenever he had to deal with Yang Kai, despite being more powerful, he would always lose his temper. That was because Yang Kai could flee swiftly if he was no match for the other party. That was the reason Emona Ye had been putting up with him for such a long time. This time he could no longer tolerate it or retreat. "Yang Kai!" he growled as his attacks intensified. Those in the Six Paths formation, which was led by Yang Shao, felt immensely pressured in an instant. Still, they gritted their teeth and persevered. They were initially able to go against Emona Ye with 6 8th Order Masters joining forces. Moreover, they had the Flowing Time Temple's help. However, at this moment, they found it hard to hold on any longer. It was indeed hard to deal with an enraged royal lord. Yang Shao and Yang Shui had spent a lot of military merits to modify and upgrade the Flowing Time Temple, so it was now just as powerful as Dawning Light back then. Although the temple's defenses had been fully activated, it still shook violently and some cracks began to form. Meanwhile, Yang Shao was equally furious. Emona Ye had been cursing at Yang Kai but raining the attacks on his adoptive son instead, which was outrageous. Was the adoptive son supposed to bear the brunt for his adoptive father? "Stop calling out to me. Do you think I'm your father or something?" Yang Kai's voice was heard all of a sudden. In the meantime, ripples formed in the void as the man returned with the flowing river in his grip. Right in front of everyone's eyes, he shook the river and cast away more than 10 figures. As they looked in that direction, they were shocked. Those figures were the territory lords that had been swept into the river earlier. However, in just several breaths of time, they had lost all vitality. They were still alive and kicking just moments ago. The problem was, there were no wounds on their bodies, and they appeared oddly at ease. It was as though their lives were snatched from them while they were asleep. The scene terrified the Black Ink clan. Since Yang Kai was able to kill a pseudo-royal lord with his strange river, there was no doubt that the territory lords that were drawn into it were doomed. What horrified them, though, was that they had no idea how those territory lords were killed. It was only natural that people feared the unknown. Yang Kai was able to slaughter those territory lords without much effort, which was why they were fearful. The moment Yang Kai reappeared, the pseudo-royal lords made a move as their powerful secret techniques swept across the void. Yang Kai's figure flickered as space principles undulated. Although he was struck several times, he still managed to break the siege and flee from the attacking pseudo-royal lords. While spitting blood, he charged forward in a particular direction. In that direction, more than 10 territory lords, who had formed different battle formations, felt deeply distressed. It was apparent to them what Yang Kai was up to. They had just witnessed their clansmen's deaths, and their corpses were still warm. They certainly wouldn't want to die along with them. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to reach them, these territory lords hurriedly tried to run away. Just then, Thunder Shadow, who had gone into hiding amidst the chaos earlier, reappeared abruptly with a figure surrounded by lightning. With him as the center, a gigantic lighting ball exploded and formed a giant web. In an instant, the territory lords stiffened. At the same time, the human race masters in that direction cast their divine abilities and secret techniques at those territory lords. The humans were in a passive position a while ago because they had to form a defense perimeter to protect Xiangshan. As such, they were unable to move around. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, they could only focus on defending themselves. Fortunately, with the warship's protection, they managed to hold on. Now that there was a chance to make a move, they certainly wouldn't hesitate to do so. The moves from Thunder Shadow and the human race masters ensured that the territory lords were unable to run away, and the instant Yang Kai arrived, he swept those territory lords into the river. A heartbroken Emo Yi roared, "Yang Kai, you dare?" Across from him, Yang Shao and the others in the Six Paths formation were in a perilous situation as they felt even greater pressure from their opponent. Yang Shao secretly lamented, thinking that he was there to bear Emo Yi's wrath in his adoptive father's stead. Meanwhile, Yang Kai, who had captured over 10 territory lords, ran away with the space-time river. While spitting blood, he announced, "I'll be back." Kong long long. Star. The pseudo-royal lords fully activated their powers and struck in the direction where Yang Kai was fleeing. However, his figure kept flickering and disappeared soon after. Emo Yi's face was gloomy as he thought that Yang Kai was indeed a huge threat to them. Whenever Yang Kai appeared, the Black Ink clan would suffer immense losses. This time, apart from over 20 territory lords, even a pseudo-royal lord had been killed. Moreover, since it took several pseudo-royal lords to even partially restrain Yang Kai, a great deal of pressure had been lifted off the humans' defense line. Initially, the humans were in a passive position, but they were now able to fight back. In some places, they had even gained the upper hand as the territory lords were forced to step back. Seeing this, Emo Yi knew that they couldn't allow Yang Kai to dictate the flow of the battle any longer, otherwise, they would just be led around by the nose. He had dealt with Yang Kai several times, so he understood the latter very well. Based on past experiences, once Yang Kai managed to influence the war enough, the Black Ink clan was doomed to fail. After making up his mind, Emo Yi barked, "Focus on breaking their defense line and killing Xiangshan." The pseudo-royal lords immediately turned around and charged towards Xiangshan. That was what they had been doing before Yang Kai disrupted them, and with the help of these pseudo-royal lords, the Black Ink clan once again seized the initiative. Although more than 20 territory lords had been killed, the overall situation hadn't changed. They were still at an advantage. It had to be said that Emo Yi was a brilliant strategist and tactician. He didn't lose his composure because of Yang Kai's intervention and understood that the key to this battle was whether Xiangshan would successfully break through or not. As long as the Black Ink clan could stop that from happening, the humans would lose the chance of having a new Ninth Order master, and victory would belong to the Black Ink clan. They had a great chance of achieving their goal, as well as it wasn't like the humans could persevere forever. Once Emo Yi shattered the Six Paths formation in front of him, he could provide even more assistance to the siege. By then, Xiangshan would be doomed. If not for Yang Kai, the Black Ink clan would have been in control of everything the entire time. Despite Yang Kai's appearance, as long as the Black Ink clan could stick to their plan, the humans wouldn't be able to turn things around. The best they could do was to stall for time. Seeing how intense the battle was, Yang Kai had a solemn expression. Corpses of the territory lords in perfect condition dropped out of the space-time river again. Given enough time, he could have continued to harass the Black Ink clan, slaughtering the territory lords to weaken their collective power. Nevertheless, as he observed the battlefield, he knew that time was running out. It wasn't that something had happened to the defense lines surrounding Xiangshan. Before his arrival, even though the humans were at a disadvantage as they had fewer people on their side, they were able to resist the bombardment of attacks from the enemies. Since more than 20 territory lords had been killed, they felt less pressured. The problem was with Yang Shao and his Six Paths formation. After all, they were dealing with a true royal lord. Despite having the Flowing Time Temple's help, they were still no match for Mo Nai. It was already commendable that had held on until now. At that moment, the Flowing Time Temple was about to collapse. While Yang Shao was pale, some people around him spat blood and their auras plunged. These 6 Eighth Order Masters were a complete entity. If one of them collapsed, the entire battle formation would come apart. When that happened, Mo Nai would be able to kill all of them. Mo Nai could tell that they were on their last legs, so he bombarded them with attacks that were as violent as a storm. At the same time, he growled through clenched teeth, "Yang Kai, I heard that he's your adoptive son. Are you going to just watch as I kill him?" They had been contending with each other for years, but even if he couldn't kill Yang Kai, he had the confidence to slaughter his adoptive son. In the void, Yang Kai arched his brow. Is he trying to provoke me? What is he trying to achieve? What's the point of him provoking me at this point? Is he worried that I'll target those territory lords instead? Is that why he's forcing me to confront him to pin me down? It's possible. However, Yang Kai knew that he mustn't underestimate Mo Nai, who was not only very patient, but cunning. Over the years, he dealt with Yang Kai directly a few times, so it was obvious he was up to something by trying to provoke him under these circumstances. Regardless of what his intention was, Yang Kai had no choice but to help. Yang Shao and his Six Paths formation were on their last legs. As Mo Nai rained attacks down on them, the battle formation would fall apart at any moment. As Yang Kai guffawed, he stepped forward and bellowed, "You only know how to bully a child? Why not ask his father first?" Yang Shao rolled his eyes when he heard that. He was an ancient dragon who was several thousand years old, after all. How could his adoptive father call him a child? As Yang Kai brushed past the defense line, he released and retracted the space-time river like it was a whip, after which several territory lords were swept into it. In an instant, currents surged in the river as 10,000 grand daos were stimulated. When Yang Kai arrived at the battlefield, the corpses of those territory lords fell out of the river with no vitality left. He then stepped into the Six Paths formation, which was led by Yang Shao, and infused his aura into it. Instantly, the Six Paths formation became the Seven Stars formation. However, Yang Zhao's face blanched as he roared. As the core of the formation, he had to harmonize the powers coming from all directions, so he felt immensely pressured. Since he was an ancient dragon with a figure of over 90,000 meters long, he was better able to bear such pressure, but he had never formed a Seven Stars formation with others before, so he found it difficult to harmonize everyone's power at that moment. When he led the Six Paths formation just now, the battle formation could still run smoothly. However, the instant Yang Kai joined them, the battle formation started shaking violently, as though it would come apart at any moment. That was the reason the human race masters found it hard to form stronger battle formations. When it came to battle formations, more people was not always better. Just like shoes, one had to choose ones that fit. The Eighth Order Masters that could form a 7 stars or 8 trigrams formation were those who spent millennia fighting together, so they understood each other extremely well. They also had to rehearse the battle formation countless times so that they could achieve the desired result when dealing with enemies. On top of all that, it was dangerous for Yang Kai to barge into a battle formation that was already running to begin with. If something went wrong, instead of forming a higher battle formation, he would make the original one break apart. Martial Peak, Chapter 5778, 7 stars turns into 8 trigrams. Once the battle formation fell apart while they were dealing with a formidable opponent, they would be doomed. However, Yang Kai had no choice but to take a huge risk. The battle formation trembled as Emonaye's attacks never ceased. The 7 of them were forced to step back. One of the members was badly injured. His aura plunged as he spat blood. Helpless, Yang Kai activated the space-time river to surround them and ward off Emonaye's attacks, which helped lift some pressure off them. Nevertheless, even the space-time river, which was based on the Tao strengths of space-time and infused with 10,000 grand Taos, couldn't fend off a royal lord for long. Faced with the violent attacks, the river was immediately sent into turmoil, which caused Yang Kai's vitality to undulate. "Rotate the core," he growled through clenched teeth. While sustaining his aura, he stepped towards Yang Xiao, who moved away at the same time. Although they had never practiced forming a battle formation before, nor were they really related by blood, Yang Xiao blindly believed in Yang Kai. That was because it was thanks to Yang Kai that Yang Xiao was born safely into this world back then. The two figures replaced each other in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai became the core of the formation while Yang Xiao stood in his adoptive father's previous position. As streams of aura came from all directions, Yang Kai quickly made some adjustments. The initially turbulent battle formation soon stabilized. At the same time, their auras rose rapidly like the sun at the break of dawn and reached new heights. There was a price to pay though. The space-time river was almost destroyed by Emonaye. The moment they were done with the change of formation, Yang Kai quickly took control of the space-time river, turned it into a whip, and lashed Emonaye with it. The Tao strengths shook as Emonaye staggered upon impact. He was flabbergasted because Yang Kai's power had increased significantly. Before the Universe Furnace's appearance, he was hunting Yang Kai down as a pseudo-royal lord at that time. Yang Kai was powerless to counterattack and could only flee in embarrassment. At the most critical moment, the Universe Furnace appeared all of a sudden and the space surrounding its projection became something like a trap, which provided shelter for Yang Kai. If not for the Universe Furnace's appearance, Yang Kai would have been killed. Now, the battle formation that had been formed with Yang Kai as the core seemed able to go against a true royal lord like him. There was no doubt that the battle formation was powerful, but it also showed how formidable Yang Kai was. It was at that moment that Emonaye knew he had made the right decision. Xiang Shan becoming a Ninth Order Master was indeed a crisis, but Yang Kai would be a bigger threat to them if he wasn't killed. Emonaye believed that he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone this time. With Yang Kai as the core of the formation, the human race masters successfully formed the 7 Stars formation, which was significantly more powerful than the previous 6 Paths formation. Even when dealing with a royal lord like Emonaye, they were no longer in a difficult situation. The fight between them was so intense that space around them heaved and shattered. Yang Xiao hurriedly stowed the tattered Flowing Time Temple. He and Yang Shui had inherited the artifact from Flowing Time Great Emperor, and it had accompanied them for thousands of years. He had no choice but to use it to deal with the opponent earlier. If it was destroyed, he would be quite heartbroken. Now, he didn't have to worry about the Flowing Time Temple being destroyed. He just had to collaborate with Yang Kai. It was much easier than when he had to lead the entire formation earlier. While engaging in a hot-blooded fight, Yang Kai frowned. This wasn't enough. Although they had formed the 7 Stars formation with him as the core, they still found it hard to oppose Emonaye. The crux of the problem wasn't the 7 Stars formation, but rather that all of them had suffered various degrees of injury already. In particular, one of the 8th Order Masters was badly injured and his aura was unstable. The power coming from him was much weaker than those of the others. That was the reason the 7 Stars formation's power couldn't be fully activated. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai sent a voice transmission to the 8th Order Master. Upon hearing that, the 8th Order Master nodded, "Please be careful." Saying so, he immediately left the battle formation. The others were shocked as someone leaving at this point might cause the battle formation to fall apart. Nevertheless, the next moment, someone filled in the position where the 8th Order Master previously stood. After a moment of turmoil, the battle formation stabilized. The person was none other than Thunder Shadow. He had been hiding somewhere nearby and waiting for a chance to make a move, but he had yet to find an opening. After receiving a divine sense transmission from Yang Kai, He promptly replaced the injured 8th Order Master and ensured that the 7 Stars formation wouldn't break apart. While busy, he flashed a smile at Fong Tianci and called out intimately, "Second brother." Fong Tianci responded with a smile. On the other hand, Yang Xiao was astonished. "Your brothers? No way. Brother Thunder Shadow is a monster race member while Old Fong is a human. When did you two become family? Why didn't I know that?" Furthermore, as far as he was concerned, Fong Tianci and Thunder Shadow had rarely come into contact before. After all, Thunder Shadow only started getting active in different Great Territory battlefields 1,000 years ago. Prior to that, he spent most of his time cultivating in the Myriad Monsters world. He was a great emperor of the Myriad Monsters world where there was a world tree clone. By cultivating there, Thunder Shadow could increase his power much faster. As such, Yang Xiao was puzzled as to why they called each other brothers when they were supposedly not close. Fong Tianci replied meaningfully, "There are many things that you don't know." Yang Xiao felt that there was some underlying meaning in those words, but it wasn't the right time to probe, therefore he could only suppress his doubt and focus on dealing with the opponent before them. It had to be said that with Thunder Shadow joining the formation, the 7 Stars formation instantly became more powerful, and they were able to run the battle formation far more smoothly. Despite that, they were still not at an advantage when going against Mo Nai. Yang Xiao was astounded at that, for he didn't expect a royal lord to be so mighty. He initially thought that with his adoptive father leading the battle formation, it would be easy for them to push Mo Nai back, but now it seemed that he had misjudged the situation. He reckoned that Mo Nai didn't go all out earlier, otherwise, even though they had the Flowing Time Temple's help, the enemy could have easily destroyed him and the 6 Paths formation. Yang Xiao wasn't the only one who realized this problem. It seemed to Yang Kai that Mo Nai was getting stronger as the battle progressed. Although Thunder Shadow had replaced the wounded 8th Order Master, they still couldn't gain the upper hand. Something is off about this guy. Since he's so powerful, why didn't he kill Yang Xiao and the others quickly earlier? Was he worried that he'd be injured? That was an understandable thought, as it was quite troublesome once a Black Ink clansman was injured. If Mo Nai pushed Yang Xiao and the others over the edge, he might have been seriously wounded if they decided to throw all caution to the wind. Could it be that he had other considerations? Regardless of his intention, Mo Nai displayed a strong sense of fortitude that Yang Kai had never seen in other Black Ink clansmen before. As they exchanged moves, their divine abilities and secret techniques bloomed. It was undoubtedly a life-and-death battle. Yang Kai grew apprehensive as time passed. He had the confidence to persevere. After all, he was used to this kind of combat. Yang Xiao, as a Dragon Clan member, would be fine too. As a monster race member, Thunder Shadow could hold on as well. Nevertheless, the other 8th Order Masters wouldn't be able to last long, not even his human self, Fong Tianci. They were injured to begin with, so if the intense battle dragged on, their wounds would only exacerbate. Therefore, they had to deal with Mo Nai quickly. It was extremely difficult to kill him, for he was a royal lord. As such, they could only try to injure him and force him to retreat. After making up his mind, Yang Kai shouted, "Blood Crow!" In the defense line surrounding Xiangshan, a figure looked up in Yang Kai's direction with bloodshot eyes. His body was covered with a red aura, and he gave off a mad and bloodthirsty vibe. It was none other than Blood Crow. With a smug expression, he grinned, "Have you finally realized how important I am?" Yang Kai replied solemnly, "Cut the crap and come over here." "Fine, fine." Blood Crow shrugged and exploded the next moment. He turned into countless blood-colored crows and brushed past the Black Ink clansmen. Mo Nai's expression changed drastically when saw this and yelled, "Stop him!" Without the need for him to give an order, the Black Ink clansman made a move the moment Blood Crow tried to break through the siege. Divine abilities and secret techniques were cast, after which half of the blood-colored crows were killed. The remaining half successfully fled before they came together and transformed back into Blood Crow. He smiled contemptuously, "Do you think you can stop me?" The next instant he charged towards Yang Kai. Mo Nai directly pushed out a palm at Blood Crow, one that seemed to cover the entire void. Since he had realized Yang Kai's intention, he certainly wouldn't allow Blood Crow to come over. In your dreams! Yang Kai roared and surged his power before whipping Mo Nai's wrist with the space-time river. As both parties clashed, the Seven Stars formation shook while Mo Nai staggered. Seizing the chance, Blood Crow approached Yang Kai and announced, "Dawn's Blood Crow joins the formation. Come!" Yang Kai adjusted the battle formation as he led Blood Crow's aura to integrate. The Seven Stars formation instantly became the 8 trigrams formation, and their collective power had increased by more than 30%. On the other hand, Mo Nai was shocked as he saw them really form the 8 trigrams formation. Although he had heard that some human race masters were able to form the 8 trigrams formation, he had never seen it before. Moreover, the 8 trigrams formation had only appeared once, and it lasted for a short time. That was because this kind of battle formation was extremely taxing for the one acting as the core. Moreover, the last time this formation took shape, the 8th Order Master who served as the core perished. However, the Black Ink clan also paid a hefty price as a pseudo-royal lord was killed. It was at that time that the 8 trigrams formation amazed everyone, and no one had yet to make it happen again. When Yang Kai summoned Blood Crow to come over, Mo Nai already suspected that the other party wanted to set up this battle formation. After the Black Ink clan failed in their attempt to stop Blood Crow, Mo Nai still hadn't lost hope though. It was extremely difficult to establish the 8 trigrams formation, and even Yang Kai might not be able to create this miracle. After all, Yang Kai had been on his own over the years, and he had never rehearsed any battle formations with other people. How was it possible that they could form such a formation at a moment's notice? In fact, Mo Nai was already surprised that Yang Kai was able to run a 7 stars formation with ease. But now, the 8 trigrams formation was right before his eyes. Those 8 figures had their aura closely connected, and they appeared even more intimidating than a royal lord like him. At that instant, Mo Nai knew that he was in trouble. Martial Peak, Chapter 5779, Fierce Battle. Mo Nai couldn't figure out how Yang Kai managed to form an 8 trigrams formation without much difficulty. Before Yang Kai summoned Blood Crow, Mo Nai was in control of everything, including besieging Xiang Shan and suppressing Yang Xiao and the others in front of him. However, once the 8 trigrams formation took shape, he lost control of the situation. This guy can always do things that surprise us. The 7 stars formation that they had formed with Yang Kai as the core was already able to go against him. Now that the 8 trigrams formation had been established, they appeared even more intimidating. How was Mo Nai supposed to be a match for them? He almost couldn't contain the urge to use the trump card. Xiao Yu was the one who set up the trump card, in fact. It was meant to be used at the most critical moment to ensure that they would win this battle, and was the reason Mo Nai was confident about destroying Xiang Shan and Yang Kai at the same time. Nevertheless, if he used his trump card now, he certainly could stop Xiang Shan, but Yang Kai would likely escape. In that case, all the waiting and forbearance would be for naught. If he only wanted to kill Xiang Shan, he could have used his trump card early on. He had been tangled up with the humans because he was waiting for Yang Kai to appear, as he was certain that the latter would come. Just as he expected, Yang Kai arrived, although slightly late, but everything was still going to plan. Compared to Xiang Shan, Mo Nai had a greater desire to kill Yang Kai. He had a feeling that if he allowed Yang Kai to live, he would prove to be a bigger threat than Xiang Shan becoming a 9th Order Master. Everything was within his control before the 8 trigrams formation came into existence, which disrupted his arrangements. After a moment of hesitation, Mo Nai suppressed his uneasiness, for it wasn't time to spring his trap yet. Although Yang Kai had managed to form the 8 trigrams formation, it wasn't easy to kill a royal lord like him. As such, Mo Nai still had a chance to achieve his goal. Furthermore, no one was certain how long the 8 trigrams formation could last. How long could Yang Kai, as the core, sustain such an arduous battle formation? Once he collapsed, the 8 trigrams formation would naturally fall apart. At the thought of this, Mo stopped being aggressive and started defending himself instead. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, he was forced to retreat. Although he appeared to be in a difficult situation, he didn't suffer any injuries. Across from him, Yang Kai couldn't help complimenting Mo in secret, for his opponent had made the right decision. If one wasn't a match for the enemy, he shouldn't fight with them head-on. If he were Mo he would have made the same decision. Sometimes, being defensive was more effective than being aggressive. It was fine if your opponent was only on par with you, for as long as one could stall for time, the more aggressive one would generally run out of strength sooner. Since Yang Kai had to adjust and harmonize everyone's aura to sustain the 8 trigrams formation, he felt immensely pressured. Although he was just one step away from becoming a divine dragon, he still found it hard to sustain this formation for a long time. What was more, Mo had decided to stall for time. If they couldn't injure him and force him to back down within an hour, their advantage would disappear. It seems that I have to take a risk. If they couldn't settle Mo using the 8 trigrams formation, Yang Kai would have no choice but to unite his 3 selves and attempt to ascend to the 9th order. Wu Kuang was the one who taught him the 3 selves source reconstitution art, which was a technique devised by Shi to break through the shackles of the open heaven realm method. No one had ever cultivated it since its invention though, so no one could give Yang Kai any valuable insight. How was he supposed to unite his 3 selves? Could he really break his shackles and ascend to the 9th order by doing so? Yang Kai didn't have the answers to those questions. Therefore, even though his human self and monster self were by his side, he didn't choose to unite them. He initially intended to wait for the dust to settle before he returned to the 3,000 worlds and looked for a suitable place to proceed. In that case, even if there were any mistakes, he would have some room to rectify them. If he united his 3 selves in this situation, once he made a mistake, he would probably be doomed, and the human race would be in hot water too. All the same, Yang Kai had to get prepared given the power and resilience that Mo showcased. Hopefully he wouldn't need to use his trump card. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai still sent a divine sense message to Fong Tianci and Thunder Shadow, after which they started taking action in silence. Originally, in the 8 trigrams formation, his human self and monster self had only integrated their aura and energy with Yang Kai. However, upon receiving his transmission, they also released their spiritual energy and resonated with Yang Kai. Suddenly, Yang Kai was able to run the 8 trigrams formation nearly effortlessly. Meanwhile, the gazes of Thunder Shadow and Fong Tianci became hollow as though their souls practically left their bodies. Only their auras continued to stream into the battle formation. The 8 trigrams formation became effortless to operate not because Yang Kai, as the core of the formation, was mighty, but rather because there were 2 special existences in the battle formation. The human self, Fong Tianci, and monster self, Thunder Shadow, were created by Yang Kai. They were essentially soul clones, though different from how one traditionally defined a soul clone. They had gone through their formative years separately, so they had their own unique personalities and experiences. However, if the main body needed their collaboration, they could work seamlessly with him. Therefore, Yang Kai only had to harmonize the powers of the other 5 people when sustaining the 8 trigrams formation and could ignore the human self and monster self, Fong Tianci and Thunder Shadow, as they would perfectly collaborate with him. In other words, Yang Kai was controlling an 8 trigrams formation with the difficulty of a 6 paths formation. Furthermore, Yang Xiao and Blood Crow were part of the battle formation, whom he was very familiar with and had a high degree of trust with, which made the collaboration easier. If it was anyone else other than Fong Tianci and Thunder Shadow, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to pull off such a feat. By resonating their very souls with Yang Kai, Fong Tianci and Thunder Shadow had basically surrendered themselves to him, allowing the main body to take control of their actions entirely. That was the reason they were able to run the 8 trigrams formation far more smoothly. Mo was stunned when their attacks suddenly intensified, not having expected their power could still increase at this point. Given his acute insight, he could naturally see the crux of the problem, which was why he was astonished. Is Yang Kai that trustworthy? Two people in the battle formation have practically abandoned their own will and turned into a simple source of energy for him. If Yang Kai held even the slightest ill intentions towards them, he could kill them with a thought. Certainly, Emonayi was envious of the fact that the humans were so united. The Black Ink clan were no match for them in this regard. Although they all came from the most supreme being, they were selfish. Emonayi was no different. If he was not selfish, he wouldn't have become a pseudo-royal lord and eventually a royal lord. And so, he gritted his teeth and held on while madly releasing his black ink strength to fend off the intensifying rounds of attacks. Even if he couldn't contribute to the battle anymore, Emonayi wouldn't want to make a mistake either. As such, he decided to persevere and wait for the right opportunity. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lai was dealing with Xiao Yu and two four symbols formations formed by the territory lords on his own. Despite that, he remained brave and ferocious. As his violent power surged, Xiao Yu and the 8 territory lords could hardly counterattack, leaving them in a perilous situation. It was thanks to Yang Shui that Ouyang Lai was able to pull off this display. If Yang Shui hadn't stealthily approached Xiao Yu and injured him, Ouyang Lai would have only been able to deal with the latter instead of fighting with a royal lord and 8 territory lords at the same time. While in an intense battle, he still paid some attention to the entire battlefield. When he saw that Yang Kai had successfully set up an 8 trigrams formation to suppress Emonayi, he was ecstatic, but he soon became worried. An 8 trigrams formation was extremely draining for the one acting as the core, so even Yang Kai couldn't persevere for long. To suppress a royal lord, Yang Kai had to be in top condition at all times, otherwise, the opponent might turn things around. It was a challenge for Yang Kai as well as the other members of the 8 trigrams formation. An anxious Ouyang Lai couldn't help but roar, "Still not done yet, big head Xiang?" A long time had passed, but Xiang Shan still hadn't achieved a breakthrough. Although there were some obstacles when Ouyang Lai attempted his own ascension, he didn't take nearly this long. Given their situation, if the humans wanted to win this fight, they had to pin their hope on Xiang Shan. As long as Xiang Shan could make it to the 9th order, they could turn the situation around and slaughter the enemy forces here. They might even be able to kill the 2 royal lords. However, Xiang Shan had to disappoint them. He was touted as a rare talent, but he couldn't achieve an ascension as quickly as he should. Ouyang Lai had clearly lost his temper, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered Xiang Shan at such an important moment. He could feel that Xiang Shan's aura was unstable, hovering around the peak of the 8th order but unable to break through to the 9th order. That was why Ouyang Lai was so frustrated. With the help of a supreme-grade open heaven pill, it supposedly wasn't difficult to make it to the 9th order. At the very least, it wasn't too hard for him. At that moment, Xiang Shan was also aggrieved. He didn't expect to face so many obstacles when attempting a breakthrough. Undoubtedly, Yang Kai was the one who set off this fight when he snatched a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Nevertheless, Xiang Shan was the one who escalated events when he accidentally revealed his aura while attempting a breakthrough. If his breakthrough was successful, they could destroy the Black Ink clan present. However, if this dragged on, the situation would only worsen for the humans. He naturally wanted to shatter his shackles and make it to the 9th order as soon as possible. Nonetheless, the hidden damage left over from when his order regressed back then was more severe than he thought. Although he eventually managed to make it to the 8th order again, the boundary wall in his small universe seemed to have thickened. That was the reason ordinary-grade open heaven pills were useless to him. Supposedly, someone like him didn't need a supreme-grade open heaven pill. He only needed some ordinary-grade open heaven pills to break the bottleneck and ascend to the 9th order. If the boundary walls of other 8th order masters were like a thin membrane, his boundary wall was akin to a meter-thick metal wall. Since the boundary wall in his small universe was so thick, the medicinal efficacies of ordinary-grade open heaven pills were useless to him. Although a supreme-grade open heaven pill was indeed effective, it still took time to break down the boundary wall. Unfortunately, the thing the humans were most lacking right now was time. Martial Peak, Chapter 5780, Offense and Defense Reversed. Supreme-grade open heaven pills were undoubtedly the best opportunities in the universe. Xiang Shan could clearly feel that, with the help of the supreme-grade open heaven pill, the thick boundary wall surrounding his small universe was slowly dissolving. When it was destroyed, he would make it to the ninth order. However, up until now, only 70% had been broken down. The remaining 30% was still stopping his small universe from expanding, which made it impossible for him to break through. Although he was anxious, there was nothing much he could do. If he gave up, the humans would no longer be in a passive position. At the very least, they would no longer need to surround and protect him. Nevertheless, if he gave up now, the supreme-grade open heaven pill would be wasted. In this kind of situation, how could someone like him, a mere peak 8th Order Master, do anything to turn things around? Only by ascending to the 9th Order could he help the human race destroy the Black Ink clan here. Just like Ouyang Lai, Xiang Shan was equally anxious, but there was nothing he could do. As such, he gritted his teeth and madly pushed his strength to refine the open heaven pill's medicinal efficacies in the hope that the boundary walls in his small universe would dissolve faster. In a particular spot of the defense line made up of human race masters, 5 8th Order Masters, who had previously parted ways with Yang Kai, formed a 5 elements formation to ward off the enemies. Presently, Tian Xiuzhu, who was an old veteran 8th Order Master, served as the core of the formation while Zhan Tianhe, Xiong Ji, Lu Feifei, and Lin Wu supported him. Apart from Lin Wu, who ascended to the 8th Order inside the Universe Furnace world, the others were already 8th Order Masters before arriving in this place. As such, the battle formation they had established was fairly powerful. As they fought though, Lin Wu suddenly sent a transmission to everyone. "I'm worried that Senior Brother Yang and the others might not be able to hold on for long." Before he brought this matter up, the others didn't give it much thought, but now, even Lu Feifei worriedly spoke up, "The 8 trigrams formation is too draining for those in the formation." When Yang Kai successfully formed the 8 trigrams formation, the humans were just as surprised as the Black Ink clansmen. However, because the core was Yang Kai, a legendary figure who could make the impossible possible, they quickly accepted the situation. Although the battle formation had been established though, no one could tell how long it could last. Everyone could see that, which was why Imonayi was stalling for time and Ouyang Lai blew his top. Tian Xiuzhu chastised them by saying, "Don't get distracted. Focus on dealing with the enemy in front of you." At this point, they had to concentrate on warding off the Black Ink clan instead of worrying about others. If the enemy managed to break their defense, Xiang Shan would be in danger. Tian Xiuzhu secretly thought that these new 8th Order Masters were just not as hardened as the long-time ones. Under normal circumstances, everyone would have just obeyed his order. However, Lin Wu seemed insistent as he went on to say, "Senior Brother Tian, we have to lend a helping hand to Senior Brother Yang. Once their battle formation collapses, not just Senior Xiang Shan will be in danger, all of us will be." Tian Xiuzhu furrowed his brow. How are we supposed to assist them? He had no idea what was on Lin Wu's mind. They were surrounded by Black Ink clansmen, so it was difficult for them to break the siege as it is. Blood Crow managed to escape earlier because his secret art was unique, which caught the Black Ink clan off guard. None of them had techniques that could replicate what Blood Crow had done, so how were they supposed to leave? Moreover, if they did that, the humans in this place would surely face greater pressure. Lin Wu replied quickly, "It's not that I doubt Senior Brother Yang's capabilities. Given his strength, he can certainly sustain the 8 trigrams formation as its core for some time, but what about the others? How long can they hold on? Apart from Senior Brother Yang, if any one of them collapses, the battle formation will break apart." He was only telling the truth, and it was a matter everyone was concerned about. Then, he continued, "Given the situation, only we can lend Senior Brother Yang a helping hand. If we don't come up with a way, do we wait until the 8 trigrams formation falls apart? Please consider my suggestion, Senior Brother Tian." The others fell into their thoughts as well. Lin Wu said they were the only ones who could give Yang Kai a helping hand because they were faced with less pressure compared to the other masters. After all, they were dealing with an injured pseudo-royal lord, Meng Quebec. There were over 10 pseudo-royal lords on the battlefield, and although Yang Kai had killed one of them, there were still many more to deal with. Presently, they were applying pressure on the humans in different places. Tian Xiaozhu and the others were dealing with Meng Ke and some territory lords. Certainly, Zhan Tianhe and the others were familiar with Meng Ke, as he, Xiongji, and Lu Feifei had faced off against him together with Yang Kai, Yang Lai, and Thunder Shadow some time ago, leaving both sides battered. Since Meng Ke was badly wounded before this battle broke out, he was unable to fully utilize all his power. It was unlike the other pseudo-royal lords, who were all in top condition. As such, the other human race masters were unlikely to break the siege. If they wanted to provide support to Yang Kai, their group would have the best chance of achieving this goal by settling Meng Ke first. It had to be said that Lin Wu was a shrewd person. After his persuasion, Tian Xiaozhu couldn't help falling into his thoughts as well. A moment later, he nodded, "You have a point. Only we can help junior brother Yang and the others." At that moment, he couldn't help feeling he had grown too old. Although he was more experienced than the young ones, he wasn't as flexible as them. Lin Wu then said grimly, "Senior brother Tian, we'd better get prepared early so that we can lend them a hand at any moment." Tian Xiaozhu nodded almost imperceptibly, "Follow my lead." "Yes." They all replied. The next moment, Tian Xiaozhu surged his divine sense and sent a transmission to the human race masters in the nearby battle formations. A moment later, they nodded imperceptibly as they were ready to offer their help when Tian Xiaozhu and the others took action. Soon, everything was prepared. However, Tian Xiaozhu didn't immediately act to assist Yang Kai, as it was an arrangement that they would rather not use. Presently, they had to sustain the current situation and protect the defense line. Once it was necessary for them to shift to providing assistance, though, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. Everyone in the 8 trigrams formation felt immensely pressured, and even Yang Kai was injured and soaked in blood. Every time they attacked, it was a strain on their bodies and souls. They had no choice, though, as their opponent was a royal lord. On the other hand, Emonayi was equally battered. Faced with the 8 trigrams formation, he could hardly counterattack and was forced back repeatedly as his black ink strength was scattered. Strictly speaking, a 7 stars formation was enough to deal with a newly promoted royal lord like him. With Yang Kai as the core, they could even oppose a veteran royal lord like Mou with an 8 trigrams formation. There was no doubt that Yang Kai and the others were at an advantage at that moment, as all of them were going all out to kill the royal lord before them, but it was still extremely difficult to do so. Regardless of how battered Emonayi looked, he was still a true royal lord. Unless they were significantly more powerful, they couldn't end his life. Yang Kai and the others were caught in a dilemma. Although they had expected this outcome, they were still unable to turn things around. The space-time river had been turned into a long whip, and every time Yang Kai wielded it, 10,000 Grand Daos evolved and integrated to release awe-inspiring might. Despite his majestic aura, however, it would inevitably wither as time passed. When the 8 trigrams formation started showing signs of weakening, a battered Emonayi guffawed, "Yang Kai, if you can't kill me today, you will die." Yang Kai glared at him without saying anything and wielded his whip. The attack was supposed to be fierce, but it became sluggish all of a sudden. In the battle formation, one of the 8th Order Master was no longer able to hold on as he tipped his head back and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his aura plunged. He had been holding on for far too long. Over thousands of years, humans had always formed battle formations to deal with their enemies. However, an 8 trigrams formation of 8th Order Masters had only appeared once before today. At that time, the formation only lasted for 20 breaths, after which the 8th Order Master who served as the core perished while the other 7 were seriously wounded. Their sacrifice was not in vain, though, as they managed to kill a pseudo-royal lord and several territory lords. Since then, the 8 trigrams formation had never appeared again on any battlefield until Yang Kai managed to pull off this feat. This time, they had been holding on for an hour. Although Yang Kai, as the core of the formation, had borne half the pressure, the others didn't have it easy. The pressure didn't only come from the battle formation, but also Mo Na Ye's attacks. Since an 8th Order Master was no longer able to persevere, it wouldn't be long before more people collapsed. Seeing this, Mo Na Ye stopped being passive and became smug instead. "It's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, he switched from defense to offense. Black Ink's strength surged and swept over them like a storm. Yang Kai knitted his brow tightly. Left with no choice, he surrounded them with the space-time river to ward off the attacks. At that instant, the humans fell into a passive position, and their remaining advantage was gone for good. Simultaneously, Tian Xiuzhu, who had been paying attention to the battle over there, sent a transmission to his surrounding allies with a determined gaze. "It's time. Please lend us your aid, everyone." Following that, the human race masters in that section of the defense lines surged their divine abilities and secret techniques. Unlike how passive they were earlier, they took the initiative to attack. The turn of events caught the Black Ink clansmen off guard, and for a moment, they found it hard to resist their opponents. Meng Ke, who was in charge of this sector of the line, was startled for a moment. He could see members of a 5 elements formation charging towards him as though they were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Tian Xiuzhu, who was at the front, roared, "Black Ink bastard, go to hell." His imposing aura shocked Meng Quebec. Although he was the 3rd pseudo-royal lord to be born within the Black Ink clan, he had never been used or valued. Now, there were quite a few pseudo-royal lords, and as such, he became even less important. He had always been ambitious. Initially, he intended to make a great contribution while in the Universe Furnace world. Nevertheless, luck wasn't on his side. He repeatedly came across powerful opponents and became injured, which was why he was so frustrated. Martial Peak, Chapter 5781, Replacing the Members. When Meng Ke saw Tian Xiuzhu and the others charging towards him, he naturally wouldn't dare take them head-on in his current state. Instead, he instinctively moved away. Much to his surprise, Tian Xiuzhu didn't intend to exchange moves with him at all. He and the other 4 people brushed past him and shot off towards Yang Kai. After becoming startled for a moment, Meng Ke came to his senses and growled, "Don't even think about leaving. I'll make all of you stay." Although he had no idea what their intention was, he could tell that these 5 8th Order Masters were moving to assist Yang Kai somehow. Certainly, he wouldn't allow that to happen. There were about 10 pseudo-royal lords on the battlefield, and each was doing an excellent job in contending with the humans. If only his opponents managed to flee, Meng Ke would be held responsible. He had never been valued to begin with, so if these 5 people ruined Mo Na Ye's plan, the latter would never let him off. As such, Meng Ke was determined to make Tian Xiuzhu and the others stay. He forcibly activated his power and chased after the 5 elements formation. While he was at it, he made countless attacks at the enemies. Meng Ke's attacks could not be underestimated. Left with no choice, Tian Xiuzhu and the others had to counterattack. As both parties became entangled with each other, they approached the place where the 8 trigrams formation and Mo Na Ye were in a fight. Soon, Tian Xiuzhu furrowed his brow. This matter couldn't drag on. They either had to shake off Meng Ke as soon as they could, or send some people to give Yang Kai a hand. Otherwise, they would lure a powerful opponent to Yang Kai's side and make things worse. He could see that 2 8th Order Masters in the 8 trigrams formation were no longer able to hold on. Yang Lai, who was battling against Xiao Yu and others, noticed what was going on as well and intended to lend them a hand, but he couldn't break free from Xiao Yu and the other territory lords. Certainly, they couldn't expect Yang Shui to help either. Strictly speaking, she was no match for the Chaos Spirit King and had to go all out just to hold it back. At the most critical moment, Tian Xiuzhu roared, "2 of you go." The other 4 people in the formation knew what he meant. Lin Wu promptly said, "I'll go." Saying so, he left the battle formation and charged towards Yang Kai. The next moment, another figure flew away. It was none other than Zhan Tianhe. It was a huge risk to take to move towards Yang Kai and Mo Na Ye's battlefield. If one wasn't careful enough, they would lose their lives. Lin Wu was a newly promoted 8th Order Master who managed to break through in the Universe Furnace world, but he was willing to take up such a task. As a senior brother, Zhang Tian, he naturally couldn't back down. After 2 people left, the 5 Elements formation instantly turned into a 3 Fortunes formation. Furthermore, following a long fight, Tian Xiaozhu and the others were no longer at the peak of their powers, so how were they supposed to deal with the pseudo-royal lord? Undoubtedly, they were put in a perilous situation. Fortunately, it wasn't easy for Meng Ke to kill them either. This guy was badly injured to begin with, so his strength had been greatly reduced. If he were at the peak of his power, he could have destroyed a mere 3 Fortunes formation quite quickly. 2 breaths later, Lin Wu and Zhang Tian he arrived somewhere near the place where the 8 trigrams formation and Mo Na Yi were locked in combat, and Lin Wu yelled, "Senior brother Yang, we're here to help." Yang Kai replied gladly, "You've come at the right time." He was worried about how to sustain the 8 trigrams formation when these 2 promptly arrived to replace their injured members. Of the members of the 8 trigrams formation, Yang Kai, who served as the core of the formation, was close to 4 of them. They were his human self, Fang Tianci, his monster self, Thunder Shadow, Yang Shao, and Blood Crow. He wasn't familiar with the rest. One of them was a veteran 8th Order Master, while the remaining 2 were newly ascended 8th Order Masters. The 2 new 8th Order Masters were the problem. Their heritages were not as ample as that of the veteran, nor were their bodies as strong as Yang Shao and Thunder Shadow. Their foundations were not as solid as those of Fang Tianci and Blood Crow. While contending with the enemy alongside Yang Kai, they had borne too much pressure. Their bodies were about to fall apart, and their small universes were also in turmoil, causing their auras to be unstable. If this dragged on, they would soon collapse. Once that happened, the 8 trigrams formation would break apart. That was the reason Mo Na Yi started being aggressive. Although he risked injuring himself, he was determined to break the battle formation. He even specifically struck as hard as he could at where the new 8th Order Masters were positioned. Once they lost the 8 trigrams formation, they wouldn't be a match for Mo Na Yi. By then, he could kill whoever he wanted. Nevertheless, his plan was suddenly disrupted by Tian Xiaozhu and the others. Seeing that 2 energetic 8th Order Masters were about to join the battle formation, Mo Na Yi grew anxious. As such, his attacks intensified. He even tried to directly make a move on Lin Wu and Zhang Tianhe. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't allow that to happen, adjusting everyone's aura to contend with the opponent. At the same time, he secretly told the new 8th Order Masters to look for a chance and let Lin Wu and Zhang Tianhe replace them. They nodded in agreement, but they appeared embarrassed and unresigned. At such a critical moment, they were the problem in the formation, and they might even cause their side to lose the fight. It was only natural that they felt ashamed. Nonetheless, they were indeed running out of energy, and the pressure, both internal and external, had caused their small universes to descend into chaos. If this dragged on, they would be the cause of the battle formation coming apart, and Yang Kai and the others would be even more affected. Rather than hanging on at all costs, it would be best if they could retreat at this point. Lin Wu and Zhang Tianhe dashed towards Yang Kai. Before they even arrived, they connected their auras with the formation. It was extremely risky to replace the members of a battle formation during a fight. To begin with, it was already hard to form an 8 trigrams formation. Since everyone's aura was connected, if they replaced the members in the middle of combat and did not manage to maintain the connection, the battle formation would break. It was an especially huge challenge for the person who served as the core. After all, as the core of the formation, Yang Kai had to harmonize and adjust everyone's power and aura. It could be said that the core of the formation was the most important person in any battle formation. The moment Lin Wu and Zhang Tianhe connected their auras with the battle formation, the 2 new 8th Order Masters were ready to withdraw. Yang Kai had to spend more energy to keep the battle formation stable, which worsened their already terrible situation. Naturally, Mo Na Yi seized the chance and struck them with increased intensity. Upon impact, the battle formation trembled and staggered backwards. The next instant, Two figures shot out of the battle formation while Lin Wu and Zhang Tian he entered it. Yang Kai roared and diverted all his focus to adjusting the battle formation, allowing Mo Na Yi to continue to rain down attacks on them. After a moment of turmoil, the 8 trigrams formation stabilized. The battle formation was formed once again. Finally, everyone became at ease. At the same time, they were amazed and glad that Yang Kai was the one leading the battle formation. If the core was someone else, the battle formation would have probably fallen apart then and there. Meanwhile, Tian Xiuzhu, who was leading Xiong Ji and Lu Feifei to deal with Meng Ke, shouted, "Come here and help us." They were no longer able to hold on. It seemed that Meng Ke felt ashamed because he was at fault for letting the opponents have a chance to replace the members of the 8 trigrams formation. As such, he ignored his injuries and madly surged his power to vent his fury on Tian Xiuzhu and the others. Given the intensity of the fight, even if he managed to kill his opponents, he would also end up in a terrible state. However, that was the last of his concerns right now. The 2 new 8th Order Masters who had just left the 8 trigrams formation quickly stuffed some spirit pills into their mouths and approached Tian Xiuzhu. When contending with Mo Na Yi earlier, they didn't even have time to consume pills. The moment the 2 new 8th Order Masters joined Tian Xiuzhu and formed a 5 elements formation, they finally felt a lot less pressured. Nevertheless, they couldn't persevere for long. After all, these 2 new 8th Order Masters were badly wounded. "Come to me!" Yang Lai shouted. Presently, he was dealing with Xiao Yu and 2 4 symbols formations made up of territory lords. Although he wasn't at an advantage, it wouldn't be hard for him to protect someone else. Upon hearing that, Tian Xiuzhu led the other 4 to approach Yang Lai without hesitation. Naturally, Meng Ke relentlessly chased after them. Soon, both parties came together, and it was now 1 9th Order Master and a 5 elements formation facing a Royal Lord, a Pseudo-Royal Lord, and 2 4 symbols formations of territory lords. The 2 sides were almost equally matched now, with the humans being at a slight disadvantage, but with there not being any risk to Tian Xiuzhu and the others' lives for the time being. When Meng Ke realized that he wasn't able to kill his enemies, he slowed down his attacks. Now he had calmed down. Knowing that there was no turning back, he prioritized his own safety. Since he was injured, he was better off not overexerting himself. The battlefield was highly unpredictable. After the replacement of members, the 8 trigrams formation led by Yang Kai finally became stable, and once again, Mo Na Yi was at a disadvantage. While Yang Shui's situation remained unchanged, Yang Lai was faced with more pressure. Meanwhile, the humans remained united as their defense line held steady. They were determined to protect Xiangshan, so although the Black Ink clan had a far greater number of people on their side, they were unable to break through for now. In truth, if the Black Ink clan ignored their own safety and forcefully tried to break the defense line, they might succeed. However, that would require the pseudo-royal lords to endanger themselves. Perhaps half of them would be killed if they wanted to achieve their goal in short order. These pseudo-royal lords were created using the source fusion technique, and each one represented the sacrifice of more than 10 innate territory lords. They were the survivors who came out of a cruel process, so they valued their lives more than any other Black Ink clansman. Certainly, they weren't willing to lose their lives in such a place. Therefore, even though the Black Ink clan had gained the upper hand, they were unable to destroy the humans' defense line. In the center of the defense line, Xiangshan was seated with his legs crossed. The illusory phantom of his small universe hovered behind him as his aura continuously undulated. He was on the brink of breaking past the limit of the 8th Order. By now, 90% of the boundary wall in his small universe had been dissolved. He was on the brink of breaking through his shackles. Once the boundary wall was gone, the territory of his small universe would expand. Only then would he make it to the 9th Order. While fighting with the numerous enemies, Yang Lai somehow found time to curse at Xiangshan and urge him to break through fast. Nevertheless, this process couldn't be rushed. Martial Peak, Chapter 5782, Mo Na Yi's Trump Card. Yang Kai became slightly at ease. He had been paying close attention to Xiangshan. After all, The key to winning this battle was whether Xiang Shan could make it to the ninth order in time. As he felt the aura coming from Xiang Shan surging, he believed that the latter would achieve a breakthrough soon. He had no idea why it took Xiang Shan such a long time to make it to the ninth order. Previously, he stood guard for Ouyang Lai when the latter attempted a breakthrough, but it was done fairly quickly. Before his arrival, Xiang Shan had been refining the supreme-grade open heaven pill for quite a while. Now that such a long time had passed, it was a mystery as to why Xiang Shan hadn't broken through yet. He speculated that it had something to do with the fact that Xiang Shan's order dropped previously, which might have had some unexpected consequences. Nevertheless, the most difficult time had passed. As long as Yang Kai could hold on for a while longer until Xiang Shan made it to the ninth order, the humans would be able to strike back. The birth of a new ninth order master would shatter the deadlock. By then, they might even be able to kill Mo Na Yi and the other royal lord. Haha. Someone was heard laughing in the middle of the fight. A startled Yang Kai lifted his gaze and saw Mo Na Yi looking at him with a faint grin. There seemed to be some underlying meaning behind the smile, and Yang Kai's heart clenched as he had a bad premonition. Why is this guy laughing under such circumstances? Both parties had been enemies for millennia, so they understood each other quite well. Mo Na Yi was a patient and cunning strategist, making him an extreme outlier within the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai hadn't suffered a fatal setback when dealing with Mo Na Yi, but he would never underestimate the latter. At this point, Mo Na Yi shouldn't be laughing. Instead, he should be trying his best to break the 8 trigrams formation. So, why did he seem so amused? His smile was meaningful, as though he was confident about winning even now, mocking Yang Kai for being ignorant. A sense of danger abruptly rose within Yang Kai. Alarmed, he realized that he might have missed something, and thinking back, there were some details he had failed to notice before. He had already felt that something was amiss before now. Since Mo Na Yi was able to face off against the 8 trigrams formation for such a long time, it proved that he could have destroyed the 6 paths formation led by Yang Xiao previously. However, he didn't do that. Before Yang Kai's arrival, Yang Xiao and the other 5 had been dealing with Mo Na Yi on their own. Initially, Yang Kai thought that Mo Na Yi was worried about injuring himself. After all, it would be troublesome if a Black Ink clansman was injured in the Universe Furnace world, especially a royal lord. Nevertheless, Mo Na Yi was a shrewd individual, so how was it possible that he would worry about getting injured at such a critical moment? He certainly knew that he had to destroy the 6 paths formation led by Yang Xiao as quickly as possible so that the Black Ink clan would win this battle. At that time, as long as Mo Na Yi was willing to pay a certain price, Yang Xiao and the others wouldn't have been a match for him, so why did he choose to stall for time? Many ideas flashed across Yang Kai's mind, but though he knew that something was amiss, under the tense circumstances, he couldn't distract himself to ponder it properly. Laugh all you want, it won't change anything. Yang Kai snorted. Since he didn't know what the problem was, he had to be patient and play it by ear. Mo Na Yi laughed again. While warding off Yang Kai's attacks, he said impassively, I suppose Xiang Shan is going to break through soon. Just like Yang Kai, he had been paying close attention to Xiang Shan. Although he had no idea when Xiang Shan would achieve a breakthrough, the disturbance over there couldn't be concealed. As such, he could roughly sense how things were going. Yang Kai's bad premonition intensified. It was odd that Mo Na Yi was still in the mood to talk about Xiang Shan at this point. While remaining silent, Yang Kai strengthened his attacks. Mo Na Yi went on to say, Yang Kai, you are a wonderful opponent. I've always respected you whether I was a territory lord, a pseudo-royal lord, or even a true royal lord. The human race has managed to hold on for such a long time mainly because of you. If not for your hard work over the past few thousands of years, the humans would have already been defeated. Unmistakably, you are my greatest opponent. It's fortunate that you can never become a ninth order master. Otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble. He spoke loudly during the fight to ensure that everyone could hear him. All of them were puzzled as to what Mo Na Yi was trying to achieve. Why was he in the mood to chat about such irrelevant matters in a life-and-death battle? Mo Na Yi seemed oblivious to everything and kept speaking, as though he wouldn't be able to say it again if he missed this chance. Staring at Yang Kai in pity, he muttered, "Just like what you humans say, you were born in the wrong era. You have to bear the shackles and sins that this era has inflicted on you. Those from the cave heavens and paradises forced you to ascend to the fifth order back then, which resulted in the eighth order being your limit. Now, they have to rely on you to save the human race. Do you not resent them at all?" His hypnotic voice seemed able to bewitch others. In all directions, many human race masters, especially those who came from the cave heavens and paradises, appeared guilty. Those from the cave heavens and paradises had indeed made a mistake. Although only several sects made a move, they represented the collective decision. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to do so at that time. They had suffered a terrible crisis in the past, so they wouldn't allow any rogue cultivator to directly ascend to the seventh order. Regardless of their intentions, they were compelled to suppress Yang Kai. After all, a seventh order master might make it to the ninth order one day. Meanwhile, all the ninth order old ancestors from the cave heavens and paradises were on the black ink battlefield. If Yang Kai became a ninth order master and decided to cause trouble, the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't be able to contain him. Over the years, many people thought that if they hadn't suppressed Yang Kai and let him directly ascend to the seventh order back then, given his aptitude and opportunities, he would have made it to the ninth order by now. Undoubtedly, that would have been a huge boon to the human race. Nonetheless, things had come to such a point where it was pointless to regret anything. When Yang Kai decided to directly ascend to the fifth order back then, his future was set. Yang Kai snorted, "Are you trying to sow discord between us? Do you think such petty words will work on me at this point?" Mo Na Yi sighed, "I'm not trying to sow discord, I'm just curious. It seems that I'm not mistaken. Although those from the cave heavens and paradises owe you much, you're still willing to sacrifice yourself for them." After a pause, he went on to say, "Over the years, I've constantly been thinking about how to kill you. Unfortunately, there has never been a good opportunity as you are too adept at running away. Your space secret techniques have been a constant headache for me. The previous battle was undoubtedly the best chance so far, but it was disrupted by the universe furnace. If not for the universe furnace's sudden appearance, you would have lost your life." Yang Kai frowned. "What's the point of you saying all this now? Or are you saying you are certain you can kill me now?" Something was definitely off. Mo Na Yi was speaking and acting like everything was within his control, so he was undoubtedly up to something. However, Yang Kai didn't have time to figure out what he was plotting. Since he couldn't find out what was on Mo Na Yi's mind, he could only try to glean as much information from him as possible through conversation. Mo Na Yi seemed to have realized his intention, so he said with a smile, "I've been plotting against you for years, but only this time could be considered successful. Please don't blame me for being verbose, Brother Yang. I should probably stop the small talk now, otherwise, Xiang Shan will really break through." All of a sudden, his expression turned cold as he looked grimly at Yang Kai. "Did you know? I was waiting for you to appear all along. I knew that you would show up. You were the one who set off this fight, so how was it possible that you wouldn't come? Fortunately, you arrived just in time." At that moment, a sense of crisis engulfed Yang Kai, but he had no idea what Mo Na Yi was going to do. Many ideas flashed across his mind like lightning and he soon thought of something, but it was too late. Mo Na Yi stared fixedly at him and shouted dispassionately, "Black ink eternal." Suddenly, Yang Kai turned to look at Xiang Shan and shouted, "Senior brother Xiang, watch out." At the same time, he saw two Eighth Order masters leaving their battle formations from two different directions and charging towards Xiang Shan while casting lethal moves. Yang Kai widened his eyes in disbelief. Black ink disciples. He finally realized what he had failed to take note of. The Black Ink clan had planted two Black Ink disciples among the humans. They had been hiding all this time, waiting for a chance to attack Xiang Shan. Therefore, Mo Na Yi wasn't worried about Xiang Shan becoming a Ninth Order master, because he knew that the latter would never succeed. He even felt free to chat just now because everything was within his control. Many Black Ink clansmen were startled by the turn of events. Similarly, the humans were caught off guard. No one could have expected that their companions who had been fighting alongside them all this time would betray them as they were on the brink of victory. All of them had been negligent. It wasn't a surprise that Black Ink disciples existed. During the fight against the Black Ink clan in the past, many humans would be captured by the Black Ink clan and turned into Black Ink disciples. The situation was especially bad on the Black Ink battlefield. However, after Yang Kai brought purifying light with him and then received 10 sets of great sun and great moon marks from the burning light and serene glimmer, the humans no longer had to worry about Black Ink disciples hiding amongst their ranks. There was a purifying Black Ink battleship, which contained a large amount of purifying light, in every human camp. Whenever the cultivators returned to base, they had to pass through the purifying Black Ink battleship before they were allowed to enter. The humans also had purifying Black Ink pills. One only had to consume such a pill before they fought with the Black Ink clan to prevent themselves from being corrupted by Black Ink strength. The Black Ink clan had occupied the 3,000 worlds for many years, and although they had turned a large number of hunters into Black Ink disciples, those people were generally weak. Many younger cultivators had never even seen Black Ink disciples before. Also, 8th Order Black Ink disciples were extremely rare, even back on the Black Ink battlefield. To turn an 8th Order master into a Black Ink disciple, a royal lord had to personally make a move. As such, whenever the 8th Order masters formed battle formations to deal with the enemies, they became less vigilant. No one would think that their companions might be Black Ink disciples. Even Yang Kai had not seen this coming. However, everything made sense if these people were not 8th Order masters when they were turned into Black Ink disciples. 8th Order masters were not the only ones who had entered the Universe Furnace world this time. There were also many 7th Order masters. They were there not here for the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pills but for the ordinary grade ones. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5783, Broken Formation, Serious Injuries. These 7th Order masters who had entered the Universe Furnace world were new generation cultivators that had received the World Tree Clone's nourishment. As such, they were all talented elites who increased their cultivation rapidly. Wonderful aptitude and quick increase in cultivation were not always a blessing though, as compared to the experienced cultivators who had gotten to where they were slowly and steadily. These younger cultivators lacked accumulation and experience. Therefore, when they reached the peak of the 7th Order, they often faced bottlenecks, which made it hard for them to break through to the 8th Order. Given their aptitude, they would shatter the bottleneck sooner or later, but that could still take dozens to hundreds of years. However, in the current situation, time was always short. Fortunately, ordinary grade Open Heaven pills could solve this problem by helping them break through their bottleneck, saving lots of time. Many 7th Order masters managed to ascend to the 8th Order in the Universe Furnace world this time, and presently hundreds of them had gathered together, but they were just 7th Order masters when they entered. Everything made sense if they bumped into Black Ink clansmen and were turned into Black Ink disciples before ascending to the 8th Order. The 2 Black Ink disciples that had betrayed them were undoubtedly such cases. Time seemed to have frozen at that moment as all the humans shifted their attention to the 2 Black Ink disciples who were charging towards Xiang Shan, in horror. Presently, Xiang Shan was at the most critical moment of his breakthrough. If he was interrupted now, his breakthrough would undoubtedly fail, and there would also be a serious risk to his life. All the human race masters surrounded him and formed a defense line to fend off the Black Ink clansmen's attacks. As such, no one stood guard directly by his side. Even though he had set up a kind of spirit array, it couldn't stop 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples from killing him. Undoubtedly, Xiang Shan was powerless to contend with these 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Just then, another turn of events took place somewhere else. It had taken Mo Na Yi a long time to devise this plan, and it had all hinged on him being certain that Yang Kai would show up. His trump card was meant to kill Yang Kai and Xiang Shan at the same time. After all, if he only wanted to take out the latter, he wouldn't have had to wait until now. Mo Na Yi would have ordered the 2 Black Ink disciples to make a move at any point earlier on. He had been patient because he could feel that Xiang Shan would still take a long time to make a breakthrough, so he wasn't anxious. In comparison, he was more interested in ending Yang Kai's life. Over the years, Mo Yi had suffered a lot of setbacks because of Yang Kai and could never rest at ease as long as the latter wasn't dead. It was a knot in his heart, one that had nothing to do with Yang Kai's cultivation. Mo Yi had been stalling for time because he was waiting for this exact moment. He needed a suitable person to carry out his plan, and the chance had finally come. Just as two black ink disciples left their respective battle formations and charged towards Xiangshan while the human race masters watched in horror, the 8 trigrams formation, which was dealing with Mo Yi, trembled as everyone's aura descended into chaos. Soon, the 8 trigrams formation broke. Everyone in the formation was shocked as they had no idea what happened. The moment the battle formation came apart, the immense backlash swept across them, causing their vitality to undulate and their small universes to fall into turmoil. They already suffered from various degrees of injuries when contending with Mo Yi, and now the situation was exacerbated. Compared to the battle formation's backlash, a despairing incident took place right before their eyes. One of the members suddenly summoned a sword and thrust it towards Yang Kai's back. World force undulated around the weapon as the attacker appeared dispassionate. Without holding back any power, he seemed determined to slaughter Yang Kai. To make things worse, Mo Yi made a move at the same time as the battle formation shattered. The chance he had been waiting for had finally come, so he naturally wouldn't just watch from the sidelines. The battle formation's backlash, the betrayal of a member, and Mo Yi's attack happened all at once, engulfing everyone in a sense of great danger. The members of the 8 trigrams formation were flustered, furious, shocked, and despondent. All sorts of emotions broke out from them. Despite that, Yang Kai remained calm and collected as things were playing out just as he expected. The moment he realized that there were black ink disciples within their defense line, he knew that there must be a black ink disciple by his side as well. Mo Yi had been beating around the bush earlier, looking as though everything was within his control. It was apparent that he had made some arrangements to target Yang Kai, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so composed. Yang Kai was the core of the 8 trigrams formation while his human self Fang Tian Ci, monster self Thunder Shadow, Yang Xiao, Blood Crow, Lin Wu, Zhan Tian He, and another veteran 8th Order Master assisted him. Of these 7 people, apart from Lin Wu, who had ascended to the 8th Order in the Universe Furnace world, the others were already 8th Order Masters long before entering this place. The others would not be so easily corrupted. As such, it had to be Lin Wu that was the Black Ink disciple. It turned out that Lin Wu was indeed the problem. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling the time he came across Lin Wu. At that time he, Zhan Tian He, Xiong Ji, and Lu Fei were wandering around the Universe Furnace world. When he detected the aura of an Open Heaven Realm Master attempting a breakthrough, he went over and checked on him. Upon realizing the person was Lin Wu, he invited him to join the team without worrying too much. Then he bumped into Tian Xiuzhu. Following that, he decided to take a huge risk by bringing Thunder Shadow with him to snatch a supreme-grade Open Heaven pill. As such, he told Tian Xiuzhu to leave with everyone else. Now, it seemed that before he came across Lin Wu, the latter had already been turned into a Black Ink disciple who was allowed to move around on his own and ascend to the 8th Order. Then Lin Wu joined the human race and waited for a chance to act. It wasn't necessarily planned for Lin Wu to target Yang Kai, but Mo Yi had made good use of a pawn like him. Initially, Lin Wu wasn't a part of the 8 trigrams formation. He and Zhan Tian He joined at a later time. Mo Yi had been waiting for Lin Wu to join the 8 trigrams formation. That way, when he finally gave the order, 3 Black Ink disciples would flare up at the same time. Not only could they stop Xiang Shan from achieving a breakthrough, but they could also end Yang Kai's life. Mo Yi planned to remove the 2 biggest threats at the same time. Everything became clear now. A while ago, Yang Kai was still wondering why Mo Yi didn't break Yang Zhao's 6 paths formation earlier even though he was capable of doing so. At that time, if Mo Yi had been willing to pay a small price, he could have defeated Yang Xiao and the others quickly. After that, he could have personally attacked the humans' defense line and killed Xiangshan. However, he didn't do that. Just like Emo said, he had been waiting for him to show up. When Yang Kai formed the 8 trigrams formation to deal with Emo, the latter actually fought back hard without being bothered by his injuries. That way, he could force the 2 newly promoted 8th Order Masters in the formation to withdraw, giving Lin Wu a chance to join them. It was all part of Emo Naye's plot. When Lin Wu finally joined the battle formation, all the pawns were in the right places and Emo Naye was confident that Yang Kai wouldn't survive. Both of them had been contending with each other for millennia. Since his arch-nemesis was about to die, he couldn't help recalling the fights between them over the years. Perhaps he respected a master like Yang Kai or felt so conceited that he started talking nonsense. Presently, 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples were dashing towards Xiangshan while Lin Wu broke the 8 trigrams formation and pushed his sword towards Yang Kai's back with a gaze filled with murderous intent. The initially clamorous battlefield fell into dead silence at that moment as every human race master appeared helpless and despondent. The Black Ink clansmen still relentlessly attacked the humans while Emo Naye guffawed. "You dare!" Oh Yang Lai growled as his figure seemed to be burning. "Big brother!" Yang Shui exclaimed at the top of her lungs. She wanted to shake off the Chaos Spirit King and save Yang Kai, but she was unable to do so. The Chaos Spirit King was more powerful than her, so it was difficult for her to even pin him down. In the midst of this crisis, Yang Kai only let out a sigh. Before Lin Wu even made a move, Yang Kai had realized that he was in danger, therefore, he had put his guard up. If he hadn't figured it out, he probably would have lost his life. Since he was well prepared though, he had a chance to escape. Nevertheless, if he fled, the remaining 6 with him would fall into grave danger. They no longer had the battle formation's help, and faced with the backlash and Emo Naye's attack, half of them would undoubtedly die. Therefore, despite knowing that he was at risk of losing his life, Yang Kai couldn't escape. Suppressing the undulating vitality within him, he released his spiritual energy and brought everyone's aura together again. In an instant, he made the proper adjustments and formed a new 7 stars formation with him as the core. At the same time, he flicked his fingers and sent a wooden box flying away. In the next instant, he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear as the space-time river swirled around the weapon like a dragon. He then thrust the weapon towards Emo Naye. As the violent force exploded, everyone shuddered while Yang Kai sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood. Fortunately, he managed to ward off Emo Naye's fatal strike. Nonetheless, a sword penetrated his chest the next moment. The power around the sword exploded, causing Yang Kai to stagger before he swept his spear across Lin Wu and sent him flying away. After the sword left his body, blood started gushing out from the wound on his chest. His face turned pale in an instant, and his aura weakened. Meanwhile, the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples reached Xiangshan. Just as they were ready to make a move, they met Xiangshan's furious gaze. Despite being at the most critical moment of his breakthrough, Xiangshan extricated himself and got to his feet as he summoned a saber. As world force surged, he covered the 2 Black Ink disciples with saber lights. He had given up on achieving a breakthrough. It couldn't be helped. If he tried to persist, he would only be killed as the spirit array he had set up wasn't able to fend off 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Compared to losing his life, giving up on the breakthrough was the only choice. The 2 Black Ink disciples had only achieved a breakthrough in the Universe Furnace world, so how were they supposed to be a match for Xiangshan even though there were the 2 of them? They were soon suppressed. Nevertheless, considering that they were humans, Xiangshan didn't move to kill them. During the intense battle, Xiangshan's aura, which was initially reaching a peak, plunged. It was a sign that his ascension had failed. Fortunately, despite what happened, it didn't affect his strength much. In just several breaths of time, the 8 trigrams formation fell apart, Yang Kai was wounded, and Xiangshan had given up on his breakthrough, sinking the humans into a perilous situation once again. Martial Peak, Chapter 5784, Emo Naye's Failure. No one knew if there were more hidden Black Ink disciples. Battle formations required members to have complete trust in each other in order to operate them smoothly, something the Black Ink clan couldn't grasp the essence of, preventing them from forming higher battle formations. Now, the humans were suspicious of each other, so every battle formation had weakened and couldn't be run smoothly. They were no match for the Black Ink clan when it came to numbers and had persevered until now because of their warships and their powerful battle formations, but with the latter undermined, the humans were clearly in grave danger. The battle formations, which the two Black Ink disciples were initially part of, had disintegrated, allowing the Black Ink clan to charge forward and kill several Eighth Order masters, which further exacerbated the situation. It wasn't that the humans weren't still united. If they weren't, they wouldn't have held on until now. Nevertheless, in such a situation, they had to be cautious. The appearance of 3 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples had destroyed any advantage that the humans initially had. Xiang Shan was supposedly the key to winning the battle. If the humans wanted victory, they had to hope for Xiang Shan to ascend to the Ninth Order as quickly as possible. With one more Ninth Order master, they could still turn things around. But now, Xiang Shan was forced to give up on his breakthrough, so their only hope was crushed. Everyone was shrouded in a layer of despair. Would hundreds of Eighth Order masters lose their life in this place? If that happened, the human race's future would be bleak. The outcome of this battle would have a huge impact on future clashes between both races. Why won't you just die already? A growl was heard reverberating across the void. Across from the Seven Stars formation, Emoni looked at Yang Kai in disbelief and anger. He had been plotting against him and waiting for the best chance to use his trump card. Initially, he believed that Yang Kai had no chance to survive, but things went contrary to his wishes. He realized that he had still underestimated Yang Kai. More importantly, he didn't expect that it would only take Yang Kai an instant to switch the 8 trigrams formation to the 7 stars formation and ward off his fatal strike. Fortunately, even though things didn't go to plan, Yang Kai was badly injured. The 8 trigrams formation's backlash, Lin Wu's sneak attack, and a long and intense battle had significantly weakened Yang Kai's aura. As a result, he was still at risk of losing his life at any moment. Even the 7 stars formation couldn't run steadily and was on the verge of breaking apart. With a determined expression, Emo Na Yi charged forward. He knew that he couldn't give Yang Kai even a moment to breathe. Seeing how frail his opponent looked, he certainly wouldn't miss the chance. He decided to end Yang Kai's life as quickly as possible. As his black ink strength surged, he roared, "How much longer can you hang on? How many of my moves can he take? 3? 5? Given Yang Kai's condition, Emo Na Yi had the confidence to kill him in 10 breaths of time, after which his goal would finally be achieved. Xiang Shan's breakthrough had failed, and the human's defense line was on the brink of collapsing. After Emo Na Yi killed Yang Kai, he could slaughter the other humans freely. "I will win." Faced with the bombardment of attacks, Yang Kai and his 7 stars formation were unable to counterattack. Furthermore, they found it increasingly difficult to maintain the battle formation. Everyone struggled to hold on, but they couldn't see any hope. They could only take 2 more moves before the battle formation came apart. Just as the 7 stars formation was about to shatter, a stream of fierce aura approached from the distance. Before the person even arrived, a voice was heard yelling, "Emo Na Yi, your opponent is me." The next moment, a slender figure joined the battle and slashed her sword out to intercept Emo Na Yi's attacks. Emo Na Yi looked at the person before his eyes in disbelief, unable to figure out how she could be there. How did she manage to come over? The person was none other than Yang Shui. Emo Na Yi was naturally aware of this female 9th Order master's presence. However, since she didn't seem to be a match for the Chaos Spirit King, he stopped paying attention to her. She couldn't meddle in the battle before she could get rid of the Chaos Spirit King. However, at this moment, she was there to deal with him. Where's the Chaos Spirit King? Emo Na Yi was determined to kill Yang Kai, so he was filled with fervor and joy. As such, he didn't pay attention to the battle between Yang Shui and the Chaos Spirit King. It didn't cross his mind that such a turn of events would take place. Was the Chaos Spirit King defeated? Impossible, This woman is incapable of that. Previously, Xiao Yu suffered a defeat at the hands of the Chaos Spirit King. He was a new royal lord while the woman was a new Ninth Order master. Therefore, both of them were equally matched. How did this woman get rid of the Chaos Spirit King and come over the help, then? Soon, Mo Na Yi realized where the Chaos Spirit King was. He could sense that the Chaos Spirit King was dashing forward in a particular direction for some reason. What did you do? Mo Na Yi was deathly curious. Although the Chaos Spirit King was a powerful being, its sentience was low. What did this woman do that made the Chaos Spirit King abandon the fight? Certainly, Yang Shui wouldn't respond to him as she just fully activated her power as world force undulated. Her sword turned into innumerable phantoms as she was determined to get revenge for her big brother. A helpless Mo Na Yi could only clash with Yang Shui. Watching as Yang Kai took the 7 stars formation somewhere else, he was so frustrated that he almost spat blood. He almost succeeded in killing Yang Kai, so how did things end up this way? Across from him, Yang Shui was actually equally puzzled as to why the Chaos Spirit King retreated all of a sudden. When she saw that her big brother was in danger earlier, she was quite flustered. She wasn't a match for the Chaos Spirit King, to begin with, and the situation was exacerbated because she had lost her composure. Then, for some inexplicable reason, the Chaos Spirit King withdrew and shot off into the distance. That was how Yang Shui was able to move to lend them a hand. Nevertheless, she didn't have time to ponder on it, for she had to deal with Mo Na Yi. Suddenly realizing something, Mo Na Yi turned to glare at Yang Kai and explained, "The Open Heaven Pill." When Lin Wu launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai earlier, Mo Na Yi faintly saw Yang Kai throw out a small wooden box. At that time he was mid-attack and the box seemed ordinary, so he didn't pay any attention to it. Now, it was apparent to him that the wooden box probably contained a supreme-grade open heaven pill. As far as he knew, Yang Kai really had one, which was stolen during the intense battle between Xiao Yu and the Chaos Spirit King previously. The Chaos Spirit King was lured to this place because it was after the supreme-grade open heaven pills. Xiang Shan was giving off the aura of one such pill, so the Chaos Spirit King attacked, leaving Yang Shui no choice but to intercept it. Now, Xiang Shan no longer exuded any of the open heaven pill's aura, so when Yang Kai tossed out another supreme-grade open heaven pill, it was only natural that the Chaos Spirit King would chase after it. Upon that realization, Mo Na Yi was extremely vexed. The Chaos Spirit King's appearance had helped restrain Yang Shui, a Ninth Order master. The Black Ink clan had basically gotten a free helper, which allowed them to suppress the humans. However, no one could have expected that it was also the Chaos Spirit King who ruined the Black Ink clan's plan. It was easily lured away by an open heaven pill, which allowed Yang Shui to come deal with Mo Na Yi. It was only natural that Mo Na Yi cursed at the Chaos Spirit King for derailing his plans. Despite his resentment, there was nothing much he could do about it. Fortunately, Yang Kai was badly injured, and Xiang Shan's ascension had failed. At the very least, they had achieved something. While he was thinking so, he suddenly felt that Yang Kai's aura, which was initially frail, rose sharply. As he turned his head in shock, he saw a river swirling around Yang Kai like a dragon. Yang Kai was recovering as it happened. Even the wound on his chest caused by Lin Wu was healing rapidly. Time seemed to be reversing as the river swirled around him. In just a moment, Yang Kai had basically completely recovered. What kind of secret technique is that? Mo Na Yi was flabbergasted. Yang Kai had just discovered this wonderful use of his space-time river not long ago and used it once in the infinite river to restore his wounded body. Naturally, he chose to use it again this time. Lin Wu's sneak attack and the battle formation's backlash had indeed wounded him, but he managed to reverse time for himself and return to the state he had marked some time ago. The price he had to pay was a massive consumption of his Dao strengths. Nevertheless, that was the last of his concerns now. He had already come up with a plan the moment Lin Wu launched his sneak attack. As such, he decided to toss away the precious supreme-grade open heaven pill to attract the Chaos Spirit King's attention. Only when Yang Shui was freed from that fight could she deal with Mo Na Yi, allowing Yang Kai to take a breather. However, at that time, Yang Kai wasn't confident that he would succeed. If the Chaos Spirit King didn't retreat, Yang Shui wouldn't have been freed up. All the same, he had to take the risk. Fortunately, the Chaos Spirit King was only concerned about getting the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill back. Therefore, the moment it detected the pill's aura, it chased after it, allowing Yang Shui to deal with other threats. Overall, the humans were still at a disadvantage. Yang Lai was doing fine while Yang Shui was dealing with them Na Yi and were not at risk of losing their lives. However, the other humans were in a terrible situation. Although Xiang Shan had joined the battle, it was still hard for them to turn things around. If this dragged on, many more humans would lose their lives. They had to quickly resolve the suspicions the humans had for each other and catch all the hidden Black Ink disciples. Yang Kai soon made a decision. As he continued to recover, he shouted, "Yang Shao, form a 4 symbols formation and use purifying light." Understanding his intentions, Yang Shao replied, "Yes." After informing Zhan Tianhe and the others about it, Yang Shao formed a 4 symbols formation with him as the core. Then, they charged towards the center of the battlefield. Before they even arrived, the great sun and moon marks on the back of Yang Zhao's hands appeared. As yellow and blue lights swirled around and combined with each other, they turned into a dazzling white light that illuminated the entire battlefield. "Stop them!" A pseudo-royal lord growled. However, the purifying light was their arch-nemesis, so the Black Ink clansmen were terrified to get close. "I dare you to stop me!" Yang Shao roared and continued to condense more purifying light as he led Zhan Tianhe and the others forward. Wherever they went, the territory lords quickly backed away and even the pseudo-royal lords shrank from the intense purifying light. Martial Peak, Chapter 5785, There is Still Hope. From the defense line, Xiang Shan and several people came over to help. There was no doubt that Xiang Shan was intelligent as he shared the same sentiment as Yang Kai. They had to quickly resolve the internal problems that the humans faced, so they had to assist Yang Shao. After all, they needed Yang Zhao's purifying light to catch all the hidden Black Ink disciples. The war intensified at that moment. Xiang Shan was the core of a 6 paths formation, which was exceptionally powerful. After an exchange of moves, they finally joined Yang Zhao's 4 symbols formation. They then entered the defense line together while the Black Ink clan were unable to stop them. The next moment, Yang Shao roared as the great sun and moon marks on the back of his hands became increasingly bright. Copious amounts of yellow and blue crystals were consumed in an instant before an eruption of purifying light spread out with him as the center. Wherever the white light went, Black Ink strength dissipated as the light covered all the human race masters and continued to expand. The 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples, who had attacked Xiang Shan moments ago, had been subdued and were presently unable to move a muscle. As they were shrouded in the purifying light, they started trembling as if struck by lightning. They howled in pain while Black Ink strength left their bodies. On the periphery, the Black Ink clansmen had managed to shrink the human defense line while the latter's battle formations were in turmoil. Some parts of the defense line were about to break, but when the purifying light surged forth like a tidal wave, the Black Ink clansmen had no choice but to retreat. This kind of large-scale purifying light was no different from poison to the Black Ink clan. Although they wouldn't be killed, nobody wanted to see their powers significantly weakened. The human race masters seized the chance to counterattack and stabilize the defense line. By the time the pure white light dissipated, the humans had managed to fortify their defense line and all the battle formations were operating smoothly again. As the purifying light swept out, no human race masters showed signs of corruption. Apparently, the Black Ink clan had only planted 3 Black Ink disciples among them. This wasn't too surprising as it was still quite hard for the Black Ink clan to turn 7th Order and 8th Order masters into Black Ink disciples. As the humans no longer had to worry about being betrayed by their teammates, they naturally focused on dealing with the enemies. The use of the purifying light helped the humans regain their composure as Yang Zhao's eyes brightened as he guffawed. So useful! He decided that if the defense line was falling apart again, he would condense another burst of purifying light and rush up towards the weak point. Although he couldn't kill enemies with it, he could at least ensure that the defense line remained intact. However, this kind of move required a lot of yellow and blue crystals because it had to cover a vast area. His yellow and blue crystals were given to him by Yang Kai back then, and he had consumed quite a number of them over the years. As such, he didn't have many left. If he used this move 2 more times, he would run out of crystals. Once that happened, he would lose the ability to force the Black Ink clan to retreat, which might result in the defense line collapsing. Therefore, if the humans wanted to gain victory, they had to pin their hopes on Yang Lai and Yang Shui. If these 2 Ninth Order masters could kill their opponents quickly, they could help the other humans out. Nevertheless, their opponents were royal lords. They might be able to defeat their enemies, but it would be hard for them to kill the royal lords. How were they supposed to help out? Yang Lai had apparently realized that as well, so he had been exerting himself even more while ignoring his injury in the hope that he could kill Xiao Yu quickly. Nevertheless, Xiao Yu had 8 territory lords assisting him. Although Yang Lai was madly wielding his strength, he couldn't achieve his goal in a short time. To make things worse, he had to spend some energy protecting Tian Xiuzhu and his group as Meng Ke, a pseudo-royal lord, seemed determined to kill them. A while ago, Tian Xiuzhu led his 5 elements formation to leave the defense line and sent 2 8th Order masters to lend Yang Kai a helping hand, which infuriated Meng Quebec. The other pseudo-royal lords were doing fine while something went wrong in his place, so it was only natural that he was embarrassed. Although he was shocked by Lin Wu's betrayal and realized that it was Emo Na Ye's arrangement all along, he knew nothing about it before then. If Emo Na Ye had told him earlier, Meng Ke would have held back to allow Lin Wu out more easily. At the end of the day, it seemed Emo Na Ye still had no regard for him, so he didn't let him have a hand in such an important plan. At that time, if Meng Ke had managed to stop the 5 elements formation, Emo Na Ye would have probably given him a heads up. All the same, everything was within Emo Na Ye's control. Regardless of what happened, he would make sure that Lin Wu could approach Yang Kai and deal a heavy blow. Meng Ke was resentful. Initially, both of them were pseudo-royal lords, but Emo Na Ye acquired an opportunity in the Universe Furnace world and became a true royal lord while Meng Ke suffered a setback and became seriously injured. As he was frustrated, he wasn't willing to let Tian Xiuzhu and his 5 elements formation off. He was determined to kill these weakened 8th Order masters to vent his rage. The humans seemed to be on the losing side as the war intensified. The Black Ink clan was much stronger when it came to the quantity of their masters. The humans had managed to hold on previously because they could see hope as Xiang Shan attempted to break through. They also had their warship's assistance. Now, Xiang Shan's breakthrough had failed, and after a long battle, the warships were seriously damaged. Without the warship's protection, how were they supposed to fend off the Black Ink clan's bombardment? It was only a matter of time before their lines broke and they were routed. They also couldn't pin their hope on the 2 Ninth Order masters as they were both occupied. Everyone was frustrated, especially the 2 8th Order masters who had attacked Xiang Shan earlier. After the Black Ink's strength in their bodies was dispelled by the purifying light, they felt guilty and ashamed. As such, they struck with reckless abandon, hoping to kill more enemies even if they lost their lives in the process. If they hadn't made a move at the most critical moment, Xiang Shan would have become a 9th Order master. Their sneak attack didn't only make the human race lose a 9th Order master, but also put hundreds of human race masters in peril. Although no one blamed them, they couldn't forgive themselves so easily. They had heard their seniors mention that after some Black Ink disciples were saved, they would rather kill themselves out of guilt. They might have hurt other humans or even killed their friends and relatives. However, those were only stories and not something they personally experienced. It wasn't until this moment that they realized how despairing it was. Sometimes, living was more painful than death. As such, they were looking for a chance to die while taking out several powerful opponents. However, the territory lords were naturally vigilant, so these 8th Order masters didn't have a chance to do so. They had almost gone mad because of their fury and self-blame. Calm down. There is still hope for all of us. Don't go throwing your lives away just yet. A voice was suddenly cut through the noise. The person must have realized their intentions, so he decided to persuade them. Both of them were startled. Was there still hope for all of them? But they didn't see it. The person went on to say, "Don't forget that my adoptive father isn't dead yet. As long as he's alive, there's still hope. He's best at creating miracles in the most despairing situations." It was only then did they realize who was speaking to them. He was none other than Yang Xiao. The adoptive father he talked about was Yang Kai. Indeed, during their formative years, they had heard their seniors talk about Yang Kai's numerous achievements. They knew that he had done many incredible things, and the human race managed to hang on despite having to deal with the mighty Black Ink clan, largely thanks to his efforts and victories. He was so powerful that he could kill territory lords like they were chickens and dogs, and was even used to dealing with opponents that were more powerful than him. He had even escaped from the pursuit of royal lords. It was also rumored that he had killed a royal lord on his own. Certainly, it was a strange rumor. After all, there was a huge gap in power between an Eighth Order master and a royal lord. No one would believe it without any verification. He was undoubtedly a legend, and all the younger generation cultivators hoped to be the next Yang Kai. One of them was even touted as Little Yang Kai. Such a title was enough to make many new cultivators feel envious. Apart from these inconceivable rumors, they had seen how Yang Kai managed to form an 8 trigrams formation to push back a true royal lord and even gain the upper hand, a shocking and amazing feat indeed. An 8 trigrams formation of 8th Order masters had only appeared once before that, and at that time, it only lasted for 20 breaths. However, the 8 trigrams formation led by Yang Kai this time lasted for over an hour. If not for the fact that Lin Wu was a hidden Black Ink disciple, Yang Kai could have kept the formation running for much longer. However, was there really hope for all of them? The 8 trigrams formation had shattered, and Yang Kai was heavily injured. He was unable to make it to the 9th Order, as the 8th Order was the limit in his lifetime. What else could he do in such a situation? If Yang Xiao hadn't mentioned Yang Kai, they would have forgotten about him. That was because regardless of what he did, he wouldn't be able to turn things around now. Instinctively, they turned to look at Yang Kai, after which they were astounded. If they remembered correctly, Yang Kai was supposed to be badly wounded with a weekend aura. However, even though he wasn't in peak condition at this moment, he wasn't nearly as battered as they believed. They were amazed by his restorative ability. Presently, Yang Kai was hovering in the void with Fong Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow. With the space-time river's help, Yang Kai had mostly recovered. However, everyone seemed to have forgotten about him. Only Lin Wu was looking at him warily at this moment. Yang Kai was famous and powerful after all. Although Lin Wu was resolute when launching a sneak attack earlier, he didn't have the guts to fight Yang Kai head-on. Nevertheless, he couldn't rashly have a hand in other battles. As such, he decided to stay there and keep an eye on Yang Kai. Martial Peak, Chapter 5786, Going for Broke. Noticing Lin Wu's stare, Yang Kai turned to look at him and put on a faint smile, one without resentment or anger. After all, after getting corrupted, a Black Ink disciple would place Mo and the Black Ink clan before all else. As a Black Ink disciple, everything Lin Wu did was against his will. Yang Kai had encountered countless Black Ink disciples over the years. He would save them if he could. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to kill them, as that was a kind of extrication as well. As such, he wouldn't blame Lin Wu for anything. However, it seemed that he now had no choice but to use his trump card. Undoubtedly, he was unresigned. No one had ever cultivated the 3 selves source reconstitution art devised by Shi before, so no one knew if it could shatter the open heaven realm method's shackles. It would be wonderful if Yang Kai succeeded, but if he failed, he would be left with numerous concerns. From what he had gathered, the secret art should be feasible. At the very least, both the human self and monster self had grown to be powerful. Moreover, these two seemed closely connected to his own, true body. Putting Thunder Shadow aside for now, Fong Tianci had the potential to directly ascend to the 7th Order back then. Nevertheless, when he made it to the Open Heaven realm, he became a 6th Order master for seemingly no reason. That was the restriction from the main body. Yang Kai's limit was the 8th Order. Therefore, as the human self, regardless of how good Fong Tianci's aptitude was or how solid his foundation had been, he was unable to directly ascend to the 7th Order. It was the same case for Thunder Shadow. He had come to a point where his cultivation was impossible to improve further. In fact, if he was not Yang Kai's monster self, he could have stayed in the myriad monsters world and continued to improve his cultivation since he had cultivated the primal art to refine his monster core. Someone from the monster race who had cultivated the primal art didn't have any shackles to speak of. Yang Kai initially wanted to wait for his human self and monster self to reach the absolute limits of their cultivation. Then, he would look for a safe place and use the 3 selves source reconstitution art to attempt a breakthrough. If possible, he could also ask some friends and relatives to stand guard for him to avoid any accidents. He didn't know the kind of problems he would face after he used the 3 selves source reconstitution art, so he had to make some preparations. Nevertheless, things went contrary to his wishes. Now, Xiang Shan's breakthrough failed while Ouyang Lai and Yang Shui had their respective opponents. If this dragged on, the humans' defense line would break. Faced with more than 10 pseudo-royal lords and countless territory lords, Yang Kai, an 8th Order master, wouldn't be able to achieve anything even if he joined the battle. Therefore, he had to take the risk despite being in less than ideal circumstances. After giving it some thought though, Yang Kai realized that if he managed to successfully achieve a breakthrough, he could immediately kill many masters from the Black Ink clan to celebrate his breakthrough, which sounded like an excellent idea. At that moment he became high-spirited. Yang Kai was a resolute person, and since he had made a decision, he wouldn't hesitate. The only problem was that his human self, monster self, and himself were not in the best of conditions. With the space-time river's help, he had managed to heal 80% of his injuries. However, Fong Tianci and Thunder Shadow didn't have such incredible restorative power and were still heavily injured from the prolonged battle. Resolving himself, Yang Kai muttered, "Are you ready?" Fong Tianci replied with a faint smile, "I've always been ready." Thunder Shadow nodded, "We're all brothers. As long as we're united, we can achieve anything." Fong Tianci couldn't help but refute, "We're merely part of his soul." Thunder Shadow cut him off by saying, "So what if we're part of his soul? Can't we be brothers? Moreover, we're not soul clones in the traditional sense. What do you say, big brother?" Yang Kai nodded, "You're right. This time, the 3 of us will be going for broke." A smug Thunder Shadow pulled a face at Fong Tianci, who smiled helplessly. "Enter my small universe." Yang Kai ordered and opened up the portal to his small universe. Without hesitation, Fong Tianci stepped forward and disappeared into it, followed by Thunder Shadow. Before that, Thunder Shadow said to Yang Kai, "I owe Qin Shui and her husband from Great Feather Pavilion a favor. Please take care of them on my behalf." "Don't worry," Yang Kai replied quickly. After the human self and monster self were gone, Yang Kai shuddered as his entire small universe trembled. Even the World Tree clone was unable to suppress the turmoil. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he focused on suppressing the upheaval in his small universe. The moment Fong Tianci and Thunder Shadow entered Yang Kai's small universe, Yang Shao was flabbergasted. Earlier, he consoled the 2 8th Order masters, who had attacked Xiang Shan, and told them not to lose hope yet because his adoptive father was still alive. Yang Kai had created many miracles in his life, so as long as he was still alive, there was hope for all of them. Naturally, Yang Shao took a look at his adoptive father as he spoke. That was when he saw the inconceivable sight. Old Fong and that monster race great emperor entered adoptive father's small universe? What the hell is going on? Yang Shao felt dizzy all of a sudden. He even suspected that he was seeing things because of his injuries. Both Yang Kai and Fong Tianci were 8th Order masters, so how did the latter enter Yang Kai's small universe? Since time immemorial, only Open Heaven Realm Master in a higher order could allow one in a lower order enter their small universe. It couldn't be achieved when both of them were in the same order. That was because the small universes of two Open Heaven Realm Masters in the same order had similar capacities. As such, one couldn't keep the other person inside their small universe. If they forcibly did so, their small universe would explode. Moreover, as far as Yang Xiao knew, the monster race Great Emperor was equivalent to an 8th Order Master. How did he enter Yang Kai's small universe? Yang Xiao found everything inconceivable, so he couldn't help but look around, after which he saw that Blood Crow appeared equally shocked. "Did you see that?" Yang Xiao asked. Blood Crow glanced at him and nodded faintly. Yang Xiao was stunned. It wasn't a hallucination? Was what he saw real? Blood Crow snorted. "Why are you so surprised? Didn't you say he's the best at creating miracles in the most despairing situations?" Yang Xiao was startled for a moment before coming to his senses. If anyone else had done such a thing, that would have been shocking. However, that person was his adoptive father, so everything made sense. Although he had no idea how Yang Kai managed to take Feng Tianci into his small universe, there wouldn't be a problem as it was his adoptive father doing that. Having said that, he still felt that something was off. What was the relationship between Feng Tianci and Yang Kai? Since both of them were 8th Order Masters, how and why did Feng Tianci enter the latter's small universe? Yang Xiao was aware that Feng Tianci came from Yang Kai's small universe. Moreover, Feng Tianci was well versed in the Tao of Space, Tao of Time, and Spear Tao, all of which he had inherited from Yang Kai. He was known to be little Yang Kai because of that. Also, Zhao Yibai and the others said that Yang Kai had traveled around his own small universe before. It was during that time that he took him and Zhao Ya as his disciples. At the thought of this, Yang Xiao gasped in shock as a bold idea formed in his mind. Could old Feng be my adoptive father's illegitimate son? When Yang Kai traveled around his small universe, he might have come across a beautiful lady and fallen in love with her, leading to Feng Tianci being born. Later, Yang Kai would have kept Feng Tianci in his small universe and taught him how to cultivate, which was how the latter inherited all three of the former's grand Daos. Assuming that it was the truth, Yang Xiao nodded gently. He couldn't believe that Feng Tianci was related to Yang Kai by blood, and he had never heard about it from him before. For that reason, he decided to teach Feng Tianci a lesson for hiding it from him at a later time. "What are you doing? Don't get distracted." Blood Crow suddenly snapped. Since Yang Xiao was having such wild thoughts, the four symbols formation began to become unstable. Yang Xiao quickly pulled himself together and guffawed. "We're going to win this one." Blood Crow looked at him like he was a fool. The humans were in a difficult situation, so what made Yang Xiao believe that they could still win? Was it merely because Yang Kai had put an 8th Order Master and a monster race Great Emperor in his small universe? Was he supposed to break through to the 9th Order by doing that? While they were secretly shocked, two more people were equally astonished when they saw what Yang Kai did. Lin Wu had been looking at Yang Kai warily, therefore he could clearly see what Feng Tianci and Thunder Shadow did. At that moment, he was puzzled as to how Yang Kai managed to put two cultivators in the same equivalent realm in his small universe. On the other hand, Emo Na Yi became agitated. Although he couldn't shake off Yang Shui, he had still been paying close attention to Yang Kai. This couldn't be helped as he had suffered too many setbacks because of Yang Kai, leading to a kind of paranoid trauma when it came to the latter. Before Yang Kai was dead and buried, Emo Na Yi could never relax. When he saw Feng Tianci and Thunder Shadow dashing into Yang Kai's small universe, he felt his chest tightening as a bad premonition came over him. Although he had no idea what Yang Kai was up to, he had to be cautious whenever the latter did something unusual, which was usually a sign that Yang Kai was about to achieve something shocking. Emo Na Yi immediately made a decision and sent a divine sense transmission. The next moment, three pseudo-royal lords, who had been trying to break the humans' defense line along with the territory lords, suddenly left their positions and charged towards Yang Kai from different directions. It was a difficult decision to make for Mo Yi to send 3 pseudo-royal lords to deal with Yang Kai at such a critical moment. Without these 3 pseudo-royal lords, a great deal of pressure had been lifted off the human race's defense line, especially now that Xiangshan was free to contend against the Black Ink clan. Presently, he was charging around while leading a 7 stars formation, and after those 3 pseudo-royal lords left the battle, the advantage that the Black Ink clan had would probably be wiped out. However, Mo Yi had no choice but to make such a decision to kill Yang Kai as quickly as possible. Despite that, they might not be able to end Yang Kai's life. If it was so easy to kill Yang Kai, he wouldn't have remained alive until now. Nevertheless, if they could kill Yang Kai, Mo Yi wouldn't mind letting the rest of the human race masters here escape. Faced with the approaching imposing auras, Yang Kai sported a cold expression and snorted, "It seems you all still consider me a huge threat, huh?" Yang Kai knew that when he got started, the Black Ink clan would definitely notice and attempt to stop him. As such, he was well prepared. Seeing that 3 pseudo-royal lords were about to reach him, he certainly wouldn't stay there and wait for death. Space principles undulated and his figure blurred. By the time the pseudo-royal lords arrived, Yang Kai had disappeared. In a different direction, his aura slowly reappeared. Martial Peak, Chapter 5787, 3 Selves Unite. Yang Kai was certainly no match for 3 pseudo-royal lords. In fact, given his condition, he couldn't even deal with 1 pseudo-royal lord. He had been contending with the Black Ink clan for many years, and he frequently came across opponents he couldn't defeat, but he managed to survive until now because he firmly believed that even if he couldn't defeat the other party, he would be able to run away. Given his mastery over the Tao of space, he was unmatched when it came to escaping. A temporary retreat wasn't a sign of weakness, he just needed to wait for a chance to strike back. Including Mou, Yang Kai had been hunted down by 3 different royal lords before. One of them was killed by him even though he had no idea how, and the other was lured to the chaotic dead territory and eliminated by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Only Mou was still alive and kicking. Since Yang Kai could escape from true royal lords, he naturally wasn't afraid of mere pseudo-royal lords. More importantly, the Black Ink clan didn't have any heaven sealing and earth locking techniques. If he freely manipulated space principles, these pseudo-royal lords wouldn't even be able to touch him despite joining forces. However, the situation was unusual at that moment. With his human self and monster self inside his body, his small universe was in turmoil. As such, as Yang Kai manipulated space principles, he realized that he was unable to use his space secret techniques smoothly. The turmoil in his small universe caused everything to destabilize. Even the space-time river around Yang Kai could hardly be sustained. The moment he reappeared, the space-time river suddenly came apart and dispersed. Yang Kai turned pale as he sported a solemn expression. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen after he let his human self and monster self inside his small universe. Now, it seemed that he was in a perilous situation. No one had cultivated the 3 selves source reconstitution art before, so no one could teach him anything about it or warn him of any dangers of cultivating it. He had planned to choose a safe place and prepare thoroughly before using this secret art. However, the situation the humans were facing didn't allow him to make any preparations at all. As such, he could only take a risk. The 3 pseudo-royal lords hadn't noticed this anomaly, but the instant they detected his aura, they still turned around and charged towards him. Yang Kai certainly wouldn't stand still and wait for death, so he promptly dashed off to widen the gap between him and his enemies. At the same time, he spent some energy circulating the 3 selves source reconstitution art. Strictly speaking, the secret art devised by Shi was divided into 2 parts. The first part was about splitting one's soul to cultivate 2 selves. That was the foundation as well as the preliminary preparation, the key to success, so to speak. Yang Kai had completed this part. Over the years, both his human self, Fang Tianci, and his monster self, Thunder Shadow, had grown to be independent beings. They had reached the limits of their respective realms, so there wasn't much room for improvement for them. The second part was what Yang Kai was currently doing. By circulating the three selves source reconstitution art, he could unite his three selves. After integrating the powers of the two other souls, he would be able to massively expand his small universe and thereby shatter the open heaven realm method's innate shackles. When Fong Tianci and Thunder Shadow entered Yang Kai's small universe, the powers of the two caused everything to descend into upheaval, especially Fong Tianci. He was also an Eighth Order master, so he too had a massive small universe in his body, which caused an enormous impact on Yang Kai's own small universe. That was the reason a person couldn't accommodate another cultivator in the same order into their small universe. As Yang Kai's small universe trembled, everyone in the void world was apprehensive. The World Tree clone's illusory phantom appeared, its gigantic tree crown like an umbrella that covered the entire sky. Meanwhile, a battered Yang Kai was dashing forward to escape from the three pseudo-royal lords while madly circulating the three selves source reconstitution art at the same time. Just then, a dragon roar was heard reverberating across the small universe. The next moment, a golden dragon phantom that was 99,999 meters long appeared. The golden dragon was the visual manifestation of Yang Kai's divine spirit source. The phantom dragon covered a large part of the world, and when it appeared, all the living creatures were exposed to its dragon pressure and felt the urge to bow to it. After his trip to the dragon pool back then, Yang Kai could be considered a pure-blooded dragon clan member. That was the reason the ancient dragon elders from the No-Return Pass wanted him to record his name on the dragon tome and found the Yang family lineage so that there would be more dragon clan descendants in the future. However, Yang Kai had never considered himself a true member of the dragon clan. Turning into a dragon was his way to deal with large swaths of weak opponents or singular powerful enemies. He would always regard himself as a human. All the same, his beliefs wouldn't change the fact that he was a pure-blooded dragon clan member. The appearance of the golden dragon showed that his source had been fully stimulated at this moment. If he wanted to integrate the powers of his other two selves, he had to make use of his source. The instant the illusory phantom golden dragon appeared following the dragon roar, Fong Tianci and Thunder Shadow sported solemn expressions. Thunder Shadow looked at the golden dragon while feeling his power stir in his body. Suddenly, he asked, "Second brother, have you flirted with many women over the years?" Fong Tianci broke into laughter. "Why are you asking this question at this point?" Thunder Shadow smiled meaningfully. "Think about it. Since both of us are Big Brother's soul clones, if you've been intimate with some woman, after Big Brother assimilates both of us, the women you're in love with will probably go looking for him." Fong Tianci was stunned and wondered, "Is that so?" Thunder Shadow replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. Both of us come from him after all. Regardless of what we've done, he'll have to take responsibility for everything." Fong Tianci couldn't help teasing him. "It seems that Big Brother will be in big trouble, then. You must have been with many female monsters in the myriad monsters world over the years." Thunder Shadow refuted seriously, "Nonsense. I focused on cultivating while in the myriad monsters world and have never done anything I would feel ashamed of." Then he winked at the other man. "So, have you really flirted with some women?" "No." Fong Tianci shook his head. "I've always been honest and righteous, so why would I flirt with random women?" Then he sighed. "However, when a man is brilliant, he'll always attract many women's attention. I've been feeling troubled because of that." Hearing that, Thunder Shadow pursed his lips and muttered, "It seems that Big Brother isn't such a good thing compared to us." Both of them were Yang Kai's soul clones, so strictly speaking, they had inherited Yang Kai's temperament. As such, they were the reflection of Yang Kai's disposition. The two of them exchanged glances and guffawed. "If you two are done chit-chatting, hurry up and help, otherwise I'll be killed soon," Yang Kai shouted. As even his use of Dao strengths was in turmoil, Yang Kai found it hard to use his space secret techniques. Since three pseudo-royal lords were hunting him down, he was in a perilous situation. He could still run away for a while as he had put some distance between him and them, but as time passed, that distance would surely shrink. Moreover, he could feel that Emo Na Yi had been paying attention to him and trying to shake off Yang Shui, but to no avail. Faced with the Chaos Spirit King, Yang Shui wasn't a match for it, but it wasn't hard for her to keep Emo Na Yi pinned down. After all, Emo Na Yi was her equal in cultivation and wasn't in peak condition. He was injured even before the current battle broke out, and then he had spent some effort fighting the 8 trigrams formation, leaving him both wounded and weakened. Since Yang Shui could tell that Emo Na Yi wanted to harm Yang Kai, she naturally wouldn't let him go. Inside Yang Kai's small universe, Fang Tianci and Thunder Shadow sported serious expressions. Although they had no idea what was going to happen next, they were aware of their fates after the memories in their souls were fully unsealed. They had been cultivating for many years for this moment. At the very least, they had lived their lives to the fullest, traveling around and experiencing many wonders of the universe. Without resistance, they emptied their minds and let their soul turn into nothingness. The golden dragon continued to roar, and as its source strength shook, Fang Tianci and Thunder Shadow resonated with it. Gradually, their figures became blurred and were engulfed in a layer of golden light. A moment later, 2 gigantic golden figures shot into the sky. Everyone in the void world was paying respects to the golden dragon when they saw such a shocking sight. Presently, a gigantic golden leopard surrounded by lightning and an equally majestic human figure were flying up towards the golden dragon. No one had any idea what was going on. However, they had experienced several fantastical phenomena in the void world over the years, and these incidents always subsided quickly. As such, they were already somewhat used to it. 7 Stars sect was the dominant great force in the void world without any question. No one had yet managed to challenge their status over the past 100,000 years. This couldn't be helped though, as the Tao Lord used to be a supreme elder in 7 Stars sect. They still kept his position in the sect, and everyone from the lowest disciple to the sect master himself would frequently pay homage to his statue. With such a natural advantage, it was only expected that they had an edge over other sects. As the most powerful great force on the continent, 7 Stars sect had many satellite cities around it. The area could be considered the center of the world. About 20 kilometers away from one such city was the Fang family village. It used to be an ordinary village, but they had an ancestor who grew to be a powerful cultivator and became part of the Void Dao Temple many millennia ago. The village had been thriving since then. Presently, there were many descendants and cultivators in the Fang family village, including some Emperor Realm Masters. Their inheritance was just as great as some of the sects with equally long histories. When such an anomaly took place in the void world, the Patriarch led the Fang family members to salute the Golden Dragon and pray for their safety. Nonetheless, when the Patriarch looked up and saw the face of the golden human figure, he was thoroughly startled because he found the face familiar. The commotion behind him made him realize that he wasn't mistaken. The golden human figure looked just like their famous ancestor that used to live in their village over 10,000 years ago. Fang Tianci was a legendary figure within the Fang family, and it was because of his identity as a Void Dao Temple disciple that the Fang family was able to thrive all these years. It could be said that this ancestor was the reason the Fang family rose to power. Before him, the Fang family was just one of many ordinary families in the void world. Was that honored ancestor? The Patriarch could not be certain. After the ancestor joined the Void Dao Temple, he gave the Fang family some benefits before he left the void world. There had never been any news about him since. Martial Peak, Chapter 5788, Divine Dragon. While the Fang family's patriarch was doubtful, the colossal golden figure seemed to have sensed something and looked in their direction. Despite the distance, Fang Tianci could clearly see what was going on in the Fang family village. Then, he flicked his fingers and shot out a white light, which soon landed in front of the Patriarch with a faint thrum. As the Patriarch looked on intently, he realized there was a sword in front of him. Despite the modest appearance, the sword was actually an extremely high-grade artifact. The Patriarch hurriedly straightened up and grasped the hilt. To his surprise, he was able to pull out the sword easily. When he saw the character Feng on the hilt, he realized something and shouted, It is Ancestor Tion Si. Heavens bless Ancestor Tion Si. Behind him, countless Fong family's descendants called out, Heavens bless Ancestor Tion Si. The golden figure that Fong Tion Si had turned into nodded gently and shot towards the golden dragon along with Thunder Shadow. Before they even arrived, their figures started dissipating into millions of points of light before assimilating into the golden dragon. Although Fong Tion Si was only a soul clone, he was born and raised in this world. In the end, he still had sentiments for the Fong family. That was the reason he left behind his sword before leaving. As long as the sword was still around, the Fong family would continue to thrive. The entire void world was the true body's small universe, so why would the soul clone's sword be lost? It could be said that as long as the true body was still alive and the small universe remained intact, the Fong family would continue to prosper. Despite being a soul clone, Fong Tion Si wanted to do something for his family at the end of his life. Following the integration of the two soul clones, the color of the golden phantom dragon thickened. Its figure trembled and expanded in length. The phantom dragon was already 99,999 meters long, which was only a step away from 100,000 meters. Now that Yang Kai had merged with the two, he had finally shattered the bottleneck. At that, he was surprised. Back then, when his dragon vein was stuck and couldn't be improved any further, Yang Kai figured that he would have to ascend to the 9th order before he could break this bottleneck and become a divine dragon. It never crossed his mind that he would become a divine dragon first. After giving it some thought though, he realized it wasn't so surprising. Both his human self and monster self were split and had to combine with his source. Now that the two had integrated with him, his source would naturally be strengthened. It naturally allowed him to become a divine dragon first. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling ecstatic, for he managed to become a divine dragon at the perfect time. Presently, he was no longer able to escape from the three pseudo-royal lords. Although he had repeatedly used his space secret technique, his Dao strength was in turmoil, which made it impossible for him to use instantaneous movement smoothly. As such, he was unable to shake off these powerful opponents. Now, he was cornered by the three pseudo-royal lords in a particular spot in the void. They were madly activating their aura to strike at Yang Kai and the void around him. They were trying to disturb Yang Kai and make it impossible for him to run away. Since Yang Kai was no longer able to flee, the murderous intent of these pseudo-royal lords surged as one of them yelled, "Kill!" They then charged towards him from different directions. As their black ink strength surged, they cast powerful secret techniques at Yang Kai, who staggered while appearing battered. If Yang Kai had not just become a divine dragon, he wouldn't have persevered for long when faced with the bombardment of attacks from three pseudo-royal lords. He would have had to spend some energy evading their attacks before, but the difference of 1 meter allowed him to ascend to the next stage, increasing his powers tremendously. The difference between an ancient dragon and a divine dragon was similar to that between an 8th order master and a 9th order master. It could be said that since Yang Kai was now a divine dragon, he was already able to deal with three pseudo-royal lords. However, it was still hard for him to defeat them. This couldn't be helped as he was at the most critical moment of using the three selves source reconstitution art. If he wanted to make it to the 9th order, most of his focus had to remain on that. Yang Kai's dragon vein was only one of the reasons why he was powerful, while his small universe was his true foundation. He had a feeling that he couldn't reach the creation realm by relying on his dragon vein alone. It was only when his small universe grew stronger that he could peak at a higher realm of the martial Dao. Yang Kai had to spend most of his energy monitoring his small universe and circulating the three selves source reconstitution art, while only a small part of his energy was diverted to deal with the three pseudo-royal lords. That was the reason he still appeared to be in danger. Fortunately, after becoming a divine dragon, his body became much more resistant to beatings. Dragons had thick skin and strong flesh to begin with, not to mention that he was a divine dragon now, the most powerful of all dragons. From the outside, it appeared to everyone that Yang Kai was in mortal peril. Facing three pseudo-royal lords, Yang Kai stood no chance of surviving, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated and killed. Yang Lai had thrown all caution to the wind as he raged. Although Xiao Yu felt bitter, he didn't dare to let his opponent go. He could only grit his teeth and hold on as he joined forces with 8 territory lords to ward off Yang Lai's violent storm of attacks. Yang Shui bit her lips so hard that it started bleeding. Now, it was Emo Nai trying to make sure she couldn't leave, not the other way around. Since Yang Kai was about to be killed, Emo Nai certainly wouldn't let Yang Shui stop that from happening. Everyone assumed that Yang Kai was doomed and he might lose his life at any moment. Nevertheless, the 3 pseudo-royal lords fighting him felt that something was off. Although they had indeed managed to gain the upper hand, the feedback from the battle they received was strange somehow. It was as if something was greatly amiss. Supposedly, since Yang Kai was only a peak 8th Order master, he could only rely on space secret techniques to escape in this situation. Regardless of how powerful he was, there had to be a limit. Now that he was unable to flee, he should have lost his biggest advantage. With 3 pseudo-royal lords joining forces, they should be able to kill him with ease. However, despite how battered Yang Kai appeared and how frequently he spat blood, they were unable to kill him. In fact, he still seemed full of life. What's more, when their attacks landed on him, they couldn't cause any serious impact. It was as though a mysterious force was undermining their powers, making it impossible for them to deal a fatal blow. Yang Kai even counterattacked from time to time, and the power he exhibited didn't seem to belong to an 8th Order master. Feeling uneasy, the 3 pseudo-royal lords intensified their attacks. Faced with this kind of barrage, Yang Kai could only clench his teeth and persist. He was at the most critical moment of uniting his 3 selves. He had been waiting for this moment for thousands of years, so he wasn't willing to just give up because once he failed, he probably wouldn't get a second chance. The final war between the Black Ink clan and the human race had begun, so he didn't have time to nurture another human self and monster self. Therefore, he was determined to succeed. Although he was now a divine dragon, Yang Kai couldn't hold on for long while dealing with 3 pseudo-royal lords. He had to make it to the 9th Order before he lost all strength, otherwise, he could only give up. When Feng Tianci and Thunder Shadow merged with his source, he managed to become a divine dragon, but on top of that, he could feel that there was something else added to his small universe. It was something Yang Kai couldn't describe or identify. He tried to calm himself down and investigate, but it was to no avail. Nonetheless, he could feel that this indescribable thing had filled his entire small universe. The golden dragon phantom roared. As dragon pressure spread across the world, the robust boundary walls around his small universe started wavering. Yang Kai was elated, thinking that the 3 selves source reconstitution art was working. When he reached the limit of his cultivation, Yang Kai could feel the boundary wall's presence in his small universe. It could be said that every peak 8th Order master unable to ascend to the 9th Order could feel this boundary wall in their small universe. That was the shortcoming of the open heaven realm method. The shackles within a cultivator couldn't be broken by using ordinary means. It had been quite some time since Yang Kai reached the peak of the 8th Order. However, regardless of how hard he tried, he was unable to expand or break the boundary wall at all. Although the boundary wall was invisible, it was extremely robust, as it engulfed his entire small universe. Nevertheless, at this moment, the boundary wall was shaken. This was undoubtedly a good start. As long as the boundary wall was broken, his small universe would continue to expand, which would then allow him to make it to the 9th Order. The phantom dragon continued to roar and smash into the boundary wall. Every time it did that, the boundary wall would shake, and as time passed, the intensity of the boundary wall's trembling increased. As such, Yang Kai spent even more energy to circulate the 3 selves source reconstitution art. Gradually, small cracks formed on the boundary wall. As long as he spent enough time and effort, he would be able to shatter the boundary wall. To his chagrin though, after he made some calculations, Yang Kai helplessly realized that he didn't have enough time. Presently, he didn't only have to attempt breaking through to the 9th Order but also deal with 3 pseudo-royal lords. They were pseudo-royal lords, not territory lords, so while they weren't on par with true royal lords, it did not mean they were weak. Despite being a divine dragon, Yang Kai was unable to hold on for long while remaining passive against such foes. At this rate, he was worried that he would be killed before he managed to break the barrier around his small universe. As such, he had to hurry up. However, he was circulating the Three Selves Source Reconstitution art at its supposed maximum, so there was nothing else he could do to enhance the process. Should I just give up? If he gave up at this point, he certainly could contend with the three pseudo-royal lords since he was a divine dragon. Nonetheless, his dream of becoming a Ninth Order master would be crushed, and the integration of his human self and monster self would be rendered meaningless. If he refused to give up, his injuries would only worsen until he was no longer able to hang on. Even if he gave up at that point, he would be too battered to fight three pseudo-royal lords. At that moment, Yang Kai fell into a dilemma. It was because of all these risks that he had wanted to look for the right time and place to unite his three selves. However, things had come to a point where he had no choice but to take a chance. To his dismay, things went contrary to his wishes. The sudden appearance of the universe furnace, the start of the war in this place, and the disadvantage that the human race was facing made Yang Kai fall into such an awkward situation. He secretly let out a sigh. If he couldn't achieve his goal, he would have no choice but to give up. Even though he couldn't make it to the Ninth Order, he had become a divine dragon at the very least, so he was glad that he had achieved something. After making up his mind, Yang Kai scanned the entire small universe and felt sorrowful as he figured he would never make it to the Ninth Order in his lifetime. Martial Peak, Chapter 5789, Will of the People. Just as Yang Kai was sweeping his gaze over his small universe, an anomaly in a particular place caught his attention. The source of the anomaly was the Fong family village. At that moment, in the small Fong family village, everyone was saluting and calling out to Ancestor Tian Ci in a sincere manner with the patriarch in the lead. Before Fong Tian Ci merged with Yang Kai's source, he had left behind his sword to the Fong family. He wanted to do something for his family, and Yang Kai had seen it. Although the Fong family members didn't know what their ancestor was going through or doing, it wouldn't affect their admiration for him. That was because it was thanks to this ancestor that the Fong family had been thriving. The ancestor brought about the Fong family's rise to power. If not for the fact that the ancestor had become a successful cultivator and joined the Void Dao Temple, the Fong family wouldn't have flourished to such an extent. Over the years, countless families appeared and then disappeared in the Void world, unable to pass down their inheritance as they didn't have sufficient heritage. The Fong family members were sincerely paying respects to their ancestor because they were grateful for his contributions to the family. They were doing so for their descendants. There seemed to be a mysterious power that gathered in the Fong family village before it integrated with the Golden Dragon Phantom. Yang Kai fell into his thoughts when he witnessed this. Moments ago, his entire focus was on circulating the Three Selves Source Reconstitution art to break his shackles, so he didn't notice this small anomaly in the Fong family village. Moreover, the mysterious power was so weak that it was almost imperceptible, so it failed to catch his eye. As he looked intently though, Yang Kai realized that he wasn't mistaken. A mysterious power was indeed emerging from the Fong family village. The power was like a long thread that connected the Fong family village and the Golden Dragon Phantom in the sky above. At that moment, many ideas flashed across Yang Kai's mind, and he soon realized something critical. I see. This is the true nature of the Three Selves Source Reconstitution art. He had learned the Three Selves Source Reconstitution art from Wu Kuang and spent thousands of years nurturing a human self and monster self. However, he didn't know how he could make use of the Three Selves Source Reconstitution art to shatter his shackles so that he could ascend from the Eighth Order to the Ninth Order. Initially, Yang Kai speculated that he just had to combine the powers of the human self and monster self to forcefully shatter his shackles and achieve a breakthrough. However, after activating the Three Selves Source Reconstitution art, he realized that things were different from what he had imagined. The integration of three peak Eighth Order Masters' powers was not enough to allow him to blow away the innate shackles and break the boundary wall around his small universe. Nevertheless, After the two selves merged with the source, he managed to become a divine dragon. The secret of the three selves source reconstitution art wasn't just about uniting his three selves, it was about cultivating this mysterious power. The power of destiny. Destiny was a combination of fate, luck, the will of the people, and the source of the heavens and earth. In the expansive universe, since the birth of the primordial light, there had been three major eras. The divine spirits, who were transformed from the primordial light, ruled over all under the heavens during the primordial era. Then the great monsters rose to power, leading to the early ancient era. When the open heaven realm method was popularized, it ushered in the late ancient era, where the human race dominated the universe. In every era, the race that ruled over everyone else was the favorite of the time, and fortune was on their side. The divine spirits, monster race, and the human race. Each represented three different eras. On the other hand, the three selves source reconstitution art combined the powers of three selves to transcend the barriers between the eras. By integrating the power of destiny of the three eras, one could shatter the open heaven realm method's shackles and achieve a breakthrough. That was the secret of the three selves source reconstitution art. Integrating the power of destiny from different eras was the key. Upon that realization, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that Shi was indeed a genius. The three selves source reconstitution art wasn't just a secret art, it was a method of condensing the essence of all past eras into one. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai realized it wasn't so surprising. If Shi were not brilliant enough, he wouldn't have been able to devise a heaven-defying secret art such as the heaven-devouring battle law. Since Yang Kai had figured out the secret of the three selves source reconstitution art, he realized that there was still hope for him. He didn't have to give up just yet. Although time was running out, he decided to give it a try. If he succeeded, he would ascend to the 9th order in addition to becoming a divine dragon. If he failed, he would be stuck at the peak of the 8th order forever. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai spent most of his energy observing his small universe, and soon he saw even more power of destiny streaming towards the golden dragon from different parts of his small universe. The power of destiny was invisible and intangible, so one could hardly notice it in their day-to-day life. Nevertheless, since this was inside Yang Kai's small universe, he was able to see more than normal and could spot traces of this mysterious force. Inside Yang Kai's small universe, apart from those from the Fong family village paying respects to their ancestor, many people from other places were also praying for safety. The Fong family members were mainly saluting their ancestor, who had merged with the golden dragon source. As such, their power of destiny naturally integrated with the source as well. Other people from different places were offering their prayers to this world, so their power of destiny streamed towards the golden dragon as well. However, that wasn't enough. The next moment, the people in the void world, regardless of their cultivation, gender, or age, saw something so shocking that they would never forget it. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky, one that was both enormous and authoritative. Soon, a sense of unease washed over the entire world. Most of them had no idea what was going on. Their initially peaceful lives had descended into chaos as a golden dragon and a gigantic figure appeared. The faint-hearted thought that the end had arrived, so they started bawling their eyes out in panic. On the other hand, the disciples from the Void Dao Temple or those who had cultivated in that place before recognized the figure and exclaimed loudly. That was because the person was none other than the Dao Lord. The disciples of the Void Dao Temple were aware of secrets that ordinary people didn't know. They knew that the entire void world was the Dao Lord's small universe. When one had reached an adequate cultivation realm, they would be brought out of this place by the Dao Lord and allowed to break through. The Dao Lord had rarely shown up since time immemorial, so it surprised them when he appeared all of a sudden. At that moment, the disciples of the Void Dao Temple were excited as they fell to their knees and called out to the Dao Lord. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai swept a glance over the entire small universe. He initially wanted to put on an imposing act, but when he noticed the unease in the small universe, he decided to just cut to the chase. My name is Yang Kai, the Lord of this world. Everyone fell silent as billions of people stared up at the figure in a dazed state. Some of them were in disbelief while some of them were excited. This world is in turmoil now because I am facing powerful enemies. So first, I must ask all of you to remain calm. Upon hearing that, the people of Void World were astonished, especially those from the Void Tao Temple. The disciples there knew that the Tao Lord had been contending with some powerful enemies over the years. Their senior brothers and senior sisters had left this world to help the Tao Lord in his fight. However, they assumed that the Tao Lord was mighty and that there was nothing he couldn't achieve. As such, they wondered how powerful his opponents had to be to cause the world they lived in to fall into upheaval. They had rarely experienced such turmoil before. Needless to say, the opponents that the Tao Lord was dealing with must be formidable. Alone, I am no match for these enemies, so I need all of you to lend me your aid. In the Void Tao Temple, an old cultivator shouted, "Please tell us what we can do to help you, Tao Lord." Since the Tao Lord was in danger, they wouldn't hesitate to offer their assistance. The entire Void World was his small universe, after all. If the Tao Lord was defeated, the entire world would fall apart as well. Their fates were intertwined with the Tao Lord's. Therefore, the moment the old man heard that the Tao Lord needed help, he had the urge to leave this world at once and fight alongside him. The other cultivators shouted, "Please tell us what we can do, Tao Lord." They knew that they were too weak to help the Tao Lord in his fight. However, he must have his reasons for saying that he needed their aid. Regardless of what they were required to do, they just had to put in the effort. Just then, a hot-headed man yelled, "Who are those people who have the guts to fight you, Tao Lord? Although I am weak, I am willing to do anything to help. Even if I may die, I will make sure to take a piece of the enemy's flesh before I fall." Yang Kai flashed a smile at that disciple and continued, "There's no need for that. The enemy is too powerful, so even if all of you combine your might, you will not be able to oppose them. As for how you can help, I need you to cheer for me. Chant things like, 'Tao Lord is unrivaled, Tao Lord is mighty, Tao Lord will never be defeated,' and so on." All the disciples in the Void Tao Temple and the people in the Void World were dumbfounded. Could they really help the Tao Lord just by cheering for him? Was he pulling their leg? He certainly sounded uncertain just now, so they didn't understand how this could help him contend with the enemies. Fixing his expression, Yang Kai shouted solemnly, "Time is running out. Whether I win this battle depends on all of you now." The moment he finished speaking, the figure dissipated. In the Tao Temple, the disciples exchanged shocked glances for a moment before all of a sudden, the same hot-headed disciple lifted his arms and shouted, "Tao Lord is unrivaled." He was so agitated that the veins on his neck throbbed. His unwavering attitude showed that he truly believed that the Tao Lord was unrivaled under the heavens. Then he raised his arms and shouted again. Soon, the other disciples joined in. Several moments later, all the disciples of the Tao Temple were cheering for the Tao Lord. They even circulated their powers to spread their voices far and wide. Their fervor spread like wildfire. In the Void World, the people from all the cities, villages, and sects cheered for the Tao Lord, their voices reverberating out across the sky. Soon, all the people in the entire world were cheering for the Tao Lord at the same time. Words like, "Tao Lord is invincible," "Tao Lord is almighty," and "Tao Lord is the most powerful" could be heard everywhere. All were united to boost the Tao Lord's morale. Just like the divine spirits in the primordial era and monster race in the early ancient era, the humans were the favorite of this era and the rulers of the universe. As such, the humans' power of destiny was the strongest. Presently, there were billions in Yang Kai's small universe, so when so many were united to cheer for the Tao Lord, a torrent of power of destiny flooded into the Golden Dragon Phantom. Martial Peak, Chapter 5790, finally reaching the Ninth Order. Everywhere in the Void World, regardless of how flourishing or rural it was, the humans of different ages, genders, and cultivation cheered for the Tao Lord at the top of their lungs with utmost sincerity. Streams of power of destiny with various degrees of strength flowed towards the phantom golden dragon from these billions of people. As Yang Kai looked internally, he could see countless threads of destiny connecting the golden dragon and the citizens of his small universe, forming a gigantic and dense web. The power of destiny from a small number of people was weak, but when billions of people cheered for him, their power of destiny could move the world. As a result, the dragon pressure intensified. The dragon phantom roared and swam through the air. Like snowflakes under the scorching sun, the boundary wall that engulfed Yang Kai's small universe started melting away. The three-self source reconstitution art was fully activated. The power of destiny from three different eras integrated with each other, with the humans' era being the most prominent. The shackles were shattered, and the small universe expanded. At the same time, Yang Kai's aura rose rapidly. The three pseudo-royal lords, who were contending with him, realized that something was off. Since they had joined forces, Yang Kai, a peak 8th Order Master, was supposedly not a match for them. Considering the fact that he was unable to flee, it should have been a simple matter to kill him. However, the fact that he had persevered until now puzzled the three pseudo-royal lords. What was more, his aura was now rising sharply, as though he was about to achieve a breakthrough, an inconceivable occurrence. No one knew what Yang Kai had done that allowed him to be so resilient and unwavering. They speculated that it might have something to do with the fact that he had opened up his small universe and put an 8th Order Master and a monster race Great Emperor, but they had no idea how that was possible. His already magnificent aura was still strengthening. A pseudo-royal lord exclaimed, "Kill him now." Something was definitely amiss. If they allowed Yang Kai's aura to continue to strengthen, he would probably break through and reach the 9th Order, which would be a disaster. As far as the Black Ink clansmen knew, Yang Kai could never ascend to the 9th Order in his lifetime, but he now showed signs of doing just that. The other two pseudo-royal lords needed no reminder as they used their most powerful moves. They madly channeled their strength in an attempt to end Yang Kai's life in that instant. Nevertheless, regardless of how hard they tried and how battered Yang Kai appeared, they were unable to end him. A divine dragon was already stronger than an average 9th Order Master or Royal Lord, so while Yang Kai focused on his small universe and only spent a bit of his energy fending off the enemies, it still wasn't easy to kill him. On the other side, Emonayi was growing apprehensive as well. He knew that something must have gone terribly wrong. It seemed that Yang Kai was indeed about to make it to the 9th Order, so he was anxious to race over and kill him once and for all. However, before getting rid of Yang Shui, he could never have a hand in the fight over there. Just as the Black Ink clan was growing anxious, Yang Kai's aura seemed to have broken through a limit and exploded. The imposing aura coming from him suggested that he was no longer an 8th Order Master. In fact, it seemed that he was now even more powerful than an ordinary 9th Order Master. At that moment, Yang Kai, who was seemingly no match for the three pseudo-royal lords, suddenly opened his eyes, which shone as brightly as a pair of great suns. Although his entire figure was covered in blood, he was full of vigor and vitality. He swept a glance over the three pseudo-royal lords and growled, "Had fun beating me up? It's my turn now." The moment he finished speaking, he clenched the Azure Dragon Spear and surged his Dao strengths. A splashing sound was heard all of a sudden, and the space-time river, which disappeared previously when his Dao strengths fell into turmoil, reappeared and swirled around the spear like a water dragon. He then thrust his spear out and stabbed it into the pseudo-royal lord nearest to him. The pseudo-royal lord was dumbstruck and hurriedly tried to retreat. However, the instant he made a move, the spear broke past the barriers of time and space and penetrated his figure. He fell into a dazed state as he felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked down, realizing he had been hit. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked up with difficulty and stared at Yang Kai. How? He was a pseudo-royal lord, after all. Although he had just become one before entering the universe furnace, he was still a pseudo-royal lord. He had the power of a royal lord, and though he couldn't use all of it, he shouldn't be that different from a 9th Order Master. Any other 9th Order Master wouldn't have been able to kill him with such ease. They would have exchanged over 100 moves at the very least. However, he was gravely injured by Yang Kai with just one attack. The attack didn't look like anything special, but he had somehow fallen into a dazed state and failed to dodge it. Before his death, the pseudo-royal lord suddenly realized something. He couldn't help recalling the moment Yang Kai extended his spear earlier. Despite how ordinary the attack looked, the spear seemingly thrust out from a vague point in the past before piercing into him at a particular moment in the future. As such, he stood no chance of dodging it. The Tao of space-time. He finally figured out what happened. Too weak. Yang Kai snorted. Despite how battered he appeared, he still appeared extremely aggressive. As he wielded his spear, the pseudo-royal lord exploded into a blood mist, after which his ample black ink strength dissipated. Everyone suddenly fell silent in shock. Yang Kai managed to kill a pseudo-royal lord with only one attack, so how were the others in the Black Ink clan supposed to be a match for him? Although it had clearly something to do with the fact that the pseudo-royal lord was caught off guard, that did not diminish how powerful Yang Kai was. This kind of strength was beyond their comprehension. Mo Na Yi, who was contending with Yang Shui, turned pale and felt a crawling sensation on his scalp. There was no doubt that Yang Kai was now a Ninth Order master. He broke through to the Ninth Order. How did this happen? How is it possible for him to even have the chance to make it to the Ninth Order? Mo Na Yi heard that Yang Kai had snatched a supreme-grade open heaven pill, so he was worried that the latter would refine it and reach the Ninth Order. As such, even though the Black Ink clan had gained the upper hand, and he had also prepared a trump card, he still waited patiently for that opportunity to take Yang Kai down. There was no denying that Xiang Shan was a formidable opponent, but in comparison, Yang Kai posed a bigger threat. Therefore, Mo Na Yi had to wait for Yang Kai to show up before taking action. Yang Kai indeed appeared at a later time, and he was still an Eighth Order master, which made Mo Na Yi breathe a sigh of relief. At the most critical moment, Yang Kai threw away the supreme-grade open heaven pill to divert the Chaos Spirit King's attention, but without that pill, how did he manage to reach the Ninth Order? Did it have something to do with him taking an Eighth Order master and monster race Great Emperor into his small universe? Mo Na Yi was unable to figure out the answer. All the same, it was an irrefutable fact that Yang Kai was now a Ninth Order master. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed a pseudo-royal lord with one thrust of his spear. When Yang Kai was still an Eighth Order master, he was already able to easily kill innate territory lords by using his sole secret technique, though he would also hurt himself during the process. Mo Na Yi was worried that things would only get worse if Yang Kai managed to make it to the Ninth Order, and now it seemed that his greatest fear had become reality. At that moment, he intended to flee, but how was he supposed to do that when he was engaged in a fight with Yang Shui? I told you we were going to win. Yang Xiao, who was part of the humans' defense line, guffawed while Blood Crow, who was fighting alongside him, was speechless. Earlier, Yang Kai opened up his small universe and put Fong Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow. Yang Xiao had already made such a bold claim. At that time, Blood Crow dismissed it. The humans were in a perilous situation as the two Ninth Order masters were tangled up in fights, and the defense line was on the brink of coming apart. The humans were bound to collapse at any moment. No one could have expected that barely an hour later, things would take such a drastic turn. Since Yang Kai was now a Ninth Order master, the Black Ink clan had lost their advantage. Presently, the humans had gained the upper hand instead. Just like Mo Na Yi, Blood Crow was puzzled as to how Yang Kai ascended to the Ninth Order. Even if he had refined a supreme-grade open heaven pill, he couldn't have achieved an ascension so quickly. Moreover, he had already lost that spirit pill. However, it was just like what Yang Xiao had said. His adoptive father could always create miracles in the most despairing situations and turn the tides of fortune around. Perhaps that was why the people who had fought alongside him before had blind trust and admiration for him. In fact, Blood Crow was one of those people. Back then he was a terrible fellow, he still couldn't be considered a good one now. Nevertheless, after going through bloody battles and witnessing how much the humans were willing to sacrifice for the greater good, Blood Crow, who was also a human, sincerely hoped that the Black Ink clan would be destroyed once and for all one day. Good. Kill them all. Yang Lai became energetic in an instant. When he saw that Yang Kai was in danger earlier, he was anxious, but now he could be at ease. Nonetheless, he was doubtful as well. He knew that Yang Kai had made use of the Three Selves Source reconstitution art to ascend to the Ninth Order, but the latter seemed to have a greater heritage than him. As a new Ninth Order master, Yang Kai's attack earlier was surprisingly powerful. After giving it some thought, Yang Lai realized it wasn't so shocking. Yang Kai had said that after he used the Three Selves Source reconstitution art, his three selves would unite. In that case, Feng Tianxi's small universe would merge with Yang Kai's. In other words, Yang Kai's small universe didn't only have his own heritage but also Feng Tianxi's heritage, which helped save him a lot of cultivation time. Therefore, it was only natural that he was more powerful than the average newly ascended Ninth Order master. After Yang Kai killed a pseudo-royal lord with just one attack, everyone was shocked. When the other two pseudo-royal lords saw how ferocious Yang Kai was, they naturally wouldn't dare to fight him head-on. They quickly retreated together as they stared warily at Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai only shot them a glance but didn't pursue them. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that since he was a new Ninth Order master, his small universe was still a bit unstable. He had fully surged his power to kill the pseudo-royal lord a moment ago to intimidate the others so that they would back off. At this moment, the boundary wall in his small universe had been shattered and it was still expanding rapidly. Besides that, Feng Tianxi's small universe was also assimilating into his, which brought with it a lot of pure world force. Since Feng Tianxi was his human self, his power could perfectly blend into Yang Kai's small universe without any contamination concerns. Even Thunder Shadow's monster core, which he had nurtured all his life, was melting and turning into a very pure power, which was then assimilated into Yang Kai's small universe and helped strengthen his heritage. Martial Peak, Chapter 5791, Plotting. Yang Kai's many years of cultivation were a path with bumps and thorns. Moments ago, his martial Tao had come to a standstill, but now that he had finally reached the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, he couldn't help but sigh with a multitude of emotions. With the expansion of his small universe, his heritage strength, which was already powerful, grew at a steady pace. Nevertheless, there was still a limit to this kind of growth, and soon after, his small universe calmed down and stabilized at a new peak. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's momentary distraction, the two pseudo-royal lords had already fled back to the Black Ink clan. The sudden death of their companion had left them terrified, so how could they have the courage to remain behind to face Yang Kai? At this moment, it was only natural for them to run to a place with more allies to seek a sense of security. The Black Ink clan's side had some 10 pseudo-royal lords and a large number of territory lords, so even if Yang Kai had reached the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm and decided to pursue them, they might still be able to put up a fight. In any case, Yang Kai did not seem to have any intention of killing his way over. Instead, he simply stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The next moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Lin Wu, who had ambushed him and caused the 8 trigrams formation to break apart previously. He had been staying nearby, probably looking for an opportunity to sneak attack Yang Kai again, but everything happened too fast. Yang Kai somehow advanced the Ninth Order and killed a pseudo-royal lord with a single thrust of his spear, so Lin Wu basically had no suitable opportunity to make his move. Furthermore, he was only a newly promoted 8th Order master, so even if he really attacked, he might not be able to play any role in such a battle. Lin Wu instinctively tried to resist after being captured by Yang Kai, but bound by space principles, he was unable to move a finger. The next moment, a dazzling pure white light enveloped Lin Wu. He instantly started screaming miserably as Black Ink strength was purged from his body completely. After finishing this, Yang Kai let go of him. Guilt instantly blanketed Lin Wu as he stuttered, "As senior brother Yang." Yang Kai interrupted him, "You don't need to explain, killing the enemy is what you should do now." Lin Wu grit his teeth before nodding, "Yes." He then looked around for a moment before turning around and flying off towards Tian Xiuzhu and the others. At this time, the huge battlefield was divided into 4 battlefronts. The first battlefront was naturally Yang Shui versus Mo Na Yi. The second battlefront was fought between the Black Ink clan masters and the besieged the human race masters. The third battlefront was fought between O Yang Lai and Xiao Yu and his 8 territory lord allies. And the last battlefront involved Tian Xiu Zhu leading the 5 Elements formation confronting the pseudo-royal lord, Meng Quebec. Previously, Tian Xiu Zhu, who was leading his battle formation, sent Lin Wu and Zhang Tian He to assist Yang Kai in maintaining the 8 trigrams formation, but because of this, they were stranded outside the main battlefield and unable to return to their own side. Ultimately, they had no choice but to enter a battle with Meng Quebec. Lin Wu checked the 4 battlefronts. Obviously, he could not intervene in the battle between a 9th Order Master and a Royal Lord, nor could he break through the defensive line of the Black Ink clan who were besieging the humans. The only fight he could join was the one Tian Xiu Zhu was leading. Perhaps after joining Tian Xiu Zhu and the others, they could form a 6 paths formation and repel the enemy. Originally, there was another battlefield where Yang Kai was fighting against 3 pseudo-royal lords alone. However, after the death of one of the 3 pseudo-royal lords, the rest had fled, leaving Yang Kai completely free. After Lin Wu left, Yang Kai flew in another direction with his space-time river flowing over his spear. Suddenly, Moya's thoughts fell into complete disarray, and why not? After all, Yang Kai was coming straight for him. At first, he was able to fight evenly with Yang Shui. Although he was at a slight disadvantage because of his injuries, it did not bring him that much harm. In this battle, they were basically mutually restraining each other, so he could neither kill Yang Shui, nor could she kill him. But if Yang Kai joined in, he would definitely not be able to survive in the face of Yang Kai's treacherous methods. In the blink of an eye, Mo Na Yi shouted, "Kill all the humans at all costs, or it will be too late." After he gave the order, the Black Ink clan's offense immediately became fiercer. Originally, the humans on the other side of the battlefield were no match for the Black Ink clan, be it in quality or quantity, so things were not looking good for them. The main reason they were able to hold on until now was because of the protection of many warships and superior battle formations. But at this point in the battle, most warships had been destroyed, so now, the humans were only holding their ground thanks to the joint efforts of the 8th Order Masters and the Black Ink clan's fear of death, but they could not last long. Once the defensive line was broken, the Black Ink clan, under the leadership of the many pseudo-royal lords, would definitely massacre the human masters, causing tremendous casualties. Previously, the Black Ink clan had been acting cautiously against the humans, but after Mo Na Yi had given the order, they no longer had any scruples and were willing to pay any price to kill the enemy. Yang Kai, who was heading straight towards Mo Na Yi, momentarily stopped before continuing with his original intention. At the same time, he thrust his spear out at Mo Na Yi before he even arrived while shouting in a cold voice, "Clever!" Mo Na Yi, who was still entangled with Yang Shui, had a drastic change in his expression. Clearly, Yang Kai had thrust his spear from quite a distance, but he had a feeling that he would not be able to block it even from afar. The oncoming spear gave the feeling as if it was thrust from right in front of him. Mo Na Yi's figure shook as his Black Ink strength gushed out. While he was pulling back, he saw the tip of the spear rapidly expanding in his eyes, quickly filling his vision. Unable to defend and unable to dodge, Mo Na Yi let out an indignant roar before gathering all his energy in his palm and smacking it towards the oncoming spear with all his might. As the spear and palm met, a powerful shockwave spread across the void. In the wake of the clash, as Mo Na Yi was sent flying, 3 sword lights shot towards him at an incredible speed. These attacks were launched by none other than Yang Shui. Mo Na Yi had clearly noticed these 3 sword strikes coming at him, and had Yang Shui been acting alone, he would have had no problem dealing with them, but Yang Kai was also attacking him at the same time, so how could he have any extra strength to spare? These 3 sword strikes seemed to contain the mysteries of the Grand Tao of Time, as Mo Na Yi clearly saw Yang Shui swing her sword, but was already struck by the attack before she completed the motion. Immediately after, pitch-black blood sprayed out of 3 gaping wounds on his body. Mo Na Yi somehow withstood this fearsome attack and barely managed to stabilize himself, but the clash had left him in a sorry state. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was still slowly making his way towards Mo Na Yi from far away. He was walking at such leisure that it looked like he was taking a stroll in his own courtyard. The long spear in his hand was also slightly flickering, leaving spear shadows behind. Yang Kai then calmly stated, "Shuer, go help the others, I'll deal with this guy." Holding her sword, Yang Shui looked at Mo Na Yi with some unwillingness before finally nodding. "Big brother, be careful." Saying so, she transformed into a streak of light as she flew towards the main battlefield. Although she wanted to stay behind and kill Mo Na Yi together with her big brother, the human defensive line was on the verge of collapse. She was the only one who could help stabilize their position now. This was also the reason why Mo Na Yi had ordered the Black Ink clan troops to slaughter the humans at all costs. He knew that he was definitely not an opponent of two Ninth Order masters, especially when one of them was Yang Kai. If he didn't find a way to restrain one of them, he would certainly die. The best option he could use was the humans' defensive line. Although he had successfully removed Yang Shui, Mo Na Yi still did not have much confidence. His sharp intuition told him that today would definitely be disastrous. Since he was targeted by Yang Kai, he would definitely die. For many years, he had been a pseudo-royal lord while Yang Kai was only an Eighth Order master. Although he was clearly stronger, Mo Na Yi never acted to confront Yang Kai because he knew that without a thorough plan, he would never be able to kill someone so good at escaping. Once he provoked Yang Kai, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble, so he had been tolerating Yang Kai's rudeness so far. It was only after he had become a royal lord in the Universe Furnace world that he finally gained the confidence to scheme for Yang Kai's life. Everything was going according to plan, but then Yang Kai's sudden breakthrough to the Ninth Order messed everything up. Even now, he still could not understand how Yang Kai managed to break through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm right under their noses. Mo Na Yi was certain that the information he had obtained from the Black Ink disciples was not wrong. Yang Kai should have had no chance of reaching the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm in his life. The peak of the Eighth Order had to be his limit. Furthermore, Yang Kai had yet to refine a supreme-grade Open Heaven pill, so how could he have advanced? Mo Na Yi could not understand it at all, but in any case, Yang Kai was already in the Ninth Order. Now, a life-and-death battle was definitely going to be fought between them. In the void, Yang Kai was still walking towards Mo Na Yi at a leisurely pace, but every time he took a step, Mo Na Yi's heart would jump to his throat. Distance was basically meaningless to a master proficient in the Tao of space, so Mo Na Yi had to be on guard against Yang Kai as the latter could attack at a moment's notice. Mo Na Yi, you seem a bit nervous. Yang Kai suddenly chuckled. Mo Na Yi's heart tightened as he replied in a shaky voice, "No one can remain calm and indifferent when facing someone like Brother Yang." Yang Kai gently nodded. "You used to call me Yang Kai, but now that I've advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, you're addressing me as Brother Yang. But even if you speak with me in such a friendly manner, I won't let you off. Among everyone in the Black Ink clan, I am most wary of you. You seem to be a bit different from the others of your kind." Mo Na Yi's brow slightly rose. "I am honored to receive such praise from you, Brother Yang. In fact, the Black Ink clan has many talented members. It's just that Brother Yang's vision is too high, so you seem to not have noticed them." "Perhaps," Yang Kai noncommittally replied. "As an old rival of many years, I'll give you a chance to leave behind your last words. If you have anything you want to say it quickly." Mo Na Yi couldn't help but break into laughter. "Does Brother Yang really want to fight me to the death? Why don't you and I withdraw and meet again on the battlefield some other day? In fact, if we continue fighting like this, it won't end well for either of us. Although your sister has already gone to support them, how many people can she protect by herself? My Black Ink clan has many pseudo-royal lords here." "You make a good point." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Mo Na Yi's expression suddenly changed as he threw a powerful punch forward, releasing a blast of black ink strength before him. Meanwhile, Yang Kai, who had been strolling in the distance, suddenly appeared right in front of him and thrust out his spear. The space-time river was continuously swirling around his spear as Dao's strengths converged and transformed, displaying endless mysteries. He was just talking about stopping the fight, but now he suddenly became violent. Of course, Yang Kai was going to go all out when confronting the enemy. "That's why I need to kill you as soon as possible." Yang Kai's next words were accompanied by a powerful attack. Mo Na Yi clenched his teeth and did not say a word. He had been on guard against Yang Kai all this time, as he knew that he could not move the latter with words alone. So, when Yang Kai suddenly attacked, he immediately reacted. Yang Kai's figure kept moving along with his spear as Dao's strengths fiercely fluctuated with every attack. On the other side, Black Ink's strength surged around Mo Na Yi. The two of them had completely given up on using any divine abilities or secret techniques. They were attacking only based on their subtle sense of danger and their grasp of the situation. For a time, the two were locked in a heated battle, shattering the void every time they clashed. Martial Peak, Chapter 5792, cut off the enemy's retreat and destroy them. Ever since the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds and started occupying various great territories, Ninth Order Masters and Royal Lords had not fought each other until today. The devastating battle in the Barren territory robbed both sides of almost all of their top masters. The Black Ink clan was left with only one Royal Lord, Mou, who was guarding the no-return pass, while the human race's situation was slightly better, having a total of 2 Ninth Order Masters, Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing. But, as they needed to contain the Black Ink giant spirit god, these 2 Ninth Order Masters were unable to participate in other matters. So, naturally, the top powerhouses of both sides never met, much less fought. The older generation's cultivators were slightly better off as they had witnessed battles of that level before, but how could the younger generation of humans have had the opportunity to witness such a sight? Throughout their growth, the Ninth Order Masters were akin to legendary figures. But today, on this battlefield, battles between Royal Lords and Ninth Order Masters occurred for the first time after the Barrier Territory War. First, a battle between Yang Lai and Xiao Yu broke out, then between Yang Shui and Mo Na Yi, and now, Yang Kai took Yang Shui's place and fought with Mo Na Yi. The fallout of their battle seemed to shake the entire world. Only now did the younger humans finally get to witness and experience the true might of a Ninth Order Master. Furthermore, the strength displayed by Yang Kai was obviously much more devastating than Yang Shui's. He completely suppressed Mo Na Yi the moment they clashed. His Azure Dragon spear moved back and forth with the space-time river swirling around it, making use of 10,000 different Dao strengths. All kinds of unfathomable methods appeared one after another, causing even a royal lord like Mo Na Yi to be unable to resist. The morale of the humans immediately soared. The moment of crisis for the human race had already passed, with a Ninth Order Master like Yang Shui personally coming to their aid. Although it was still difficult for them to turn the tide, the situation on the defensive line would not worsen at the very least. With Xiang Shan and many other veteran Eighth Order Masters taking command, it would not be easy for the Black Ink clan to break through their defensive line anymore. After seeing this, Yang Lai quickly calmed down and stabilized his state of mind. He was fighting Xiao Yu and 8 territory lords all this while. He had not suffered any major losses, but neither had he occupied any significant advantages. This was mainly because he was having a real hard time focusing on his battle with the dire state of the humans around him and all kinds of unforeseen events popping up. Now that he had calmed down, Yang Lai saw a way to defeat his enemy. He kept only as much focus on dealing with Xiao Yu as necessary, while he diverted most of his strength attacking the 8 territory lords who were arranged into 2 battle formations. So long as he could take out these territory lords, killing them one by one, Xiao Yu alone would not be his opponent. After all, Xiao Yu had suffered serious injuries at the hands of Yang Shui before, which made it difficult for him to display his full strength. The battle on various battlefronts instantly grew even more heated than ever. Suddenly, a laugh originated from somewhere in the void, carrying a hint of surprise and relief. It was Mo Na Yi. No one knew why he laughed, as he was clearly in a tight spot. He could lose his life at any moment under Yang Kai's relentless and powerful attacks, but he was still able to laugh. Across from him, Yang Kai, who was relentlessly attacking, coldly rebuked, "What's so funny? Be careful or you might lose your teeth." Mo Na Yi, while defending himself, slowly shook his head. "Brother Yang, you're very strong, but you're weaker than I expected." These words sounded somewhat contradictory, but they were indeed true. When Yang Kai had broken past the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm's shackles, advancing to the 9th Order, Mo Na Yi thought he was dead for sure. If he was facing any other 9th Order master, Mo Na Yi was confident that even if he could not defeat them, he could at least escape, but against someone like Yang Kai who was proficient in the Tao of Space, he thought that only death awaited him if he could not win outright in battle. So, when he saw Yang Kai advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm and kill a pseudo-royal lord with a single thrust of his spear, Mo Na Yi resigned himself to death already. But after a brief exchange with Yang Kai, he was surprised to discover that Yang Kai was not as powerful as he had imagined. It had to be known that when Yang Kai was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could kill territory lords and innate territory lords like he was slaughtering chickens and dogs. Up against him, the acquired territory lords and innate territory lords could not put up a fight, and were often slaughtered before they even saw his face. When he was in the 7th Order, Yang Kai was rumored to be capable of butchering feudal lords in just the same way. So, in Mo Na Yi's estimations, once Yang Kai advanced to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm, no royal lord would be able to survive against him. He had always regarded Yang Kai as the greatest threat to the Black Ink clan. If he had to choose between killing Xiang Shan or Yang Kai, he would pick Yang Kai without hesitation. He had devised many arrangements and had been waiting for Yang Kai to appear all this time just for that purpose. But all his schemes had come to naught as Yang Kai still broke through to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm. During this exchange, Yang Kai's momentum was still unstoppable and his attacks were devastating to the point that Mo Na Yi was unable to even lift his head, but this kind of Yang Kai was still within the realm of what seemed normal. He was not strong to the point of absurdity. It had to be known that Mo Na Yi's current state was quite bad. He was already injured even before arriving here, and then he still fought Yang Kai in an 8 trigrams battle formation for a long time, which added more wounds to his body. After that, he even fought with Yang Shui. The current Mo Na Yi was nowhere near his peak. Yet, Yang Kai was unable to quickly finish him off, which painted a clear picture. That was why Mo Na Yi laughed, not because he thought that he could escape from this crisis, but because even if Yang Kai had advanced to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm, there were still members in the Black Ink clan who could go against him. At the very least, a veteran royal lord like Mo Yu was definitely not inferior to the current Yang Kai. If the two fought right here and now, it would probably end in a draw. Of course, Mo Na Yi knew that Yang Kai was also not in peak condition, but so what? In the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm, Yang Kai's strength was not currently beyond his understanding, and that was more than enough. Yang Kai roughly knew what his opponent was laughing about, but he was also helpless in this matter. Since even Mo Na Yi had suffered heavy injuries and his strength had taken a hit, how could he remain unscathed? At this moment, Yang Kai had just advanced to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm and was not in great shape. Not to mention, he was injured in the previous battle and also suffered serious injuries when Lin Wu's sneak attack landed. Although he had recovered to about 80% of his peak thanks to the profound power of the space-time river, it was still not a complete recovery. Furthermore, his human self Fong Tian Ci and monster self Thunder Shadow's injuries were far more severe than his own. The fusion of his 3 selves in his small universe was imperfect. Although the union of 3 selves had allowed Yang Kai to break through his shackles, his gains had been very limited. Had his divine spirit self, human self, and monster self all been in top condition, Yang Kai would have definitely been stronger and could have easily killed Mo Na Yi. Be that as it may, his hands were tied at that moment. Luckily, Yang Kai was able to lure the Chaos Spirit King away thanks to the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill. He had executed the 3 selves source reconstitution art in haste and did not have much time to consider other things. He had no choice but to rely on this method to help the humans here escape their current crisis. In any case, Both Yang Kai and Mo Na Yi were not in their best condition. As such, the intensity of their battle had greatly reduced. A fierce struggle ensued. Yang Kai quickly glanced over at the humans' defensive line and found that even with Yang Shui's help, it was still difficult for them to gain the upper hand. He could do nothing about this, though, as the pseudo-royal lords and territory lords far outnumbered the Eighth Order masters. Furthermore, after receiving Mo Na Yi's order, the Black Ink clan were attacking without any care for their own casualties and were using all means possible to break through the defensive line. Territory lords and Eighth Order masters were dying frequently as Black Ink's strength exploded, world force dispersed, and small universes shattered. Everyone knew that in today's battle, the outcome of any battlefront would affect the overall situation. As long as one side won any battlefront, they would win the entire war. Yang Kai knew that he could not delay any longer. He was still confident that he could kill Mo Na Yi, and judging by the current situation, Mo Na Yi would definitely die under his spear within half an hour. But half an hour was too large a variable, as the humans' defensive line might be breached at any time. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai made his decision. As Yang Kai thrust the Azure Dragon Spear, the opposing Mo Na Yi promptly pulled back, wanting to avoid the blow. However, he didn't expect that this spear was just a feint. The space-time river that had been swirling around it suddenly flew out like a water dragon and expanded with a loud splash, transforming into an enormous river that gushed through the void. Mo Na Yi's expression immediately changed at the sight of the enormous river crashing towards him. He had suffered many losses because of the space-time river previously. At that time, Yang Kai, who was leading an 8 trigrams battle formation, had used the space-time river as a whip. When Mo Na Yi was struck by the space-time river, the various Tao strengths had thrown his mind into a disarray, rendering him stunned. So, when he saw Yang Kai use the strange river once more, he naturally became vigilant, his figure flickering as he tried to escape in between the gaps. "Seal!" Yang Kai shouted as the overflowing river suddenly connected end to end, taking a circular shape. The next moment, the turbulent river water started spreading outward, filling the entire void. Mo Na Yi had never expected for the river to transform like this and was struck by a wave, which immediately destabilized him. By then, Yang Kai had already arrived, hurling his spear at him and shouting, "Die!" The spear attack felt as if it was piercing through space and time. It was emanating fearsome murderous intent and was extremely powerful. Mo Na Yi definitely could not take it in his current condition. If he really got impaled by this spear, he would be dead or not that far from it. In a hurry, his figure suddenly sank, plunging into the enormous river. Yang Kai's spear missed Mo Na Yi and pierced the empty void, but he did not stop even for a moment and also plunged into the river in a flash. From the start, Yang Kai wanted to force Mo Na Yi into the space-time river. He had used this method to kill some territory lords before, but this was the first time he had forced a royal lord into the space-time river. The space-time river was the manifestation of his Tao strengths and took his space and time Tao strengths as its foundation. 10,000 Tao strengths fused and clashed with each other in the space-time river. Although Yang Kai had an absolute geographical advantage when fighting in the space-time river, once the battle became too intense, it would definitely impact his own Tao strengths. This was no different than trapping a thief in one's own house and throwing him against the walls. Although it was possible to borrow the terrain to one's advantage, it could also possibly wreck their house. It was still alright if it was just a territory lord, as their strength was not enough to shake the foundation of the space-time river, but a true royal lord was another matter. As such, Yang Kai was putting himself at a huge risk, but this was the only way to kill Mo Na Yi in the shortest time possible. Yang Kai really could not worry too much about it if he wanted to win. Martial Peak, Chapter 5793, Even an old dog has a few teeth left. Yang Kai was dead set on killing Mo Na Yi, his murderous intent soaring to a whole new height. When the space-time river sealed off the void, it forced Mo Na Yi inside, whereupon Yang Kai rushed after him. In an instant, the space-time river that had formed a large sphere became extremely turbulent. Waves rose and fell, spewing Dao strength and black ink strength randomly. With the space-time river isolating everything, no one could see the battle, but they could clearly tell how dangerous it was from the upheaval in the space-time river. The Black Ink clansmen's hearts all jumped to their throats. If Emo Na Yi was defeated and died here, the Black Ink clan would not be able to survive much longer. After all, they would have to face the infamous Killing Star. With his means and brutality, he would not stop until he killed all of the Black Ink clansmen here. All of them were now thinking how they could get out of this situation. Perhaps the pseudo-royal lords could rush into the river to help Emo Na Yi, but at this moment, the pseudo-royal lords were unable to move about freely as they were tied up with their respective opponents. This was especially true for the pseudo-royal lords who were fighting against Yang Shui. Once they withdrew, she would definitely launch a fierce counterattack, which would result in far greater casualties. And once the Black Ink clan their advantage, they would no longer be able to turn the tide. More importantly, even if they really went to help, no one could say for sure how useful they would be. After all, Yang Kai's space-time river was too mysterious. Somewhere in the void, Tian Xiuzhu and several other Eighth Order masters formed a six-paths formation to pin down Meng Quebec. This was the steadiest battlefront of them all, as both sides were quite lacking in comparison to other fights both in number and strength. On top of that, the Eighth Order masters as well as Meng Ke were heavily injured. Although the Eighth Order masters were barely able to maintain their battle formation, it was still a little difficult for them to display its full power. It could not be helped as two of the Eighth Order masters in it had originally withdrawn from the 8 trigrams formation because they could not withstand the pressure due to their wounds. They had been fighting Emo Na Yi with Yang Kai and were completely exhausted already. The only reason they were still able to fight was because they refused to back down. It was a shocking display of pure grit and willpower. After this battle, these two Eighth Order Masters' foundations would definitely be severely damaged regardless of whether they won or lost. Thus, Tian Xiuzhu and the others only managed to gain a slight upper hand against a heavily injured pseudo-royal lord like Meng Ke, and were unable to kill him. Amidst the heated battle, Meng Ke angrily shouted, "Old dog, I've had it with you." He was furious. Usually, even if a group of old, weak, and injured people like them assumed a six-paths formation, they would not be able to do anything to him, but he too was not in a good condition, allowing him to be suppressed by the enemy. If this continued, he would quite likely die. Two pseudo-royal lords had already perished in this battle, both of them at Yang Kai's hands. One of them was killed by Yang Kai's sneak attack, while the other was killed after Yang Kai broke through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. Be that as it may, if a pseudo-royal lord like him was really to die at the hands of ordinary Eighth Order masters, it would be too embarrassing. He was the third pseudo-royal lord born in the Black Ink clan. If not for the unlucky timing, he would have become famous throughout the 3,000 worlds, standing on equal footing with Emo Na Yi. For someone like Meng Ke, even if he died, he wanted to die at the hands of famous figures like Yang Kai or Xiang Shan. He would never allow himself to die at the hands of these nameless ants. Meng Ke's attacks became fiercer, fueled by his anger. He knew that his end was nigh, as such, he did not care about his own safety. "Old dog." Right across from him, Tian Xiuzhu, who was covered in blood, had his expression become fierce as he roared, "Today, I'll let you know that this old dog still has a few teeth left." Facing Meng Ke's powerful counterattack, not only did he not retreat, he instead charged straight at him, leading the battle formation, seemingly intent on perishing together with his enemy. The other Eighth Order Masters, including Lin Wu who had joined last, followed after him without any hesitation. Under the violent collision, the already unstable six-paths formation nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Tian Xiuzhu quickly adjusted everyone's aura, ensuring its continuous operation. However, this clash further worsened everyone's injuries, with the two most severely injured Eighth Order Masters nearly fainting. It wasn't like Meng Ke didn't suffer from this desperate attack though, as his aura suddenly waned and Black Ink strength spurted uncontrollably from his wounds. Looking at the fearless Eighth Order human masters and the human he had called Old Dog, Meng-Ke could not help feeling some admiration. The human race is indeed incredible. Adjusting his chaotic aura and state of mind, he suddenly burst into laughter and pointed his halberd at Tian Xiuzhu. What a sharp-tongued old dog. Come, let's see who dies here today, you or I. I, Meng-Ke, am just unlucky. I am not inferior to you, Mo Nai. Even if I die, I will still shine brilliantly in the end. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura soared as he charged straight at the Six Paths formation. How could Tian Xiuzhu and the others back down when challenged so openly? They quickly adjusted the battle formation before rushing forward to meet Meng Quebec. Both sides clashed a few more times, without even the slightest sign of retreating. Meng-Ke was nearly demented in his onslaught as his body bordered on collapse. The Eighth Order Masters led by Tian Xiuzhu did not fare any better. Their battle formation was unstable, and all of them had suffered critical wounds. All were hovering between life and death. The next clash would decide the victor and loser, who would live and who would die. Tian Xiuzhu shouted loudly, "This Tian is lucky to have fought with you all today. If there is a next life, I hope that we will fight shoulder to shoulder once more to kill the enemy." Kill, kill, kill. Everyone's eyes turned red. Although their auras were unstable and figures unsteady, their murderous intent shot through the sky. After forcefully adjusting everyone's chaotic aura and stabilizing himself, Tian Xiuzhu let out a long sigh before shouting, "Kill!" The Six Paths formation left a streak of light as it charged straight towards Meng Quebec. A grim and dignified look appeared on Meng-Ke's face as he glanced towards the space-time river, coldly snorting in his heart. Whether you see it or not, I, Meng-Ke, will not disappoint the title of Black Ink Clan's pseudo-royal lord. Kill! As he shouted, Meng-Ke surged his black ink strength as he smashed into the Six Paths formation. In this stretch of the void, where violent shockwaves appeared everywhere, the collision between 6 Eighth Order Masters and one pseudo-royal lord was far from spectacular, but it was the last glimmering of both sides who were willing to lay down their lives for their convictions. When the two streaks of light, one bright and one dark, crashed into each other, the entire world seemed to have frozen for a moment before 7 figures were sent flying in different directions. Immediately after, small universes collapsed and world force dissipated as someone's vitality began to wane. Of the 6 Eighth Order Masters who formed the Six Paths formation, 3 of them died on the spot. Meng-Ke's vitality had also become dismal and his strength started to dissipate. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Furthermore, there were no allies around him on this battlefront who could save him. As he lay there dying, he could not help but glance over at the space-time river and mock himself silently. He was the 3rd pseudo-royal lord to be created, but he had never imagined that he would become the 3rd pseudo-royal lord to die today. It was truly ironic. When humans die in battle, their names are engraved on the Monument of Heroes for future generations to remember their sacrifices, but what about the Black Ink Clan? What do we gain from sacrificing our lives? The space-time river was still full of upheavals, naturally due to the clash between 2 top masters. Every time a wave rose, everyone could hear a faint dragon roar. Suddenly, a fearsome blast of energy blew up a part of the space-time river off, opening a hole in the already unstable flow. Immediately after, a figure in a wretched condition leapt out of that hole. Surprisingly, it was Mo Nai. At this moment, Mo Nai was in an extremely sorry state. There was a huge gaping hole that went from the front of his chest to the back. The black ink strength in his body was surging and fear was written on his face. Yang Kai had gone mad and resorted to every means possible to kill him as quickly as possible. Mo Nai was simply no match for Yang Kai in the space-time river. All Yang Kai needed to do was fight steadily while controlling his space-time river, and Mo Nai would certainly have perished. However, Yang Kai didn't choose this route. After gaining a bit of upper hand, he directly summoned his dragon bead. Yang Kai was no longer a 99,999-meter-long ancient dragon. After his 3 selves merged, and his source had fused with them, he immediately became a divine dragon. With the strengthening of his dragon vein, Yang Kai's dragon bead received a significant boost in power. Using their dragon bead to launch an attack was the final trump of a dragon clansman, one they would not resort to unless it was absolutely necessary. Yang Kai had once used this method in the past to great effect each time. He was currently many times stronger than before, so how could the heavily injured Mo Na Yi resist the dragon bead's attack? The hole in his chest was the result, and this injury was more than enough to push Mo Na Yi half into the grave. However, the dragon bead's fearsome attack also allowed Mo Na Yi to escape. The battle between the two top masters had already made the space-time river unstable, and the flow of Tao strengths inside chaotic. The dragon bead's attack had not only severely injured Mo Na Yi, but it also blew open a hole in the space-time river. Yang Kai had already expected this, but he had no choice but to do it. Only such an attack could quickly kill Mo Na Yi. When Mo Na Yi escaped, Yang Kai followed close behind, but the turbulence in the space-time river caused his Tao strengths to become unstable, making it difficult for him to gather his strength. As such, he had no choice but to stabilize his Tao strengths first. Right then, an indignant roar suddenly reverberated across the void. Mo Na Yi, this old master won't submit to you. I'll never bow to someone like you. It was Meng Ke, who was also just a moment away from dying. Why is it that you have always been in charge of the Black Ink clan? Why is it that the Sir Royal Lord never gave me a chance? Why must I hide in the no-return pass all this time just because you became the pseudo-royal lord before me? If I, Meng Ke, could wield greater authority, I would not have been any worse than you. With this roar, Meng Ke used all his remaining strength to rush towards Mo Na Yi. No one knew what he wanted to do, and even Mo Na Yi was stunned for a moment before a heavy sigh escaped his lips. Others might not have any idea what Meng Ke was about to do, but he did. Mo Na Yi never thought that in the critical moment between life and death, it would be Meng Ke, whom he had always looked down upon, who would come to his aid. Martial Peak, Chapter 5794, What's Going On? Meng Ke was on the verge of death, his entire body was covered in wounds and his vitality was fading. Even if no one did anything to him, he would not last more than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. And naturally, Mo Na Yi could also see this. Perhaps it was because he was about to die that he was making such a surprising move. On the other hand, although Tian Xiuzhu and the others did not know what Meng Ke was planning to do, his actions were definitely far from normal. While Tian Xiuzhu and the others may have been oblivious, they still wanted to stop Meng Ke, but how could they do anything about it when they could not even gather their strength? 3 of their members had perished in the last exchange, and the 3 who were still alive were hanging by a breath. They had no choice but to helplessly watch Meng Ke approach Mo Na Yi, shining brilliantly like the last radiance of a setting sun. He looked like he wanted to kill Mo Na Yi immediately. And coupled with Meng Ke's furious roars, they all thought that there was some kind of irreconcilable grudge between these two. Otherwise, why would Meng Ke still be so indignant even on the verge of death? In a flash, Meng Ke arrived before Mo Na Yi and their eyes met. Mo Na Yi's eyes happened to be filled with bitterness, while Meng Ke's eyes were shining brilliantly like raging fire, fueled by his last remaining life force. The next moment, Meng Ke's body quivered as he gathered all his strength and his black ink strength madly surged out. The richness and purity of that black ink strength had far exceeded the norm. In the blink of an eye, an enormous black ink cloud appeared in the place where Meng Ke once was and wrapped itself around Mo Na Yi before pouring into his body through his nose, mouth, and wounds like a living creature. Subsequently, Mo Na Yi's fading aura began to recover at a rate visible to the naked eye. Even the hole in his chest began to slowly close up. Correspondingly, Meng Ke's aura and vitality rapidly dwindled. Damn it! Tian Xiuzhu cursed through his teeth. After seeing this, how could he not tell that Meng Ke was not trying to harm Mo Na Yi, but was instead trying to heal him? Although he had no idea what kind of profound secret technique Meng Ke had used, it was an undeniable fact that Mo Na Yi was recovering. Never had this secret technique appeared before, nor had the humans ever seen it, so no one had been on guard against Meng Ke's actions before his death. Furthermore, no one had any strength to stop him either. After sparing no effort, Yang Kai finally critically wounded Mo Na Yi, but if the latter were to recover, all previous efforts would go down the drain. Tian Xiaozhu grit his teeth and gathered his strength, wanting to stop Meng Ke. However, as soon as he circulated his strength, his face turned pale and his mind went blank. The previous battle had exhausted all his small universe's strength, so now when he forcefully tried mustering it, his small universe immediately became unstable. At this moment, Tian Xiaozhu no longer had any strength left to fight, and the other two 8th Order Masters were in even more precarious states. After all, the foundation of a veteran 8th Order Master like Tian Xiaozhu was still sturdier than that of the new generation 8th Order Masters. Meanwhile, Yang Kai too wanted to stop it after seeing this, but he too was powerless to do anything. His Dao strength was left in extreme disarray after his Dragon Beat attack had blown open a hole in the space-time river. As such, he needed to quickly stabilize it. A short while later, the black ink cloud around Mo Na Yi finally disappeared, but Meng Ke's figure was nowhere to be seen. It was as if this pseudo-royal lord had poured all of his energy into Mo Na Yi's body before his death, helping him heal and recover. Mo Na Yi had indeed recovered a little and many of his wounds had healed, but it was far from enough. Mo Na Yi was a royal lord now, so the more serious his injuries were, the harder it was for him to recover. The infusion of a dying pseudo-royal lord's essence could do nothing about it. If he wanted to recover completely, he would need the infusion of the source of all the pseudo-royal lords present here. But this type of infusion could only be used voluntarily, and why would these pseudo-royal lords voluntarily kill themselves? Meng Ke's act of coming to his aid at the last moment already came as a surprise to Mo Na Yi. After all, they had never been on good terms. For that reason, Meng Ke's last words seemed to echo so loudly in his ears. "Live, you must live on. The Black Ink clan is too stupid and ignorant. Only by living can you finally help the Supreme One complete its grand plan." Mo Na Yi suddenly realized that he had been underestimating Meng Ke all along. The reckless arrogance Meng Ke had displayed before him might have just been a front. "I misjudged him." Mo Na Yi silently mocked himself. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void as Yang Kai furiously shouted, "Mo Na Yi, today you die." Mo Na Yi, who had just recovered a little, immediately looked up, only to see Yang Kai hastily stabilizing his mind and his Dao strengths before charging straight at him with his spear. Mo Na Yi's heart was filled with bitterness, knowing that he had failed to live up to Meng Ke's expectations. Against someone like Yang Kai, if he couldn't defeat him, the only thing that awaited him next was death. As for escaping, it was naturally impossible to do so against a master of the Tao of space. Yang Kai escaped from the pursuit of the Black Ink clan many times. The reverse had never happened. Since there was no way out, Mo Na Yi had no choice but to fight. If Meng Ke was willing to sacrifice himself, so why could he not? "Yang Kai!" Mo Na Yi furiously roared, grinding his teeth. He did not retreat this time, but rather took the initiative to charge Yang Kai. The two clashed again. In the last confrontation, Yang Kai had the absolute upper hand. He even managed to fatally injure Mo Na Yi using his Dragon Beat. Although Meng Ke had used a secret technique to help Mo Na Yi steady himself, this kind of injury could not be so easily healed. So, when they were locked in another round of confrontation, Mo Na Yi was still no match for Yang Kai. Had he not recovered a little thanks to Meng Ke's help, he would have died within 5 moves. It was only because of Meng Ke's sacrifice that Mo Na Yi was able to even fight back against Yang Kai. Various Dao strengths converged and merged, while Black Ink strength fiercely surged as the two figures clashed with each other. They flew around the void, attacking each other with deadly intent. Every clash would leave them injured, splashing their golden and black blood everywhere. After an extremely fierce collision, the two figures respectively flew backward. Yang Kai quickly came to a stop and stood completely still. His face kept distorting with various expressions as if something was terribly wrong. Mo Na Yi, on the other hand, flew far away, tumbling many times through the void. After he somehow stabilized himself, he spurted a mouthful of black blood. Immediately afterwards, he looked in Yang Kai's direction, seemingly sensing something. He did not know whether it was all an illusion, but he felt that Yang Kai's strength was unstable at the moment. Regardless of whether it was an illusion or not, the fact was that Emo Na Yi was on the verge of dying again. Regardless of what happened to Yang Kai, he would definitely end up dead if the fight continued. Meng Kei's last words once again echoed in his ears. "Live, you must live on." It was indeed difficult to escape before someone proficient in the Tao of space, but how would he know if he didn't even try? He wasn't someone who was afraid of death, but how could he be willing to die when the Black Ink clan's great task of unifying the 3,000 worlds was still not complete? He wanted to live not for himself, but for the Black Ink clan's grand ambition. Having made his mind, Emo Na Yi instantly turned around and fled. "You want to run? In your dreams!" Yang Kai grit his teeth and shouted when he saw Emo Na Yi flee. He promptly activated his space secret technique to chase after him. But right then, the entire universe furnace world suddenly started quaking as another Grand Tao evolution took place. The Grand Tao of the universe furnace had evolved many times already, and with each evolution, the chaotic shattered Tao essence that filled the universe furnace world disappeared, replaced by order and stability. At the same time the Grand Tao started evolving, everything suddenly went blurry before Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to pursue Emo Na Yi. It was only after a short while that he could finally see clearly again. The Grand Tao evolution had also come to an end by then. However, Yang Kai still appeared to be in a daze. He stood in his place, looking around, exclaiming, "What's going on?" This question left members of both the human race and the Black Ink clan confused. Yang Lai even more anxiously shouted, "Quickly kill Emo Na Yi." This was a rare opportunity. If they let Emo Na Yi escape this time, it would be difficult to find him again. Right now, Emo Na Yi was not just an intelligent commander of the Black Ink clan, but also a true royal lord. He was a massive threat to the human race. What was Yang Kai hesitating about? This was a good opportunity to cut weeds and pull out roots. Yang Kai remained dazed for a moment before immediately releasing his divine sense. After sensing the direction of Emo Na Yi's escape, he promptly gave chase. Yang Lai finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yang Kai soon returned with the Azure Dragon spear in hand, and a helpless look on his face. He kept moving his joints from time to time, raising his arms and legs as if he were very uncomfortable. "Is he dead?" Yang Lai hurriedly asked, finding it very strange that he had not sensed Emo Na Yi's fall. Even if he had escaped far away, it was still impossible for a royal lord to die without any sound or disturbance. "I couldn't catch up." Yang Kai angrily lashed out. "Couldn't catch up?" Yang Lai simply thought that he heard it wrong. "How could you not catch up? How could anyone escape from you? What the hell is wrong?" Yang Lai tightly furrowed his brow. He instinctively felt that something was off. If he was not so familiar with Yang Kai, he would have thought someone was pretending to be him. But after carefully observing him, he felt that the current Yang Kai was indeed a little different from the one he was familiar with. As for what was different about him, he could not put his finger on it. In any case, he did not have much time to think about it now, so Yang Lai just shouted, "Then let's kill this one." It was a pity Emo Na Yi had escaped, but another royal lord was still present. Killing him would also be a big haul. Thanks to the appearance of the universe furnace, the Black Ink clan had managed to gain 2 royal lords. One of them might have escaped with serious injuries, but they could not let the other one run away as well. "Fine, fine." Yang Kai lifted his Azure Dragon spear and waddled towards the battlefield like a penguin. "Something's wrong." Elsewhere, Yang Xiao, who was leading a 6 paths formation to fight a pseudo-royal lord, had also noticed this. Although he had not spent much time with Yang Kai, the latter was still his adoptive father. As such, Yang Xiao was quite familiar with him. At this moment, his adoptive father gave him a very strange feeling, as if he was a completely different person. "What's wrong?" Blood Crow asked casually. I think that's not my adoptive father. Yang Xiao frowned. Blood Crow sneered. If that's not your adoptive father, who else could it be? His ninth order open heaven realm aura was unmistakable. How could anyone pretend to be Yang Kai down to the most minute details and even carry the Azure Dragon Spear? If someone could imitate another to the point that he was absolutely indistinguishable from the original, it would be truly shocking. Martial Peak, Chapter 5795, Death of a Royal Lord. While Yang Xiao and Blood Crow were secretly communicating, Yang Kai broke one of the four symbols formation formed by the four territory lords with his spear. After engaging in a fierce battle, although both Yang Kai and Emo Yi were dead tired, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. In any case, he was a divine dragon and a ninth order open heaven realm master, so how could four mere territory lords resist him? In addition, Yang Kai's infamy also made the territory lords extremely fearful. Seeing Yang Kai charging towards them, whether it was the territory lords or Xiao Yu, who was fighting Yang Lai, all of them became fearful. Under such circumstances, how could a four symbols formation stop Yang Kai's rampage charge? He easily broke the battle formation after just a few attacks. Without the support of the battle formation, the four territory lords were quickly slaughtered by Yang Kai one after another. But suddenly, Yang Kai frowned and stowed the Azure Dragon Spear back in his small universe, all while muttering, "Annoying." Saying so, Yang Kai's body went down on his fours as an intense hostility and murderous intent broke out from him, like he was a ferocious beast that had been trapped for 10,000 years. He then slightly raised his head and stared in the direction of the other four symbols formation. The next moment, a mysterious energy surged from him before he disappeared, as if he had never been there. Inside the four symbols formation, the four territory lords were frightened like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. After all, they had just witnessed their four companions being easily killed by Yang Kai. Now that it was their turn, how could they remain indifferent? Even before Yang Kai reappeared, the four territory lords, who had been struggling to maintain their battle formation, became extremely unsettled. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared before Yang Kai's figure emerged behind a territory lord out of thin air, his hand suddenly thrusting towards the territory lord like a beast's claw. Furthermore, lightning was crackling around his palm. By the time Yang Kai pulled his hand back, a huge gaping hole had appeared in that territory lord's body while lightning crackled around the wound. The violent lightning energy made the territory lord shake uncontrollably. Immediately after, Yang Kai burst into laughter. Better. Yang Lai's eyes shrank upon seeing this. He had immediately realized something. On another side, Yang Zhao's eyes involuntarily widened as he blurted out, "Thunder Shadow Great Emperor." That strange offensive stance, the brutal way of killing his enemies, even the concealing divine ability and those violent thunder principles were exactly the same as Thunder Shadow Great Emperor whom Yang Kai had taken into his small universe. Blood Crow was also shocked beyond words. The other human race masters who saw this were also puzzled. What's going on? How did Yang Kai suddenly become Thunder Shadow Great Emperor? Was he possessed? At the same time, they also finally understood why Yang Kai had failed to kill Emo Yi. Indeed, it was meaningless to flee before someone proficient in the Tao of Space, but what if Thunder Shadow Great Emperor had occupied Yang Kai's body? He was not proficient in the Tao of Space, so if Emo Yi wanted to escape, he could be helpless. While everyone was still in shock, Thunder Shadow had already killed all four remaining territory lords, cutting them down like vegetables. After that, he had concealed himself once more, and thanks to Yang Kai's Ninth Order Foundation, Thunder Shadow's concealment became even more mysterious and unpredictable. Even Yang Lai could not find any trace of him. As for Xiao Yu, he was incomparably depressed. Originally, he was seriously injured by Yang Shui's sneak attack and was already having a hard time fighting Yang Lai. The only reason he had been able to hold on until now was thanks to the 8 territory lords who were assisting him, but now that they had been killed by Yang Kai, he would definitely not be able to hold on anymore. The only reason he was still alive was because Yang Lai was somewhat dazed and confused. However, with a powerful enemy like Yang Kai lurking nearby, ready to attack at any moment, Xiao Yu's heart was firmly lodged in his throat. He didn't feel safe at all even when he was on full alert. Thunder Shadow, what happened to Yang Kai? Yang Lai grit his teeth and shouted, not letting down his guard just because the Thunder Shadow had killed the 8 territory lords. He knew about the 3 selves source reconstitution art, and that the union of 3 selves was the key to Yang Kai's breakthrough to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, but by the looks of it, something had gone wrong with the 3 selves source reconstitution art, which resulted in Thunder Shadow occupying Yang Kai's body. Of course, Thunder Shadow was also part of Yang Kai, but he was not Yang Kai, so Yang Lai had no choice but to ask. Suddenly, Yang Kai's figure appeared with a flash of lightning as he ruthlessly clawed towards Xiao Yu's head. Xiao Yu had been on guard the entire time, so when he sensed danger, he promptly turned around and threw a punch, barely managing to resolve the crisis. But taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Lai also attacked Xiao Yu, and his attack managed to land. Thunder Shadow couldn't help but click his tongue before he once again concealed himself while sending divine sense transmission to Yang Lai. Big Brother's Dao strength became unstable in the last battle. Also, he was too exhausted after suffering repeated serious injuries. He's currently in a deep sleep, but don't worry, he should recover after a while. After a momentary pause, he added, "Stop wasting your breath, let's get this over with first." Yang Lai nodded lightly in agreement. Long story short, Yang Kai's problem wasn't very big, but there was a big problem with the 3 selves source reconstitution art. Regardless, it was not the time to mull over such matters. Whether Yang Kai would suffer a mishap or not remained to be seen. The most important thing right now was to deal with the remaining Black Ink clan. Immediately, Yang Lai straightened his thoughts and attacked again with renewed focus. With Yang Lai suppressing Xiao Yu and creating opportunities, it became much easier for Thunder Shadow to launch sneak attacks. Every time Xiao Yu was caught off guard, Thunder Shadow would suddenly appear and fiercely attack before going into hiding again. Every strike put Xiao Yu in agony, gradually worsening his injuries further. From the start, Xiao Yu was not Yang Lai's opponent because of his grave injuries, so when an expert like Thunder Shadow was hiding in the dark nearby, attacking him at every opportunity, it became impossible for Xiao Yu to survive. Compared to Yang Lai, the hidden Thunder Shadow posed a much greater threat to Xiao Yu. We lost. The Black Ink clan completely lost this time. At first, the Black Ink clan had the advantage, but things took a turn for the worse when Yang Kai suddenly advanced to the 9th Order. The straw that broke the camel's back was Na Ye's escape at the last moment, which ruined the Black Ink clan's last hope of victory. Nonetheless, Xiao Yu also knew that if Na Ye had not run, he would have been the first to die. At that time, escaping was the only option for Na Ye. As such, although Xiao Yu held some resentment towards Na Ye, he did not hate him. If he was in Na Ye's position, he would have made the same choice. Now that he was being targeted by 2 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters though, Xiao Yu knew his death was assured, so his mindset changed as he became determined to make the most of the time he had left. There were many Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield. Xiao Yu could not let them all die. Withdraw and escape. Xiao Yu suddenly shouted to the Black Ink clan troops who were besieging the human race's defensive line. The moment he gave this order, the Black Ink clansmen scattered without a moment of hesitation, as if they had been waiting for those exact words all along. The tides were already not in their favor, which anyone could see. Na Ye had already fled, and it was difficult to tell whether Xiao Yu would survive or not. If the remaining territory lords and pseudo-royal lords didn't run now, when Xiao Yu was killed and the 2 9th Order Masters became free to act, none of them would be able to escape. Previously, they had not fled because they didn't dare to, but now that Xiao Yu had given them the order, how could they hesitate? All the Black Ink clansmen fled, and the human race masters, who were originally having a hard time, were freed all of a sudden. Yang Shui let out a cold snort and stared at a pseudo-royal lord, before giving chase. She also knew that it was impossible to eliminate all of the Black Ink clan troops, so she decided to target the pseudo-royal lords, who were stronger than the others, and eliminate as many as possible. "Pursue them!" Xiang Shan shouted. Having been an army commander for millennia, he was well versed in the art of war. In battle, the best time to get results was when chasing a fleeing enemy. At least half of all kills were generally obtained during this time, while it was extremely hard to eliminate an opponent when two armies were confronting each other head-on. So naturally, when the Black Ink clan started fleeing in every direction, it was a good opportunity for the humans to chase and slaughter them. As for how many they could kill, that would depend on luck and methods. The faster Black Ink clansmen fled into the distance in the blink of an eye, while the slower ones suffered. The humans had been suppressed since the beginning of this battle, so after having gone through so much hardship, they had a lot of anger and resentment bottled up in their hearts, which they finally got a chance to vent. Suddenly, small battles broke out all across the void, with the sound of territory lords falling occurring frequently. Seeing this, Yang Lai shouted anxiously, "Finish him quickly!" As long as Xiao Yu was alive, he and Thunder Shadow would be tied down with him. They had to kill Xiao Yu as soon as possible so that they could join the pursuit of the other Black Ink clansmen. This was a rare opportunity. If they could kill even half of the Black Ink clan masters present here, it would definitely lift a lot of pressure from the human race in the near future. With two Ninth Order masters acting together, one in the open and one in the dark, it was impossible for the injured Xiao Yu to survive even if he was a true royal lord. Under the repeated sneak attacks of the Thunder Shadow, Xiao Yu's injuries slowly piled up, but he still went all out to hold on as long as possible, just to buy more time for the other Black Ink clansmen to escape. However, there was still a limit. Thunder Shadow, controlling Yang Kai's body, suddenly reappeared behind Xiao Yu and punched out. Lightning flashed and the power of thunder exploded, almost blowing his head off on the spot. Surrounded by lightning, Xiao Yu violently convulsed and lost all control over his body. At that exact moment, he saw Yang Lai's long blade swinging towards him, but he was unable to defend himself. "Die!" Yang Lai roared as he used all his strength to cut Xiao Yu in half. The aura of a royal lord suddenly flared up before vanishing. The next moment, Black Ink strength along with pitch-black blood gushed out from Xiao Yu's two halves. In response, Yang Lai did nothing. He just stood there with his saber, letting the black blood stain his body as he shouted, "Good!" Thousands of years had passed since the devastating war in the Barren Territory, and this was the first time a royal lord had been killed since then, and he was killed by Yang Lai. It was a glorious moment. The next instant, Yang Kai, who was moving like a beast the entire time, also appeared nearby. Yang Lai glanced at him as the corner of his mouth twitched. He could not help but wonder what kind of expression Yang Kai would make when he recalled this scene after regaining consciousness. However, Thunder Shadow could not be blamed for this either. Thunder Shadow had always lived in the myriad monster world, cultivating the primal art and tempering his monster core. He had never taken on human form, nor did he have the ability to do so. He had always maintained his beast-like appearance, so suddenly asking him to smoothly control Yang Kai's body and act like a human was impossible. So, it was better for Thunder Shadow to simply act in accordance with his original nature. "Don't just stand there. Kill!" Thunder Shadow shouted as lightning crackled around him before he transformed into a streak of light that chased after the fleeing enemies. Yang Lai followed closely behind. A short while later, shockwaves of a fierce fight could be felt coming from the distant void. Martial Peak, Chapter 5796, Difficult. The human race masters were not pursuing the enemy aimlessly and haphazardly, especially since the Black Ink clan outnumbered them still. If they gave chase without any plan, it was likely the human race would suffer unnecessary casualties. Fortunately, Xiang Shan had quickly coordinated their efforts during the initial moments of the pursuit. All the humans assumed battle formations, and each battle formation would work in conjunction with one or two others, covering each other as they chased after the Black Ink clan. Although moving like this would result in fewer kills, it would ensure the safety of their troops. Furthermore, Xiang Shan had warned them not to maintain the chase too long. Those Black Ink clansmen here were definitely not all that had entered the universe furnace world. There were definitely many more of them hiding in the shadows, so it was imperative to act cautiously lest they fall into the enemy's trap. In short, the order was to kill all it was safe to kill before retreating. Nothing could be done about this, as after having fought continuously for days, every single human, whether weak or strong, whether newly promoted or veteran, had suffered some degree of injury, making it difficult for them to fight another prolonged battle. Only the 3 Ninth Order Masters were free to move about as they pleased. Whether it was Yang Shui, O Yang Lai, or Thunder Shadow who had taken over Yang Kai's body temporarily, no Black Ink clansman in this universe furnace world could stop them. Thunder Shadow was on a rampage as all the Black Ink clansmen he encountered were killed without exception. Even the pseudo-royal lords did not escape. The chase lasted for several days before everyone started returning one after another. When Thunder Shadow returned from the distant void, he saw a large group of humans gathered at the original battlefield. Upon sensing an aura approaching, many divine senses swept over him, one after another. The corner of Thunder Shadow's mouth twitched as he muttered, "Second brother, you explain, I'm not good with words." Saying so, his eyes suddenly became dim and dull, but turned bright and lustrous once more the next moment. A bitter smile appeared on Yang Kai's lips as he slowly shook his head. The one that took over couldn't help but rebuke in his heart. He did not show any restraint when killing the enemy, but now he ditched explaining himself to our allies. Shameless. Nonetheless, some things were unavoidable and one had to see them through whether they wanted to or not. He then straightened his clothes and surged space principles as he took a step forward. By the time he appeared next, he was already standing before the human race masters. Big brother? Yang Shui, who had been on tenterhooks all this time, had her eyes light up as she suddenly called out in surprise. She too had noticed that change in Yang Kai's behavior, but at that time, she was not that clear about the situation, nor did she have the time to inquire about it. Only after listening to O Yang Lai's explanation did she learn that her big brother had cultivated a special technique that allowed him to tear his soul apart and form 2 soul clones. By uniting his 3 selves and fusing them into his source, he ultimately broke the shackles of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and ascended to the 9th Order, allowing him to turn the tide of the battle. Unfortunately, something had gone wrong with this technique, which caused Yang Kai's consciousness to fall into a deep sleep and allowed Thunder Shadow Great Emperor's consciousness to take over his body. After listening to O Yang Lai's explanation, everyone's doubts were finally cleared. The reason why Yang Kai's small universe was able to accommodate Fong Tianci, who was also an 8th Order Master, and Thunder Shadow Great Emperor who was in the same equivalent realm, was because those two were basically part of him to begin with. When Mo Na Yi fled, Yang Kai had given chase, but to no avail, because Thunder Shadow, who was not proficient in the Tao of space, was in control of Yang Kai's body, which made it hard to catch up to Mo Na Yi. Everyone was secretly shocked by this revelation. Much to their surprise, there was such a profound method in this world that could allow one to break through the shackles of the open heaven realm, other than using a supreme-grade open heaven pill. This was definitely good news. It had to be known that there were countless human race masters stuck at the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. They had no chance of reaching the 9th Order Open Heaven realm in their lives as they had already reached the limit of their martial Tao. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to find supreme-grade open heaven pills, so if they could spread this technique, the human race might gain many more 9th Order Masters in the near future. Although judging by Yang Kai's previous performance, there were still some problems with this technique. Compared to advancing to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, these trivial problems counted for nothing. This was definitely a technique that could change the current cultivation system of the human race. Thunder Shadow was not a master of the Tao of space, so Yang Kai returning using a space secret technique caused Yang Shui to misunderstand. Yang He gently shook his head and explained, "Big brother is still asleep, I am old Fong." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. First, Thunder Shadow took over Yang Kai's body, and now Fang Tian Ci. It looks like this three-selves source reconstitution art is quite problematic. A trace of disappointment flashed across Yang Shue's eyes, but since she was well acquainted with Fang Tian Ci, she pursed her lips and worriedly asked, "Can he wake up?" Fang Tian Ci replied, "Probably." "Probably?" Yang Lai furrowed his brow. This uncertain answer made him a little worried. Fang Tian Ci explained, "In order to kill Mo Na Yi as quickly as possible, Big Brother used his dragon bead to attack, which blew a hole in the space-time river, causing his Dao strengths to become unstable. Furthermore, the prolonged high-intensity battle further aggravated his injuries, which sent his consciousness into a kind of defensive deep slumber. However, it still hasn't reached the point of no return, so there's a good chance he will wake up. As for when, it's hard to say." Having finished explaining, a light chuckle escaped his lips before adding, "Everyone, there is no need to worry. Whether it's me or Thunder Shadow, both of us originate from him. In the end, we are basically only his soul clones. We might have our own thoughts, but we will not harm ourselves." He could also tell that the masters of the human race were worried that Yang Kai would never wake up again, or that one of the two would take his place. Thus, Fang Tian Ci had to give an explanation. Yang Xiao, who was hiding behind Yang Shui, repeatedly nodded, "Old Fang, I trust your character." Fang Tian Ci glanced at him, smiling meaningfully. Yang Zhao's face twitched as many complex emotions raged around inside him. He could not wait to tear open a void crack and crawl inside. Old Fang knew a lot of his secrets, many of which he had never told to anyone else. How could he have known that the seemingly honest and upright Old Fang was actually a soul clone of his adoptive father? Had he known about this, he would have never confided his private thoughts all these years. "It's over. I'm afraid I won't be able to face adoptive father again." Now that I think about it, Old Fang's behavior had indeed been a bit strange these past few years. He would occasionally give me that meaningful smile. "Junior Brother Fang, do you think that we can promote the three-selves source reconstitution art to the rest of the human race?" Xiang Shan asked. The group of veteran 8th Order masters, cultivating and recovering in the vicinity these past few days, couldn't help but perk up their ears. This matter was of grave importance as it was related to their future and whether they could advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm or not. Fang Tian Ci replied calmly, "This three-selves source reconstitution art was passed down to us by Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang can be considered martial ancestor Shi's reincarnation, and this secret technique was also derived from him. This secret technique may seem profound and powerful, but it actually has a lot of limitations. First of all, you need to be able to split your soul basically in half to create a special soul clone. That step alone is easier said than done for most." "You need to split your soul in half?" Yang Lai couldn't help but exclaim. Although Yang Kai had told him about the three-selves source reconstitution art, he did not tell him the exact details or how it was executed. After hearing the actual process from Fang Tian Ci, he finally understood how dangerous it was. Severing one's soul was no joke and was extremely difficult to recover from. Fang Tian Ci nodded his affirmation. "When you split your soul in two, the corresponding pain and injury is not something an ordinary person can endure. If something goes wrong, you might lose your mind and become crazed, which is the best-case scenario. In the worst case, your soul will simply be extinguished and you will die on the spot. Furthermore, this process must be done twice. To cultivate two clones, one naturally had to split their soul twice, so the risk of dying was also doubled. The reason why Big Brother was able to bear this pain is because he has often used soul-rending thorns over the years to fight the Black Ink clan, so he is somewhat used to the pain of his soul being torn apart. Moreover, he also has the soul-warming lotus that can nourish and protect his soul, so even if his soul is split into two, he can recover. Of course, the soul-warming lotus can be lent out, so if someone is willing to try it, I think Big Brother won't mind." Realization immediately dawned upon Yang Lai. No wonder Yang Kai had to enter retreat for many years every once in a while. It turns out that he was recuperating. That's also why there was such a large gap between your and Thunder Shadow's first appearance. Fang Tianxi nodded. First, Big Brother nurtured me in his small universe, then after repairing his soul, he nurtured Thunder Shadow. In addition, severing one's soul isn't the most difficult part. Comparatively speaking, there is another problem that the current humans cannot solve. What's that? Xiang Shan asked. Fang Tianxi explained, the three selves source reconstitution art requires one to have a divine spirit self, monster self, and human self. Only by combining these three selves can one break through the shackles of the open heaven realm. As a human, the human self is naturally available, and it's not difficult to obtain a monster self either. There are many monster beasts in the myriad monster world now, so it's easy to find a newborn monster beast cub that would otherwise die if left alone, but where can one find a divine spirit to create a divine spirit self? The current era was not the primordial era when the divine spirits ruled the universe and could be found anywhere. As the universe changed and evolved, the divine spirits' population dwindled. Many divine spirits and their respective bloodlines vanished in the river of time. Although there were still a few divine spirits remaining, most had already reached the point where it was difficult to pass down their bloodline, leading them to the brink of extinction. The divine spirits that had the greatest number was the Dragon Clan, but even they had 200 members at most. A monster self could be cultivated by going to the myriad monster world and nurturing a monster beast cub, but what about a divine spirit self? Could they ask a divine spirit for their descendants? Who would dare to do that? Who could even be successful? The divine spirits would definitely not agree, and forcefully doing so would only enrage the divine spirits. The cons heavily outweighed the pros. The difficulty of tearing apart one's soul and the difficulty of cultivating a divine spirit self were huge obstacles in using the three selves source reconstitution art. Yang Lai heaved a heavy sigh. Although he had expected this, he still couldn't hide his disappointment. It really isn't that easy. If it was easy, or if there was even a bit of hope, with Yang Kai's character, he would have never kept this method to himself. He would have disseminated it ages ago before anyone even asked him to. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5797, Who Said I Failed? Since Yang Kai had not passed down this cultivation technique for so many years, it meant that it was not suitable for others. He had a divine spirit self, as well as the soul-warming lotus, so it could be said that the three selves source reconstitution art was simply tailor-made for him and no one else could imitate his success. All the 8th Order masters in the vicinity who were listening to this conversation had a disappointed expression appear on their faces. The three selves source reconstitution art was an astonishing technique, but it was unsuitable for the general public to cultivate and thus couldn't be disseminated. As such, it didn't have much value. A silent and heavy air descended on everything, as Fang Tianxi didn't know how to comfort them. In fact, there was one more thing he didn't mention, and that was that there was an even bigger issue with this technique. In order to cultivate this technique, one needed to cultivate 2 soul clones, and these 2 soul clones were different from ordinary soul clones. Whether it was the divine spirit self, monster self, or the human self, although they were inextricably connected to the true body, they could basically be considered independent entities with their own unique characters and thoughts. It was also because of this reason that after the union of 3 selves, the consciousnesses of the 2 soul clones were not actually lost, which led to the coexistence of these soul clones with the true body. During the battle, Yang Kai's consciousness had suddenly fallen into a comatose state as his Tao strengths had become unstable, allowing his monster self and human self to emerge. Although Yang Kai was now a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, his body contained 3 different consciousnesses, which was a big hidden danger. Perhaps one day, during a great battle, his original consciousness would fall into a coma again, transferring the possession of the body to Thunder Shadow or Fang Tianxi. However, neither of them could bring out Yang Kai's true strength. This was a grave concern. Now that Yang Kai was a 9th Order Master, his future opponents would definitely be masters like Royal Lords or Black Ink Giant Spirit Gods. In a fight with such a powerful opponent, the slightest mistake could lead to eternal damnation. Feng Tianci couldn't help but be a little worried about it, but he had no idea how to resolve this issue. In his and Thunder Shadow's original plan, when the three selves united, his and Thunder Shadow's consciousness would also fuse back into the main body. At that time, Feng Tianci and Thunder Shadow would no longer exist in this world. However, things didn't go as they had envisioned. Yang Kai's consciousness suddenly fell into deep slumber, and Thunder Shadow's consciousness woke up. After he was left in charge of the original's body, even Thunder Shadow took some time to adapt. After a moment of silence, Feng Tianci changed the subject. What are our casualties this time? Yang Lai heaved a sigh as he replied, everyone is injured and needs to rest, and over 100 fell in battle. The fallen ones he was talking about were not 6th Order or 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but 8th Order Masters. More than 100 8th Order Masters had died in this battle alone. The number of 8th Order Masters gathered here in the last battle was only a few hundred in total, and about 20% of them had died. Such losses were not insignificant. The fall of so many 8th Order Masters was mainly because of two reasons. First, because the human race had lost the protection of their warships, and second, because Mo Na Yi had ordered the Black Ink clan to kill at all costs. The human race hadn't suffered many casualties during the early stages of the battle. At that time, Xiang Shan was refining the Open Heaven Pill's medicinal efficacies and trying to break through to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. Mo Na Yi had hidden his trump card and was waiting for Yang Kai to appear, so naturally he wouldn't force the human race too hard. Furthermore, the human race's warships were still displaying their full power at that time. After Yang Kai advanced to the 9th Order, both sides began to suffer massive casualties. Although the human race had Yang Shue's assistance, she was still just one person. The best she could do was defend one side of the defense line. She was unable to deal with the combined attacks of the Black Ink clan army. After the last battle of the Barren Territory War, there had never been a fight in which the human race had lost so many masters in thousands of years. We might have suffered significant losses, but the results of the battle were also great. The Black Ink clan definitely lost more. Yang Lai encouraged, after seeing everyone become low-spirited. While the human race had lost over 100 8th Order Masters, the Black Ink clan had lost at least 500 territory lords and a few pseudo-royal lords. Most of these casualties were wrought during the final pursuit, when the territory lords fled like stray dogs. Basically, not a single Black Ink clansman who was caught survived. As such, this was still a huge victory. Not to mention, the human race now had 3 more 9th Order Open Heaven Masters. Including Xiao Xiao, Wu Qing, Luo Tinghe and Wei Junyang, the human race already had as many as 7 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. This was definitely an inspiring force. Although Mo Na Yi had become a royal lord and had escaped, he was just one man. The human race had also produced many newly advanced 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and harvested many ordinary grade Open Heaven pills. If these ordinary grade Open Heaven pills were to be distributed, the human race would gain even more new 8th Order Masters. It could be said that the human race had a great harvest with the appearance of the Universe Furnace. Unfortunately, we were too careless and caused Big Head Xiang to fail his breakthrough. Yang Lai glanced at Xiang Shan and indignantly sighed. Had he been on guard and quickly caught the hidden Black Ink disciples, Xiang Shan would probably be a 9th Order Master right now, but during that kind of battle, who would have expected for a Black Ink disciple to be hiding amongst the 8th Order Masters? When the 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples started rampaging at 2 battlefronts, not only did they cause Xiang Shan to fail in his breakthrough, but they also broke Yang Kai's 8 trigrams battle formation, severely injuring him in the process. Everyone was befuddled and had really fallen into despair. Fortunately, they managed to turn things around and turn defeat into victory. There's nothing to be sorry about. Xiang Shan, on the other hand, looked completely calm. In that situation, not realizing the Black Ink disciple's existence was a good thing. If we had caught Black Ink disciple earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The Black Ink clan actually had the absolute upper hand before Yang Kai's appearance, But Emo Yi had been holding back and hadn't displayed his true strength as he wanted to engage in a long-drawn battle with the Six Paths formation led by Yang Xiao. Judging by the strength Emo Yi displayed later on, he was completely capable of quickly defeating Yang Xiao, even with the Six Paths formation at a cost, but he didn't, because he was waiting. If they really disrupted Emo Yi's plans, they would have only forced him to act in advance. At that time, Yang Shui was fully occupied with the Chaos Spirit King, so there was only one Ninth Order Master on the human race side, Yang Lai, who was preoccupied with Xiao Yu and the territory lords led by him. So, who could stop Emo Yi? Breaking Emo Yi's arrangements would only force him to go on a killing spree, which would definitely have ended tragically. Hearing Xiang Shan's words, Yang Lai pondered for a moment before agreeing with him. "You're right." This was the perfect example of the popular adage, man proposes but heaven disposes. Emo Yi thought he had everything under control, but unforeseen events kept throwing his plans off. For instance, had the Chaos Spirit King not suddenly appeared, eyeing Xiang Shan's supreme-grade open heaven pill, Emo Yi's plan would have failed from the start. The appearance of the Chaos Spirit King was equivalent to the Black Ink clan finding a helper for free. This was also the main reason why the human race was in such a difficult situation. Not to mention, Xiang Shan suddenly smiled, "Who said I failed my breakthrough?" Everyone was taken aback for a moment, and Yang Lai couldn't help but size up Xiang Shan a few times, his divine sense constantly scanning him as he muttered curiously, "You're not a Ninth Order Master." It was an irrefutable fact that Xiang Shan was still an Eighth Order Master and had yet to break through. Moreover, everyone had witnessed him failing in his breakthrough. At that time, when the two Black Ink disciples were rampaging, Xiang Shan had no choice but to stop his advancement. It was already pretty good that he did not suffer any backlash, so how could he possibly break through? After that incident, everyone believed that Xiang Shan's path to reaching the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm was cut off, and he would remain at the peak of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm for the rest of his life. "I didn't say I was a Ninth Order Master." Xiang Shan shot a glance at him. A thoughtful look appeared on Yang Shui's face. Senior brother Xiang's situation is different from other veteran Eighth Order Masters. In that case, does that mean the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill was useful to you? Xiang Shan nodded slightly in affirmation. "Over 90% of my small universe's boundary wall has been destroyed, leaving only a thin barrier behind. I think I can now break through with my own strength." From the beginning, Xiang Shan was qualified to reach the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm as he broke through directly to the Seventh Order millennia ago. However, because of a harrowing battle on the Black Ink battlefield in the past, during which his small universe was corrupted by Black Ink's strength, he had no choice but to sacrifice a large portion of it to protect himself, which caused his order to regress. Although he managed to recover his fallen order by repairing his small universe using a profound Yin spirit fruit, his small universe's boundary wall seemed to have become much thicker because of that experience. These circumstances basically made it extremely difficult for him to break through with his own strength. While Luo Tinghe and Wei Junyang had broken through to the Ninth Order during the last 1,000 years in secluded cultivation, Xiang Shan had not made any progress. The boundary wall was so solid that even ordinary grade open heaven pills couldn't put a dent in it. It wasn't until he had refined a supreme grade open heaven pill that he felt a difference. Emo Yi had allowed him to refine the pill until the very last moment before ordering the Black Ink disciples to launch a sneak attack, clearly thinking that was enough to completely destroy Xiang Shan's path forward. But what Emo Yi never expected was that Xiang Shan would still be left with a ray of hope precisely because of this delay. Currently, the boundary wall in Xiang Shan's small universe was no longer as thick and solid as it used to be. Rather, it was even thinner than an average peak Eighth Order Master. Such a boundary wall could not stop him. Although he had not tried yet, Xiang Shan was completely confident. Xiang Shan could actually break through to the Ninth Order. Everyone was overjoyed by this news. Yang Kai was a symbol of the human race among the trillions of humans, but so was Xiang Shan. Yang Kai had already advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm, but there were some problems with his cultivation because of the mysterious technique he used. If Xiang Shan could also break through to the Ninth Order, it would greatly boost the morale of the human race's soldiers. Although Ouyang Lai had always had a kind of rivalry with Big Head Xiang, at this moment, he was genuinely happy and broke into a hearty laughter. So you're saying that the effects of the supreme grade open heaven pill haven't been wasted? Emonaya's plan was also in vain? Previously, in order to lure the Chaos Spirit King away, Yang Kai had thrown out a supreme grade open heaven pill, which was enough to make one's heart ache. That was a chance to gain another Ninth Order master. If Xiang Shan couldn't break through, it would be tantamount to losing another supreme grade open heaven pill. The human race had only managed to obtain a total of 4 such pills this time, that's all. Losing half of them one after another would be hard for anyone to accept. But by the looks of it, the only pill they had lost was the one Yang Kai had thrown away, while the one Xiang Shan had refined still played its role. Everyone was overjoyed. There's no time to lose, quickly break through to the Ninth Order, Ouyang Lai urged. Xiang Shan agreed with a nod, that's what I was planning to do. Martial Peak, Chapter 5798, 3 Souls in One Body. Xiang Shan left to focus on his breakthrough. Perhaps, it would not take him long to become a Ninth Order master. Almost everyone on the human race's side was busy recuperating as all of them had been injured in the last battle. The only different thing was the severity of their injuries. Ouyang Lai looked at Fang Tianci, who was controlling Yang Kai's body, and suggested, you should also go and recuperate. Junior Sister Xue and I will act as protectors. Ouyang Lai was also injured, but his wounds were not that serious. As for Yang Xue, she was completely unharmed, just exhausted from having consumed a great deal of energy in the last fight. She would just need a little time to recuperate. Currently, most of the human cultivators were recovering, but with 2 Ninth Order masters personally overseeing everything, there should be no problems at all. Fang Tianci nodded, good. He really did need to heal himself as his physical injuries were still quite serious. Yang Kai might have become a divine dragon and had astonishing healing abilities, but his consciousness was still in a coma. Fang Tianci had to find a way to awaken Yang Kai's consciousness. He immediately found a secluded spot and sat down cross-legged before stuffing a handful of pills into his mouth. The cacophonous battlefield suddenly sunk into silence. All the Black Ink clansmen had either died or fled, leaving behind traces of a horrific battle in the void. Most of the corpses of the human race masters had been collected, but as most of them had died without an intact corpse, it was impossible to gather everyone's remains. As the number as well as quality of the masters participating in this battle were both extremely high, the loss of so many at once was extremely tragic and heart-wrenching. How many times has the Grand Tao evolved? Ouyang Lai suddenly asked. When Yang Kai attacked and almost killed Mo Nai, the Grand Tao of the Universe Furnace world had undergone another evolution, but as the battle was quite intense at that time, no one had paid any attention to it. The last one was the 8th time, Yang Xue replied, stuffing some recovery pills into her mouth. Ouyang Lai slowly nodded, the Universe Furnace is about to close. According to the information provided by Blood Crow, after the Universe Furnace world's Grand Tao underwent 9 evolutions, the Universe Furnace world would close and everyone would be expelled. The place they would reappear would be the same as the place from where they entered. In other words, the humans and Black Ink clansmen would appear in the same location they entered the Universe Furnace after they were expelled from the Universe Furnace world. This information was extremely important and could be used by the human race. If things went well, they could deliver a huge blow to the Black Ink clan. After all, the Black Ink clan outside did not know this matter. They knew that Black Ink disciples couldn't keep any secrets, but even if the Black Ink clansmen inside the Universe Furnace world now knew, so what? The appearance of the Universe Furnace had suddenly triggered wars across various great territory battlefields. Many Black Ink clansmen forced their way through the human race's defensive lines and entered the Universe Furnace world through the projections. At that time, their entire focus was on destroying the human race's opportunity but it would have never occurred to them that when the universe furnace closed, everyone would return to their original location. Currently, all the locations where the universe furnace's projection space had appeared should be heavily guarded by the human race army, waiting for the Black Ink Clansmen to appear to destroy them. Of course, the human race had no way of interfering in places like the Barren Territory and Black Ink Battlefield. After all, they were completely under the Black Ink Clan's control. The Black Ink Clan would be able to return safely from these two locations, but it would be difficult for them to safely return from the other entrances. It was foreseeable that the day this universe furnace closed would be the day the humans slaughtered many of them. The human race would definitely bag another glorious victory. As time passed, everyone separated to recover. Inside Yang Kai's body, Fang Tianci immersed his consciousness and tried to awaken Yang Kai's consciousness with Thunder Shadow's help. He had thought that it would be difficult, but much to their surprise, Yang Kai's consciousness woke up after a casual attempt. "Big brother, you're finally awake." Thunder Shadow's surprised voice rang out in his mind. Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, thinking that he was hearing things. However, when he realized that something was wrong with his body, he finally reacted. "Fang Tianci and Thunder Shadow's consciousnesses are now sharing my body. What the hell is going on?" Yang Kai's thoughts were still stuck at the moment he had injured Mo Na Yi and was preparing to pursue him, so he had no idea what had happened after that. "Is Mo Na Yi dead?" Yang Kai asked. "He escaped," Fang Tianci replied. "At that time, your consciousness suddenly sank into a coma and third brother's consciousness awakened a step ahead of me, putting him in control of your body. As he doesn't understand the Tao of space, he couldn't chase after Mo Na Yi." Thunder Shadow unhappily explained himself, "There's nothing I can do about it. After Big Brother's consciousness fell asleep, I just suddenly woke up. I also chased after him, but he was too fast. It's all second brother's fault. If he had woken up earlier than me, perhaps Mo Na Yi would be dead now." Fang Tianci was also proficient in the Tao of space, and although his mastery wasn't as high as Yang Kai's, had he been in control of Yang Kai's body at that time, Mo Na Yi would have been unable to escape. It was just that at that time, Thunder Shadow had indeed awoken a step sooner, and by the time Fang Tianci's consciousness had awakened, Mo Na Yi had already fled out of their sight. At that time, it was already meaningless for him to take control of Yang Kai's body. Listening to their explanations, Yang Kai roughly understood what had happened. Although he found it a bit regretful, he still stated, "As expected, a scourge will live for 1,000 years. Who would have thought that his consciousness would suddenly go haywire at such a critical moment? Just like how all of Mo Na Yi's schemes had come to nothing, Yang Kai never expected that one of his schemes would lead to so many variables. Then what about us? What's our situation now?" Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Originally, he had thought that after combining the three selves, all of his soul clones would merge into one, but after waking up, he discovered that there were two other egos in his body. He couldn't help but recall what befell Bustling World Great Emperor all those years ago. During the battle in the Shattered Star Sea, Bustling World Great Emperor had fallen to Wu Kuang's scheme and had almost had his body seized by the latter. Although Wu Kuang had ultimately failed, he had still managed to fuse with Bustling World Great Emperor and share his body. As a result, the souls of these two great emperors had to reside in one body for many years, fighting openly and covertly. Wu Kuang had also used Bustling World Great Emperor's body to accomplish many things. Ultimately, after killing great demon god Mo Xing in the Star Boundary, Wu Kuang left the Bustling World Great Emperor's body and seized Mo Xing's body. Duan Hongchen and Wu Kuang only had two souls in one body, but Yang Kai now had a total of 3. The only silver lining he had over Duan Hongchen's situation was that the two others would not oppose him. After all, these two originated from him and shared the same ideals as him. Be that as it may, it was not good news either. If Yang Kai remained in this state for a long time, problems would inevitably appear. The current situation is probably a hidden danger brought about by the three selves source reconstitution art. Although third brother and I originated from you, we are still independent individuals. Perhaps because the differences are too great, the fusion of three selves is incomplete, Fong Tianci postulated. Everything from their strength, source, and their own destiny had all fused into the main body, but their egos remained untouched, and this was the root cause of Yang Kai's current situation. Yang Kai lightly nodded in acknowledgement, thinking that there should be a reason. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, "That bastard Wu Kuang, he really harmed me." At that time, if he hadn't cultivated the three-selves source reconstitution art, he could have used a supreme-grade open heaven pill to advance to the ninth order and would not be in this awkward situation. But he had no other choice at that time either. Yang Kai could not place his hopes on the ethereal universe furnace. He had to try to find some definite way to break through to the ninth order. Wu Kuang's three-selves source reconstitution art happened to give him that hope. "Actually, this problem shouldn't be difficult to overcome," Fong Tianci suddenly stated. "Third brother and I are basically complete entities, so as long as you cut off a portion of your soul that contains our essence, third brother and I will just need to find suitable physical bodies. The best option would be an infant who has just been born or is about to be born." This was equivalent to cultivating from the start again, but the goal this time was not the fusion of three selves. Yang Kai had done this before, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to do it again. Wu Kuang could have used this method to separate himself from Duan Hongchen back then, but he wasn't willing to do so mainly because he would definitely enter a period of weakness after separating. He was afraid Duan Hongchen would finish him off during that time, which was why he was entangled with him for many years. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. "There's no rush, we can discuss it after we've dealt with Mo. Not to mention, he would definitely be weakened for many years after splitting his soul." Now that the war had fully broken out between the Black Ink clan and human race, and he had reached the ninth order open heaven realm, how could Yang Kai allow himself to become weak when he should be focusing on destroying Mo? Furthermore, he didn't know if he would suddenly fall unconscious in the future. If that happened again, having these two to take over his body was a kind of safety measure. Even if the two were unable to display his full strength, they wouldn't be completely helpless against even powerful enemies. "I'm not in a hurry. Big brother can do as you see fit," Thunder Shadow indifferently stated. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about where to go to kill his enemies. "What's going on over there?" Yang Kai looked up again. Someone seemed to be breaking through in that direction, giving off a fierce aura and energy fluctuations. Furthermore, they were giving a familiar feeling. It was none other than Xiang Shan. Didn't Xiang Shan fail to break through? Why is he breaking through again? Yang Kai couldn't understand. In his mind, Fong Tianci repeated what Xiang Shan had said before, after which, Yang Kai understood everything. In other words, Xiang Shan's supreme-grade open heaven pill had not been wasted. He had indeed been interrupted at the critical moment of his breakthrough, but at that time his small universe's boundary wall had almost been completely broken. As such, even if he was interrupted, the progress he made towards a breakthrough hadn't been lost. This was good news. In that case, the human race would be able to gain 4 new Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters thanks to the Universe Furnace, which was in line with his initial expectations. This time, the Universe Furnace had produced a total of 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills. Yang Shui had obtained 1, Xiang Shan had obtained 1, and Yang Kai alone had obtained 2. The main reason for this was because he had the great sun and moon marks. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to find the whereabouts of these 2 pills so easily. Of the 2 pills Yang Kai obtained, one of them had allowed Ouyang Lai to reach the 9th order while the other was used to lure away the Chaos Spirit King. On the Black Ink clan side, Emonayi obtained 1 while Xiao Yu had obtained another. In other words, the whereabouts of the other 3 supreme-grade open heaven pills were still unknown. If the human race and Black Ink clan hadn't seized them, there was a high chance they had fallen into the hands of the Chaos Spirit clan. The Chaos Spirit clan were natives to the Universe Furnace world and had a massive population, which gave them a natural advantage in this place. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5799, Plan. As he was conversing with the two, Ouyang Lai and Yang Shui seemed to notice the change in his situation and quickly rushed over. When he got closer, Ouyang Lai sized up Yang Kai, furrowing his brow. wondering who was in control of Yang Kai's body. Yang Shui tentatively called out, "Big brother?" Yang Kai gently nodded, "You've worked hard." Yang Shui's eyes immediately turned red. "Big brother, you're finally awake." Yang Lai also let out a long sigh of relief. "Great, you're awake." Although Fang Tianci had assured that there was nothing wrong with Yang Kai, it was still worrying. After confirming that Yang Kai had woken up, he finally put his worried heart to rest. "Mo Na Yi got away," Yang Lai reported. Yang Kai nodded, "I'm aware, but there is still a chance." How many times has the Grand Tao evolved? In fact, he had been keeping track of the number of times the Grand Tao had evolved, but because he had entered the infinite river to comprehend the mysteries of the 10,000 Grand Taos, he was unable to perceive the evolutions during that time. So, he had no idea how many times the Grand Tao in this universe furnace world had evolved. Yang Lai succinctly replied, 8. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement before declaring, "We still have some time. When the universe furnace closes, and Mo Na Yi and I leave this place, we should appear at the same location. His current injuries must have reduced his strength. I should be able to kill him at that time." He and Mo Na Yi had entered the universe furnace from the same location, so when they were expelled from the universe furnace world, they would definitely appear at the same location. At that time, the heavily injured Mo Na Yi would be completely at Yang Kai's mercy. All he could do was helplessly wait for his death. Yang Lai added as his face turned serious, "That guy is indeed difficult to deal with. As long as he is alive, he will remain as a hidden danger." This time, Mo Na Yi had nearly predicted all the turns of events of the battle between the human race and the Black Ink clan. Thinking back now, Yang Lai still felt some lingering fear. Had Yang Shui not timely rushed over to support him, severely injuring Xiao Yu and restricting the Chaos Spirit King, and had Yang Kai not turned the tide after breaking through, it would have been hard to say how many of the hundreds of 8th Order human masters would have survived. Even a 9th Order master like him would not have been able to escape this disaster. In the past, Yang Kai had sent a message to the Supreme Headquarters to warn the human race to be wary of Mo Na Yi, but at that time, the latter wasn't that strong, at most only a pseudo-royal lord, and with Mi Jingluan overseeing the war, Mo Na Yi was not able to display much of his strength. This time, however, everyone present had witnessed just how terrifying he was. The danger of Mo Na Yi was not from his power alone, but rather from his shrewd schemes. Now that he had become a royal lord and his strength had greatly increased, he was like a tiger with wings. Such an enemy should naturally be killed as soon as possible to put everyone's heart at ease. Fortunately, they still had one more chance. The moment the universe furnace closed, Mo Na Yi would undoubtedly die. While they were talking, Xiang Shan's breakthrough had reached its final juncture. His aura had already soared to its limit and was violently fluctuating. His small universe's illusory phantom had almost materialized, floating behind him. Along with the fluctuations of world force, Xiang Shan's aura, which had reached its limit, suddenly increased by a tremendous amount. Correspondingly, the illusory small universe also seemed to have greatly expanded in an instant. Today, the human race's 8th, 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was born. Yang Lai looked in his direction before a sigh filled with emotions escaped his lips. He really had it hard. It truly wasn't easy. Xiang Shan was just like the current Yang Kai of his era, a peerless talent who had the chance to reach the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm and possessed strength to outclass his peers. It was also because he had shown too much of his abilities that he was targeted by the Black Ink clan and fallen prey to an insidious ambush. When he was fighting the Black Ink clan, he was corrupted by Black Ink's strength and forced to discard a large portion of his small universe to protect himself. This led to the fall of his order, and he had to lie low for thousands of years. Although he somehow recovered his lost cultivation, it was extremely difficult for him to advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm. Xiang Shan's luck turned around when he came to the Universe Furnace world, where he got his hand on a supreme-grade Open Heaven pill. But once again, some unforeseen events threw his plans off as his breakthrough was interrupted by the Black Ink clan at the last moment, forcing him to give up on it. In comparison, Yang Lai felt that he was both lucky and blessed. Before entering the universe furnace, he had never thought that he would one day be able to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. He was a hot-tempered and straightforward man, and many years of fighting against the Black Ink clan had left him with numerous hidden injuries, causing his strength to drop from its peak. In the past, his only wish was to die on the battlefield one day while taking a few territory lords with him. This way, he would not have lived his life in vain. Even if he had entered the universe furnace, it was only to find a supreme-grade open heaven pill for Yang Kai or Xiang Shan so that they could advance to the Ninth Order. He had never thought of refining such a pill himself. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai gave him a supreme-grade open heaven pill and protected him while he was refining it. Although there were some twists and turns in the process of his breakthrough, it was still smooth sailing overall. Yang Lai had somehow managed to reach the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm without much difficulty. When comparing like this, Yang Lai felt sorry for Xiang Shan. The road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Yang Kai chuckled as he observed Xiang Shan for a while, making sure that his breakthrough was completed. Nonetheless, Xiang Shan's cultivation would be a bit unstable due to the recent expansion of his small universe, so he would need to consolidate his foundation for some time. Shui, what about you? Yang Kai turned to look at Yang Shui. How did you reach the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm? In truth, when he had rushed over from the Infinite River and noticed that Yang Shui was a Ninth Order master, he had thought he was mistaken. While he, the big brother, hadn't even broken through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, his little sister had already reached that step. This made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. Fortunately, he had also successfully broken through and was barely able to maintain his prestige and status as the older sibling. Yang Shui replied, smiling, "It was just luck." A few days after she entered the universe furnace world with Yang Xiao, the latter suddenly noticed something. Following the great sun and moon mark's guidance, they found a supreme-grade open heaven pill. After hearing this, Yang Kai understood that Yang Shui also obtained the pill thanks to some luck and his helping hand. If it weren't for the fact that he had left behind some hidden means in the 9 pills, how could Yang Xiao have sensed it? However, there was no need to explain such things in detail. In that case, didn't Xiao make a great contribution? While speaking, Yang Kai glanced towards the location where Yang Xiao was healing. Yang Xiao, who happened to be secretly looking around, quickly closed his eyes and sat up straight. Yang Shui gently nodded, but then hesitated to speak. Yang Kai roughly knew what she was trying to say. Although Feng Tianxi's consciousness had been completely preserved after the 3 selves had united, all of his life's experiences had still been integrated into Yang Kai's soul, so Yang Kai knew exactly what Feng Tianxi had experienced over the years. Naturally, this also included the little secrets Yang Xiao had shared with him. Yang Kai had expected this though. The 2 children had grown up together and could be considered childhood sweethearts. The 2 cultivated for thousands of years together, never separating from one another, so how could they not have feelings for each other? However, due to the difference in seniority between the 2 of them, they had never crossed that last line. They probably didn't want to make things difficult for him. If it weren't for this, Yang Xiao would have never told Feng Tianxi about these things either. It was mainly because he had been suppressing the bitter feelings in his heart. It was rare to have a friend who shared the same ideals as him, so he often came to talk to him. However, not even in Yang Xiao's wildest dreams did he expect the secrets he had been hiding for so many years would be exposed in such an outrageous manner. In the past, Yang Xiao and Yang Kai were extremely close. Whenever Yang Kai appeared, Yang Xiao would always fly around him. But now, Yang Xiao couldn't wait to be as far away from his adoptive father as possible, hiding from him and quietly healing his injuries. He was obviously feeling guilty. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze as a smile appeared on his lips. His dragon vein is already quite pure, so let him quickly break through to become a divine dragon. If he has any doubts, he can ask Senior Fu Guang. Since both of them belong to the same clan, he won't refuse to help if he can. Yang Shui nodded faintly in agreement. Yang Kai then turned to her and advised, "If nothing happens after the universe furnace closes, you should return to the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. Now that you're a 9th Order Master, you must assist Senior Fu Guang in guarding the Grand Restriction. Also, Tell Wu Kuang that the Black Ink clan inside the Great Restriction may show some unusual movements. He needs to be extra vigilant. Yang Shui nodded more firmly, yes. Yang Lai solemnly asked, what may happen at the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction? Yang Kai shook his head, I'm just preparing for any contingency. The war between the human race and Black Ink clan has entered a new phase. Comparing our current strength, the human race is far inferior to the Black Ink clan in terms of numbers, but we have a slight advantage in terms of top masters. This war will be the final one. If we win, the human race won't have to worry for the rest of their lives, but if we lose, the Black Ink clan will rule the universe, and no human will be left alive. With such stakes, the Black Ink clan in the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction will definitely take action, so we must be on guard against their internal and external forces coordinating with each other. It will be extremely difficult for us to win this battle, but no matter how difficult it is, we must persevere. To win, the human race would not only have to eradicate the Black Ink clan that had invaded 3,000 worlds, but they would also have to find a way to deal with the ones inside the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, as well as Mo. This was especially true for Mo, which was suspected to have reached the creation realm. Yang Kai still hadn't found a way to deal with it. In the past, Song and the others had chosen to seal it within the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, but unless Mo was eliminated, it would still remain a hidden danger. Perhaps after 100,000 years or 200,000 years, another Black Ink clan disaster would engulf the entire world, and this cycle would continue on endlessly. Yang Kai then turned to Yang Lai. Senior brother Yang, you'll be in charge of the 3,000 worlds after the universe furnace closes. I will rush back to join you as soon as possible. Yang Lai nodded his acknowledgement. As a human, I am duty-bound. Pausing for a moment, he asked, Junior brother, what are you planning to do next? I'll go take a look around. Yang Kai slowly stood up. There's still some time before the universe furnace closes. I don't know where the Chaos Spirit King, who took my pill, went, but I want to see if I can get it back. Also, I have some doubts and want to find an answer. Previously, Yang Kai had no choice but to throw away the supreme-grade open heaven pill to lure the Chaos Spirit King away. Now that the crisis had been resolved, Yang Kai naturally wanted to get it back. Furthermore, there were still 3 pills in this universe furnace world whose locations remained unknown. He could still try to find them. Of course, if he ran into Mo Nai, that would be even better. He could kill him along the way. However, Mo Nai wasn't a fool and would surely be hiding somewhere, silently licking his wounds at this moment. It would not be that easy to find him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5800, ran. Junior brother can move freely, junior sister Shui and I will take care of things here, Yang Lai stated. Many human race masters happened to be recovering from their injuries and needed someone to look after them. Even so, not everyone had to remain. Since Yang Kai had some plans, it was naturally better for him to set off immediately. If he could recover the pill taken away by the Chaos Spirit King, that would be a good thing. Yang Kai nodded, I'll be going then. Bidding goodbye, Yang Kai took a step forward and in the next moment, space principles undulated as his figure disappeared. As a matter of fact, he still had not recovered from his injuries, but as he didn't have much time on his hands, Yang Kai didn't want to waste any on healing. Not to mention, his injuries didn't impede his movements. Furthermore, now that he was a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even if he were to encounter a Chaos Spirit King, he could still put up a fight. Just after he left, a figure suddenly appeared beside Yang Shui. Impressively, it was none other than Yang Xiao, who had been pretending to be healing. Yang Xiao's face was slightly pale. He had consumed a great deal of energy in the previous battle and had suffered some heavy injuries. Be that as it may, he was still a member of Dragon Clan. He had a powerful physique and possessed outstanding recovery abilities, so he could heal several times faster than an ordinary 8th Order Master. Staring in the direction Yang Kai had left, Yang Xiao nervously asked, Little Aunt, what did adoptive father say just now? Yang Shui slowly shook her head as she replied, He did not say anything. Nothing? Yang Xiao's eyes widened in shock. He didn't ask anything about me? How is that possible? Why did he not say anything? This made Yang Xiao feel even more uneasy. Yang Shui thought for a moment before replying, "Big brother wants you to become a divine dragon as soon as possible." Yang Xiao paused for a moment, but when he saw that Yang Shui had nothing else to add, he asked in a huge surprise, "That's it?" Yang Shui couldn't help but glare at him. "What else do you want to hear?" "Well?" Yang Xiao couldn't help but frown. Could it be that he doesn't know anything? Impossible. Old Fong was his soul clone, and now that his selves have united, he should know everything by now, shouldn't he? Yang Xiao wore a distressed expression and thought for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up and he broke into a loud laugh. "I understand." Yang Shui tilted her head and looked at him with a dumbfounded look. "What do you understand?" Yang Xiao then shouted towards the direction Yang Kai had left. "Don't worry, adoptive father. The day I become the divine dragon will be the day I go to the Yang family to ask for Yang Shui's hand in marriage." Yang Shui's face turned red as she stomped her foot. "What the hell are you spouting?" Yang Lai also couldn't help but turn his head and look at Yang Xiao in surprise before looking at Yang Shui. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized something. Yang Shui's face became even redder as she shot an angry glare at Yang Xiao. Immediately after, she turned around and left. Yang Xiao looked at Yang Lai innocently. "Did I say something wrong? Did adoptive father not mean that?" Yang Lai heartily laughed. "No, you're right, that's what Yang Kai meant." "You brat, you're really astute. Women get easily embarrassed though. Are you not going to chase after her?" Yang Xiao suddenly came to a realization. He bowed to Yang Lai before chasing after Yang Shui. Gazing over, Yang Lai couldn't help but nod his acknowledgement. Young and vigorous, hot-blooded and unyielding. Good, very good. He couldn't help but think back to when he was young. At that time, he too was bold and daring. He would do whatever he wanted and couldn't care less what others thought about him. Turning his head, Yang Lai saw a figure slowly approaching from the distant void. When he got close, Yang Lai sized him up before asking, "You just broke through, don't you need to stabilize your foundation?" Xiang Shan replied, shaking his head, "We don't have that kind of time. The universe furnace will close before I can consolidate my realm." He then turned his head to look in the direction Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had left, and asked, confused, "What happened?" Yang Lai immediately became spirited and explained what he had seen and heard. Xiang Shan nodded in understanding. Since they have feelings for each other, let them do whatever they want. It's not like they're related by blood, they are just related because of their relationship with Yang Kai. It doesn't count. I'm sure junior brother Yang won't mind. Yang Lai nodded in agreement. That's right, we cultivators don't have so many worldly customs, and that brat, Yang Kai, doesn't seem to care about this matter either. Sighing, he continued, "Moreover, if the human race doesn't win this time, I'm afraid we won't have a future at all. If we stop them now, they'll only be left with regrets." Xiang Shan nodded and dropped this matter before changing the subject. "I'm going to kill some enemies, I'll have to trouble you to take care of things here." Saying so, he turned into a streak of light and left, not caring if Yang Lai agreed or not. Yang Lai was mouth agape. He did not expect Xiang Shan to do something like this, and by the time he wanted to stop him, it was already too late. Nonetheless, he could not help but shout, "Big head Xiang, get back here." But why would Xiang Shan return? The streak of light gradually disappeared into the distance, as if it hadn't heard anything. Yang Lai was enraged. This is too much. He also wanted to go kill some enemies. He thought that Xiang Shan would want to stabilize his new 9th order cultivation, so he was planning on entrusting overseeing things here to him. After that, he would be free to do whatever he wanted, but he never expected Xiang Shan to beat him to it. But after giving it another thought, he understood why Xiang Shan was in such a hurry. When the universe furnace opened this time, Xiang Shan didn't even have time to do anything before he was drawn into the great battle between the human race and Black Ink Clan. Now that he had just broken through to the 9th order, he couldn't wait to test his newfound strength. Xiang Shan had left, Yang Shui had also left. Looking around, Yang Lai found that only he among the 9th order Open Heaven Realm Masters was left to guard this place. He could not leave. With so many 8th order masters recovering here, they would need someone to protect them. Miserable. Yang Lai cursed in his heart, when the universe furnace closes, I will definitely make Big Head Xiang pay for this. Although the battle between the human race and the Black Ink clan here ended with the human race's victory this time, the war was far from over. Not to mention that the number of Black Ink clansmen who had entered the universe furnace was not limited to the ones who had appeared before, and many even managed to escape at the last moment. With 2 royal lords, 1 dead and 1 seriously injured, and the pseudo-royal lords who had managed to escape all wounded, the Black Ink clan was at a significant disadvantage at the moment. As such, this was the perfect opportunity to slaughter them. If they missed the current opportunity, the human race would have to wait for the universe furnace to close before they got another chance. If they could eliminate some of the Black Ink clan forces in advance, the pressure on the human race would decrease by some degree once the universe furnace closed. Perhaps they could also kill some of the Black Ink clansmen who had entered the universe furnace from the Black Ink battlefield and the Barren territory. As time passed, the human masters began recovering one by one, but they didn't remain in place for long. Yang Lai ordered them to form battle formations and spread out to search for the Black Ink clan survivors. By the time the last batch of human race cultivators had recovered, a lot of time had already passed, but finally, Yang Lai, who had been guarding this place, was able to move again. Naturally, he showered Xiang Shan with curses in his heart. Somewhere in the void, a battle had just ended and Yang Kai happened to be standing there alone, surrounded by the corpses of several Black Ink clansmen. Calling it a battle could not be farther from the truth though, as it was really just a one-sided massacre. Even if the territory lords assumed battle formations, they were unable to do anything in front of the current Yang Kai. He was a 9th order master with the body of a divine dragon. Even if he hadn't fully recovered, killing a few territory lords was still as easy as chopping vegetables now. The advancement of 1 order had brought about an earth-shattering change in his strength. His small universe's size had expanded by several times. Of course, it was partly due to the increase in his cultivation, but the integration of Fang Tianxi's small universe had played no small role in it. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai, a newly advanced 9th order open heaven realm master, have such a strong foundation? Not only that, but his small universe also had another world tree clone at the moment. In the past, Yang Kai had handed his last world tree clone to Fang Tianxi to help him rapidly grow, but with the fusion of Fang Tianxi's small universe with his, that world tree clone had also merged with it. Yang Kai already had a world tree clone to begin with, so there was not much point in having a second. After returning to 3,000 worlds, I should find a suitable candidate and give it to them. It should help them save some time in cultivation and allow them to advance to the 9th order open heaven realm earlier. After separating from Yang Lai and the others, Yang Kai began searching the void, mainly because he wanted to find the supreme-grade open heaven pill he had thrown away. 1 more supreme-grade open heaven pill meant the birth of 1 more 9th order master, and currently, the human race did not have many 9th order masters. Yang Kai especially wanted to bring a supreme-grade pill back for Mi Jinglun. The war would definitely become more intense and fierce in the future. Mi Jinglun, who was the supreme commander of the human race armies, might not be able to control the overall situation if he remained in the rear, and his 8th order open heaven realm cultivation would make it risky for him to stand on the front lines. If he could break through to the 9th order, however, it would be much better for the human race. Unfortunately, Yang Kai failed to find anything even after searching for so long, but that did not mean that his search was without harvest. He ran into some Black Ink clansmen along the way, so naturally he finished them all off. Thunder Shadow's voice rang out in his mind, "Big brother, isn't my innate divine ability quite useful?" Although Yang Kai's strength was great and he had always been unrivaled among his peers, he was not proficient in stealth and assassination. Under normal circumstances, when he ran into enemies, he would usually just fight them head-on. But after merging with his monster self, Thunder Shadow's exceptional mastery over the Tao of Thunder and Tao of Concealment also became available to Yang Kai. Just now, he had given Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability a try and hid himself. When he suddenly attacked the territory lords, they did not even have the chance to react. It could be said that they had no idea who had killed them. Yang Kai lightly chuckled, There is some truth as to why great monsters ran rampant in the early ancient era. The different types of monster race had different innate divine abilities. Thundershadow was a member of the Shadow Leopard race and was innately proficient in the Tao of Concealment, which was one of the reasons Yang Kai chose him as his monster self. At that time, Yang Kai had to go into a retreat to recuperate, so he didn't have much time to take care of his monster self. Choosing Thundershadow would give the latter more opportunities to survive. As for the Tao of Thunder, that was something that Thundershadow had cultivated on his own, so it was not an innate divine ability. As for the title Thundershadow, it was also the title he had obtained as a great emperor, not his race. In any case, I'm more useful than second brother, Thundershadow proudly proclaimed. Fong Tianci was the human self Yang Kai had cultivated in his small universe, and the grand Daos he cultivated were basically inherited from Yang Kai. It could be said that everything he was proficient at was the same as Yang Kai, while the one he wasn't proficient at, Yang Kai was proficient at. So, naturally, there was nothing Yang Kai could take advantage of. Thus, from this fact alone, Thundershadow felt a sense of superiority. Martial Peak, Chapter 5801, Snatching Again. Fong Tianci's indifferent voice rang out. If one day Big Brother's consciousness falls asleep once again, who do you think should take control of Big Brother's body, you or I? Thundershadow immediately fell silent. Inheriting Yang Kai's mastery of Grand Daos was also beneficial. If one day Yang Kai's consciousness was disturbed once again, it would naturally be better for Fong Tianci to take over his physical body, because he would be able to bring out more of Yang Kai's strength. Back then, Thundershadow took over Yang Kai's body first only because of an accident. At that time, Yang Kai had suddenly fallen into a coma and Thundershadow was the first to awaken, so taking over Yang Kai's body was only natural. Fong Tianci's consciousness only woke up after Thundershadow had lost Emonayi. If Fong Tianci had woken up first, Emonayi might not have had a chance to escape. That was why Yang Kai felt that Emonayi was a scourge who could last for thousands of years and was not fated to die at that time. Second brother, don't jinx it. After remaining silent for a moment, Thundershadow finally squeezed out a sentence. Be careful in the future, it may not happen again. There is always a chance for anything to happen. This has already happened before, we have to be on guard against it. How could there be so many chances? As the two kept quibbling in his mind, Yang Kai couldn't help but burst into laughter as he listened. He didn't feel frustrated or anything, rather, he had a sense of novelty. Over these years, whether he was facing powerful enemies or exploring foreign lands, Yang Kai had often been alone, without anyone to rely on. Now that he had a human self and a monster self by his side, he would not feel too lonely. Leaving them to their own devices, Yang Kai calmly observed his surroundings. When he first stepped into the universe furnace world, he found that this place was extremely rich in shattered Tao essence. The amalgamation of shattered Tao essence gave birth to all kinds of terrains and even condensed into the infinite river. It also gave birth to extremely unique native creatures like the Chaos Spirit Clan. However, after the Grand Tao had undergone several evolutions, the omnipresent shattered Tao essence had become extremely thin and was replaced by order and stability. At this moment, the environment of the universe furnace world was only slightly different from the 3000 worlds. Why does the Grand Tao evolve inside the universe furnace? What does the evolution of the Grand Tao mean? When he first received information from the human race cultivators about this phenomenon, Yang Kai began to ponder the issue. Every time the Grand Tao evolved, he would carefully perceive the changes in his surroundings, hoping to find some kind of rule behind it, but unfortunately, he had not been able to gain anything. It wasn't until he went deep into the infinite river and comprehended the mysteries of the evolution from chaos to the 10,000 Grand Taos that he finally had some guesses, but it was extremely hard to verify them. The universe furnace lived up to its name as the most supreme treasure. Just the supreme-grade open heaven pills it produced were a fantastic opportunity. The universe furnace world was a world of its own, and the Chaos Spirit Clan bred inside it was an extremely large and diverse group, while the Chaos Spirit King's strengths were not inferior to that of a Ninth Order Master or Royal Lord. However, Yang Kai had a faint feeling that the supreme-grade open heaven pill was not the greatest opportunity inside the universe furnace. The universe furnace itself was the real opportunity, and if he could find its true location, that would really be the biggest harvest. But since ancient times, no one had ever seen the true body of the universe furnace, let alone reached it. Yang Kai wanted to find the true body of the universe furnace. If he could accomplish this feat, it would definitely be of great help to the human race. At the very least, there would be no need for them to compete for supreme-grade open heaven pills in the future. Of course, he knew that this was a daunting task and he too might not be able to accomplish what many great experts had failed to do throughout the ages. Regardless, he could only do his best and leave the rest to the heavens. According to the information Yang Kai had gathered so far, the Infinite River was the biggest hint. The Infinite River stretched across the entire universe furnace world, so it must have some kind of connection to the universe furnace itself. As for the evolution of the universe furnace's Grand Tao, it was nothing more than the process of the chaos evolving into the 10,000 Grand Taos. It was just that the profound process was divided into 9 steps by the universe furnace, allowing one to feel it more clearly and intuitively. Yang Kai had a vague feeling that the intrinsic quality of the universe furnace was perhaps the profound mystery of chaos evolving into 10,000 Grand Taos. As for the supreme-grade open heaven pill and the chaos spirit clan it gave birth to, they were just side effects of the process. Big brother, second brother has ulterior motives, he wants to take over your body. Thunder Shadow didn't bother to haggle with Fong Tianci and simply pleaded his case to the higher-ups. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh, but just as he was about to speak, a look of surprise appeared on his face as he looked in a certain direction, found it. Saying so, he activated Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability and flew in that direction. In his mind, the two were still engaged in a verbal spat, but after a moment, Fong Tianci, who had noticed the strangeness, shouted, "Shut up and focus." Ah! Thunder Shadow suddenly became silent, but after a moment he indignantly stated, "Look, it's my innate divine ability." Fong Tianci couldn't bother to argue with him any further. A moment later, Thunder Shadow's voice rang out again, "This Chaos Spirit King really isn't very smart. Why did it suddenly come back here? It's as if it's afraid that others won't be able to find it." Thunder Shadow had a sense of familiarity when it laid eyes on the scenery before him. It was the exact same location where the Black Ink clan had fought with the Chaos Spirit King over the supreme-grade open heaven pill previously, where the colony of the Chaos Spirit clan was. At that time, Xiao Yu had pinned down the Chaos Spirit King while he tasked a pseudo-royal lord to snatch the pill, but Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow beat them to it, leading to a chase. As Yang Kai was seriously injured after, he had no choice but to escape into the Infinite River with Thunder Shadow. When Yang Kai re-emerged, he used the open heaven pill to lure away the Chaos Spirit King in order to alleviate the human race's crisis. Afterwards, the human race and Black Ink clan engaged in a horrific battle and no one paid any attention to the whereabouts of the Chaos Spirit King. In the end, Yang Kai found the Chaos Spirit King back here. "Big brother, did you know this guy would return here?" Thunder Shadow asked. As Yang Kai quietly approached like a shadow, he casually replied, "As you said, it's not very smart, so it was worth a shot." As they were communicating inside Yang Kai's head, leaving no traces, no one outside could hear and detect them. Although he had said so, Yang Kai was actually quite confident in his hypothesis, otherwise he wouldn't have come straight here. The intelligence of the Chaos Spirit clan was truly dismaying, even the strongest Chaos Spirit Kings were no exception. At this moment, a large number of chaos entities were gathered as the colony of the Chaos Spirit clan spread as far as the eye could see. There was also a smaller number of Chaos Spirit clan members who had already taken on physical forms. These Chaos Spirit clan members happened to be gathered around in a large sphere with a certain chaos entity at their center. Furthermore, one could vaguely make out the supreme-grade open heaven pill within that flowing mass of chaotic force. In addition, the Chaos Spirit King happened to be standing nearby. Apparently, the Chaos Spirit King was extremely vigilant as it had suffered a loss once already. Its powerful divine sense was constantly sweeping through the void, and even the slightest oddity or movement would draw its attention. To be honest, if it weren't for Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, Yang Kai could forget about sneaking into this place, and even with the help of Thunder Shadow's mastery of the Tao of Concealment, Yang Kai was still being extremely cautious. Bit by bit, Yang Kai slowly approached, trying his best not to leak even a hint of his aura. Having reached the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai naturally didn't fear this Chaos Spirit King, but he also had no intention of fighting it. The opposite party wasn't a part of the Black Ink clan and he would not gain anything by defeating it. It would be even worse if he lost, which was entirely possible. It could even be said that Yang Kai would be on the losing end if they fought, no matter the outcome. Therefore, Yang Kai had already made up his mind to simply snatch the pill and flee. The Chaos Spirit King's thoughts were simple: if you eat my pill, you must spit it out. I found it first, so it's mine. Stealthily approaching, Yang Kai pushed Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability to its utmost limit. At some point, the Chaos Spirit King who was observing the surroundings suddenly turned its head, looking in the direction Yang Kai was hiding. In front of someone as strong as this Chaos Spirit King, and a vigilant one at that, there was no such thing as a perfect concealment technique. When the distance between them reached a certain limit, Yang Kai's existence was ultimately discovered. Yang Kai was already prepared for this though. The moment the Chaos Spirit King noticed that something was wrong, Yang Kai surged his space principles and stepped forward, instantly arriving at the place where the Chaos Spirit clan members were gathered. The next moment, loud splashing sounds rang out as he summoned the space-time river. Just like last time, the enormous river carried away everything, engulfing the Chaos entity, refining the pill and the several nearby Chaos Spirit clan members into it. Immediately after, a violent roar mixed with a fearsome chaotic blast rushed into Yang Kai's mind. The soul-warming lotus promptly responded, radiating colorful light and blocking the soul attack. Damn it! Thunder Shadow cried out in alarm, but he didn't make another move. Obviously, he had been dazed by this roar. Fang Tianxi also found it extremely unbearable. The Chaos Spirit King hadn't even made a move yet, but his voice was already so powerful. It just showed how strong it was. Suppressing his discomfort, Fang Tianxi grabbed Thunder Shadow's soul and rushed into the soul-warming lotus. While the two were protecting themselves, the Chaos Spirit King's attack was already upon Yang Kai, while Yang Kai had just finished sweeping the Chaos Spirit clan members into the space-time river and was about to escape. An earth-shattering chaotic force suddenly blasted Yang Kai, shattering the void around him. A muffled grunt escaped Yang Kai's lips before he promptly summoned his Azure Dragon Spear and thrust it towards the Chaos Spirit King. In this brief confrontation, Yang Kai's figure was sent flying while the Chaos Spirit King had to take a few steps back. The next moment, Yang Kai grabbed the space-time river and instantly surged his space principle again. As he took a step forward, he disappeared and reappeared in the distance. An enraged roar came from behind him as a powerful aura rushed over at extreme speed. Obviously, the Chaos Spirit King was already chasing after him. Yang Kai finally experienced how helpless Xiao Yu felt. Being chased by such a strong existence was not a good experience, but what made him feel even more helpless was that he couldn't really fight back against the Chaos Spirit King. While he was fleeing, he shook the space-time river, and under the impact of the various Tao strengths, the Chaos Entity and Chaos Spirit clan members that were caught up in the river quickly dissolved. After a short while, Yang Kai plucked out a pill, stored it away, and fled. Inside the soul-warming lotus, the two passengers felt sluggish. A look of lingering fear could be found on Thunder Shadow's face as he muttered, "That Chaos Spirit King is strong. But it is quite unlucky to have encountered you, big brother." Twice, the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill had been snatched away by Yang Kai. The Universe Furnace had appeared so many times, but it was unlikely that such a thing had ever happened before. From this point alone, this Chaos Spirit King was truly unlucky. Martial Peak, Chapter 5802, off you go. Regardless of whether the Chaos Spirit King was unlucky or not, its anger was obvious at this moment. The last time it had lost its pill, it had relentlessly chased after Xiao Yu. As a result, Xiao Yu had to spend a great deal of effort to escape from it. From this, it could be seen just how persistent the Chaos Spirit King was towards the Supreme Grade pills. As for Yang Kai, now that he got his hands on the supreme-grade open heaven pill, it wasn't difficult for him to escape from this Chaos Spirit King. How could he not be able to do what Xiao Yu could? All he needed to do was use his instantaneous movement a few times and this Chaos Spirit King wouldn't be able to find him. However, he didn't do so, rather he kept the Chaos Spirit King at arm's length, occasionally using his space secret techniques to increase the distance between them. Sometimes, he even exposed his aura so that the other party could pursue him. Thunder Shadow couldn't understand what was going on and asked, "Big brother, what are you trying to do with the Chaos Spirit King?" If he was not planning anything, why would he lead it on? He could have easily shaken it off by now. Before Yang Kai could answer, Fang Tianxi understood and explained, "It's to prevent others from running into this Chaos Spirit King and suffering some kind of mishap." The Black Ink clan in the Universe Furnace world had suffered great losses in the last battle. Of the two royal lords, one was dead and the other was seriously injured. Even the pseudo-royal lords who managed to escape were mostly heavily wounded. As long as the human race masters were careful enough, even if they ran into the Black Ink clan, they would not be in any kind of grave danger. The only ones that could pose a serious threat to the human race were beings like this Chaos Spirit King, especially the one who was chasing after Yang Kai. This Chaos Spirit King happened to be enraged, so if Yang Kai were to shake it off now, and if any other human were to encounter it, they would be doomed. That was why Yang Kai stayed within the range of its senses so that it wouldn't escape his control. This was also a form of protection for other humans. So long as it was within his power, Yang Kai would naturally do it. In any case, it wouldn't hinder him from doing other things. After listening to Fang Tianxi's explanation, Thunder Shadow finally understood. Big brother is very thoughtful. He couldn't help but mutter, "You humans are really prudent. Most monster race on Myriad Monster World were bold and vicious. They only had one principle when they encountered a crisis: overcome it by any means necessary. If they got into an argument, they would immediately resort to their teeth and claws. So, how could they have such deep and complex thoughts? No wonder the early ancient era monster race met with a downfall and the human race had gradually risen." Ignoring this criticism, Fang Tianxi suddenly asked, "Big brother, did you notice something strange?" Yang Kai instead asked back, "What is it?" "There seems to be something wrong with the number of Chaos Spirit Kings inside the Universe Furnace." "You think so too?" Yang Kai raised his brow. He had also noticed this problem before, but he hadn't given it too much thought. "What's wrong with the number of Chaos Spirit Kings?" Thunder Shadow interrupted, totally confused. Fang Tianxi simply continued, "According to Big Brother, 9 supreme-grade open heaven pills were formed when the Universe Furnace opened this time. Including the one in Big Brother's possession, 6 of them have already been accounted for, leaving only 3 which are missing." "That's right." Inside the soul-warming lotus, a thoughtful look appeared on Thunder Shadow's face. The Universe Furnace has undergone 8 Grand Dao evolutions, so the 9th one should be happening soon. After 9 Grand Dao evolutions, the Universe Furnace will be closed, Fang Tianxi added. Thunder Shadow nodded again. Once the Universe Furnace is closed, the 3 missing pills will neither fall into the hands of the human race nor the Black Ink clan, but will instead belong to the Chaos Spirit clan. It can even be said that the 3 pills are currently in the hands of the Chaos Spirit clan, but we don't know where they are. Thunder Shadow looked at him, furrowing its brow as a befuddled look appeared on its face. "What are you trying to say?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Second brother is saying that since these 3 pills are now in the hands of the Chaos Spirit clan, shouldn't 3 Chaos Spirit Kings have been born by now?" "You mean, they haven't?" Thunder Shadow's voice gradually became feebler and feebler. Fang Tianxi further added, 3 Chaos Spirit Kings should be born with the opening of the Universe Furnace this time, but what about the past? Each time the Universe Furnace opens, some Chaos Spirit Kings should have been created. But how many Chaos Spirit Kings have we seen since we entered the Universe Furnace? It was just 1. But according to Fang Tianxi's speculations, there should be a lot more Chaos Spirit Kings in this Universe Furnace, at least a few dozen. Except, judging by the current situation, this Universe Furnace world definitely didn't have that many Chaos Spirit Kings, otherwise, they wouldn't have encountered only 1 until now. Perhaps there are other Chaos Spirit Kings, it's just that we haven't discovered them yet. But there are definitely not that many Chaos Spirit Kings in this universe furnace world, Fong Tianci concluded. Thunder Shadow thought for a moment before asking, "What does this have to do with the current situation?" Fong Tianci chuckled wryly, "It doesn't matter, we were just casually discussing." Thunder Shadow couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, thinking that these two were talking about something he hadn't realized. He always believed that he wasn't stupid. Yang Kai then stated, "Perhaps the effects of the supreme-grade open heaven pill on the chaos entities aren't as great as we think. Even if those mindless chaos entities can refine pills, they may not be able to immediately become a Chaos Spirit King. Rather, they may just become a relatively powerful Chaos Spirit." The Chaos Spirits also varied in strength. Some were as strong as 8th Order Masters while others were only as powerful as 2nd or 3rd Order Masters. The gap between them was enormous. It might be also because of this that not many Chaos Spirit Kings had been born even after so many supreme-grade open heaven pills fell into the hands of the Chaos Spirit clan. As for the exact truth, Yang Kai didn't dare to jump to conclusions, but this conjecture was likely close to correct. Thunder Shadow asked, "Then, the Chaos Spirit King is relentlessly chasing us all the way just for this pill that might not even help a chaos entity under him advance to become a Chaos Spirit King?" Yang Kai laughed. "In the end, we were the ones who snatched it. If it wants to pursue us, let it." Saying so, he suddenly turned and flew off in a certain direction. The Chaos Spirit King also pursued right behind him like a shadow. In that direction, a pseudo-royal lord, who happened to be flying through the void, suddenly tensed up as a sense of crisis gripped his heart. A moment later, a powerful and fearsome aura locked onto him. The pseudo-royal lord suddenly turned his head and saw a streak of light shooting straight towards him from a distance. That streak of light happened to be flickering and the void around it was rippling. Sensing that familiar and shocking aura, the pseudo-royal lord's soul nearly left his body as he shouted in panic, "Yang Kai! Damn my rotten luck." This pseudo-royal lord couldn't figure out how he had encountered this killing star in this place. In the last battle, after Mo Nai fled, the Black Ink clan had suffered a crushing defeat, and the Black Ink clansmen had scattered in all directions. Fortunately, the human race didn't have enough manpower to wipe them out. He happened to be quite lucky as he was not targeted by Yang Shui at that time, giving him a chance to escape that disaster with his life. He had been on the run ever since and had not stopped for a moment. Even if he ran into some humans along the way, he would try his best to conceal himself so as to avoid exposing his whereabouts. According to the information he had obtained from the Black Ink disciples, the Universe Furnace would close soon. He had entered the Universe Furnace world from the barren territory, so, as long as he waited for the Universe Furnace to close, he would be able to safely return there. By then, the human race would not be able to do anything to him, no matter how many Ninth Order Masters they had gained. His journey had been smooth and uneventful so far, and after a long period of safety he believed that the storm had already passed. But much to his horror he ran into the most difficult human to deal with. He had also suffered injuries in the last battle, but his wounds weren't that serious. So, at this moment, his strength had not suffered that much. After a brief moment of fear, the pseudo-royal lord became solemn and roared, "Come!" In front of such a human who was proficient in the Tao of space, escaping was an unrealistic dream. The pseudo-royal lord immediately made the most appropriate response, taking up an offensive stance to let Yang Kai know that even if he killed him, he would have to pay a huge price. A pseudo-royal lord was also a royal lord, only slightly weaker than a true royal lord. How could he allow himself to be trampled upon? Seeing the pseudo-royal lord in front of him assume an aggressive posture, Yang Kai was slightly surprised, but he did not take it too seriously. While the other party let out an angry roar, Yang Kai quickly closed the distance between them. After reaching a certain critical point, he raised his hand and made a grabbing motion, causing Tao's strengths to undulate around him. The next moment, the space-time river gushed out with crashing sounds. The enormous river was like a whip, one end held in Yang Kai's hand as it lashed straight towards the pseudo-royal lord. For the Black Ink clansmen who had participated in the last battle, the space-time river was still fresh in their memories. A pseudo-royal lord got swept into the river at that time before Yang Kai had even broken through. Yang Kai then dove into the river and slaughtered that pseudo-royal lord within a few breaths. Although Yang Kai had only managed to kill that pseudo-royal lord at that time due to a sneak attack, it still showed how strange this river was. Emonayi also suffered a great loss inside this strange river. Seeing Yang Kai summoning this enormous river once more, the pseudo-royal lord immediately became vigilant. He let out a furious roar as black ink strength surged around him before he punched straight towards the river. The great river was shaken and monstrous waves rose and fell one after another. The impact almost blew the river in half. The pseudo-royal lord's face lit up with joy, but the next moment, his expression took a turn for the worse, because although it looked like that river was about to snap in half, it ultimately didn't. The river was like a whip. It bent a few times before ruthlessly lashing out at him again. Dao's strength surged violently as the Grand Daos evolved and developed. The pseudo-royal lord was struck so hard that it knocked the senses out of him. In an instant, he lost his consciousness as a whip-like river wrapped around him. Caught off guard, the pseudo-royal lord was engulfed by the space-time river. The enormous river seemed to contain an extremely strange power while destabilizing his mind and perception. He immediately understood why his companion had been killed by Yang Kai, who had yet to break through at that time. After having fallen in this strange river, his strength must have been greatly suppressed, making it difficult for him to display his full power. He wanted to struggle his way out, but an irresistible force swept over and dragged him along. "Off you go!" Yang Kai shouted, and with a flick of his wrist, the pseudo-royal lord who was bound by the whip-like river was sent flying. Afterwards, Yang Kai flew off at an extremely high speed without even looking back even once. In the rear, the pseudo-royal lord looked completely dumbfounded. He was unable to understand what had just happened. Did Yang Kai come here just to humiliate him? If not, why had he not killed him? Martial Peak, Chapter 5803. Ninth Evolution. In that kind of situation, he knew that there was no way he could escape from Yang Kai's hands. Perhaps if he fought to the death, he could make Yang Kai pay a price, but it definitely wouldn't be too high. Unexpectedly, this killing star only teased me a little and quickly fled, but why? The next moment he understood. As soon as he stabilized himself, he felt an extremely sharp and ferocious aura rapidly closing in on him from behind. Furthermore, this aura happened to be even stronger than the Ninth Order Yang Kai. The pseudo-royal lord hurriedly looked back, and instantly saw a figure charging towards him. He had felt this aura and had also seen who it belonged to from a distance in the past. Now that he came face to face with it, it was even more terrifying. The Chaos Spirit King? He was struck with panic. In the blink of an eye, the Chaos Spirit King was already upon him. The Chaos Spirit King's anger was as fierce as an erupting volcano, but it didn't pay any attention to this pseudo-royal lord who was blocking his path. It just casually threw a light punch at him as if it was pushing aside a blockade. It then brushed past him and went chasing after the killing star. Pooh! The pseudo-royal lord's figure doubled over and he spurted out a mouthful of black blood. At the same time, his aura fiercely declined as black ink strength started uncontrollably dissipating. Even though it was just a casual punch, the power behind an enraged Chaos Spirit King's attack could still not be underestimated. In addition, the pseudo-royal lord had just been dazed by Yang Kai's whip and was not able to defend himself properly. He was caught off guard and seriously injured in one blow. When he looked up, he saw the Chaos Spirit King's figure gradually disappear from his sight. He was delighted at the sight of this and could not help but laugh, taking pleasure in his enemy's misfortune despite the tremendous pain he was in. Yang Kai is being chased by the Chaos Spirit King. No wonder he didn't have time to pay attention to me. At this moment, an old saying of the human race flashed in his mind: the wicked will be punished by the wicked. Yang Kai, aren't you amazing? Haven't you already broken through to the Ninth Order? So what if you're strong? In the face of that damn Chaos Spirit King, all you can do is flee. He immediately prayed in his heart that the Chaos Spirit King could put in some more effort and kill Yang Kai. However, a smile had just bloomed on his lips when it suddenly froze. Ripples suddenly appeared one after another in the void right before him, just like when a stone is thrown into a calm lake. As these ripples spread outward, a figure materialized out of thin air. In just one step, the figure was standing right before him. "You." The pseudo-royal lord's expression suddenly changed for the worse. At this moment, he realized he had made a mistake. "You seem quite happy." Yang Kai, who had just returned, looked at the pseudo-royal lord with curiosity. The other party didn't answer, he just quickly turned around and fled. Had he fought Yang Kai to the death when they just met, he would have been able to bite off a piece of his flesh before dying. But now that he had been seriously injured by the Chaos Spirit King, this notion had already been quashed. He was not this killing star's opponent even at his peak, so how could he resist when he was seriously injured? He did it on purpose. This killing star definitely did this on purpose. He used the Chaos Spirit King to weaken me so he could circle back using his space secret technique to easily finish me off. He never had any intention of letting me live. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai shouted impatiently. The Chaos Spirit King had noticed his aura and had already changed directions to chase after him. If he didn't want to fight with the Chaos Spirit King, he had to end this battle quickly. As soon as Yang Kai spoke, he manipulated space principles, causing the surrounding void to become viscous, like a swamp, making it difficult for the pseudo-royal lord to move. Yang Kai already had his spear in hand, which he fiercely thrust towards the pseudo-royal lord. The next moment, a ferocious aura shot straight towards the pseudo-royal lord from behind, forcing him to turn around and face it head-on. The last thing that entered his eyes was a rapidly expanding spear tip. Pitch-black blood splashed out as the pseudo-royal lord's head blew apart. The two figures brushed past each other, but Yang Kai didn't stop even for a moment and continued moving ahead, leaving the pseudo-royal lord's corpse behind him that still maintained a defensive posture. A few breaths later, the pursuing Chaos Spirit King once again passed by this place and casually waved its fist. The corpse blocking its path blew into smithereens. Inside the soul-warming lotus, Thunder Shadow muttered to Fong Tianci, "Big Brother is too sinister." Fong Tianci earnestly stated, "In battle, there's no such thing as being too sinister." It wouldn't be difficult for Yang Kai to kill a pseudo-royal lord with his current strength, but he would still need to fight for a while to achieve that. A pseudo-royal lord could barely be considered an existence on par with a royal lord, but because they were made using a Black Ink Clan source fusion technique and were not true royal lords, it was difficult for them to display the full might of a royal lord. With an existence like the Chaos Spirit King chasing after him, it was naturally not wise to fight with a pseudo-royal lord. On the other hand, Yang Kai could easily eliminate his opponent after weakening the pseudo-royal lord by using the Chaos Spirit King, then circling back to eliminate him. This was an example of lifting a heavy weight using borrowed strength. The chaser had unknowingly become Yang Kai's accomplice, and if Yang Kai got the chance to kill a pseudo-royal lord without any effort, why should he not take it? Of course, it was only because the Chaos Spirit King's intelligence was not high enough that this was possible. If it was any other master with normal intelligence, Yang Kai's plan would not have worked at all. Just like before, the chase continued. Their chase flipped the universe furnace world upside down. Yang Kai didn't have a set direction. In any case, he was just leading the Chaos Spirit King on a wild chase around the universe furnace world. If he ran into someone from the Black Ink Clan, he would kill them right away, but if he encountered a human, he would take a detour and warn them in advance, lest they get caught up in this storm. Yang Kai might be slightly weaker than the Chaos Spirit King, but if he were to focus on escaping, the Chaos Spirit King would not be able to do anything to him. As luck would have it, the Chaos Spirit King's sentience wasn't very developed. It was certain that Yang Kai had snatched the supreme-grade open heaven pill, so it kept chasing after him relentlessly. The number of Black Ink Clan survivors Yang Kai encountered started to decrease over time. Of course, it might have been because they had been killed, but the bigger reason was that the survivors had gone into hiding. Right now, things were extremely unfavorable for the Black Ink Clan in the Universe Furnace world. The human race had 4 Ninth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had split up to hunt down any Black Ink Clansman they could find. On the other hand, the only royal lord on the Black Ink Clan side was heavily injured and was nowhere to be found. So, How could the Black Ink clan still have the strength to resist the humans in this kind of situation? Naturally, they used all kinds of means to hide themselves, waiting for the universe furnace world to close. Although most of them knew that another bloody battle would break out when the universe furnace closed, they did not have much choice in the matter. As time passed, Yang Kai became slightly disappointed. There was no trace of Mo Na Yi, nor was there any trace of the other 3 supreme-grade open heaven pills. The universe furnace world was quite vast. Perhaps there were some places he had yet to explore, or perhaps the 3 pills had already been refined, or perhaps they had fallen into the hands of some Black Ink clansman or human. Everything was possible. As for Mo Na Yi, if he was hell-bent on hiding, it wouldn't be easy to find him. Yang Kai was in no rush though. He could end Mo Na Yi once the universe furnace closed. During this trip to the universe furnace, the human race had not only dealt the Black Ink clan a severe blow, they had also gained 4 new 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai also got his hand on another supreme-grade Open Heaven pill which he could bring back and give to Mi Jinglun. In short, this trip was worth it. At some point, the Grand Tao within this world suddenly started undulating before the last remnants of the chaos rapidly disappeared. The 9th Grand Tao evolution was finally taking place. After this evolution, the universe furnace would soon close. As for the Chaos Spirit King who had been chasing after Yang Kai all this while, it seemed to have also noticed this and became even more agitated, pushing its speed even higher. Be that as it may, it had never been able to close the distance between them from the moment it had started chasing Yang Kai. No matter how hard it tried, it was useless. Second brother, take the helm. Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Inside the soul-warming lotus, the corner of Fong Tianxi's mouth twitched. What does Big Brother think of his body? But after giving it another thought, he realized that it was quite appropriate to address his physical body as a ship on which the 3 brothers were riding. Without further thought, Fong Tianxi immediately took control of the body. However, he didn't have full control over it, mainly because Yang Kai was still occupying the majority of his physical body, so he was unable to control it too smoothly. It wasn't that Yang Kai was on guard against him, but rather that he needed to focus on something else. Fong Tianxi only needed to control the body to escape the Chaos Spirit King's pursuit, which didn't require much fine control. The handover between them was extremely smooth. From an outsider's point of view, it was impossible to spot any change in Yang Kai. He was still fleeing, and the Chaos Spirit King chasing after him was completely helpless. But at this moment, Yang Kai was completely focused on sensing the changes in the surroundings. When the universe furnace world underwent its 9th Grand Tao evolution, the Grand Taos in this world started undulating as the chaos completely evolved into 10,000 Grand Taos. After the 9th evolution, the universe furnace world would finally reach perfection. At this moment, Yang Kai also summoned his own space-time river and urged his Tao strengths, churning them and studying the endless mysteries that appeared. Inside the small space-time river, all Tao strengths converged, and under Yang Kai's control, various Tao strengths constantly blended and fused, devouring and evolving before finally transforming into 5 elements Tao strengths. The 5 elements Tao strengths mutually restrained and supported each other, rapidly transforming into Yin and Yang. As Yin and Yang circled around each other, time and space became twisted and ultimately evolved into chaos. All Tao strengths converged into one, and ultimately became chaos. This was a mysterious process Yang Kai had comprehended from the infinite river, and at this moment he had thoroughly confirmed this point using his own Tao strength's evolution. At this moment, the space-time river circling around him was no longer the space-time river, but a chaos river. The moment this chaos river completely stabilized, a sudden change occurred. As if a drop of water had been poured into a sizzling oil, the Tao strengths of the entire universe furnace world began to violently undulate, and the infinite river that ran through the world also began to violently surge, sending waves as high as the sky everywhere, sweeping across everything. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5804, Branch. While the Grand Tao of the universe furnace world started evolving for the 9th and final time, whether it was the humans who were searching for the traces of the Black Ink clan or the Black Ink clan who were hiding themselves, Everyone had already gotten used to it. After all, this kind of thing had already happened 8 times before. Besides the first time when there was some surprise and confusion, everyone completely disregarded it from the second time on. This was the profound mystery of the universe furnace. There was no need to pay too much attention to it. Except, this 9th evolution appeared to be different from any of the previous ones. Under the surging grand Daos, the entire universe furnace world was shaking. At this moment, it was as if something was changing, but no one could see it clearly, nor could they explain it. The infinite river that ran through the entire universe furnace world, from shallow to deep, contained the mysteries of chaos evolving into 10,000 grand Daos. Every evolution of the grand Daos was also a manifestation of the mysteries of chaos giving birth to 10,000 grand Daos. The universe furnace seemed to be demonstrating the truth of the grand Tao to all living beings, the essence of the world itself. When the last grand Tao evolution occurred, Yang Kai used his own space-time river as a foundation and prompted the 10,000 grand Daos to revert to chaos. By doing just the opposite, it was no different from erecting a different flag amid this surging tide. Vaguely, he seemed to have touched something. At this moment, Yang Kai felt an inexplicable pressure on him from all directions, causing the space-time river around him to violently shake, almost collapsing it. If one followed the heavens, they would achieve twice the results with half the effort, but if one defied the heavens, the opposite would happen. What Yang Kai was currently doing was tantamount to opposing the natural order of the universe furnace world. When the last grand Daos evolution was taking place, any act of rebellion would naturally be suppressed by this world. The speed at which he was fleeing suddenly slowed down, but the Chaos Spirit King chasing after him didn't appear to be affected by it at all. It was quickly closing the distance between them. Fong Tianci, who had taken control of a portion of Yang Kai's body, and was running for his life, was greatly alarmed. He might not have any idea about the exact cause behind this sudden change, but he knew that it had something to do with his main body. Gritting his teeth, he quickly prompted space principles and executed instantaneous movement, but he didn't teleport too far. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was completely focused on maintaining his own space-time river. The exploration of the infinite river had allowed him to glimpse at some things, but he was unable to thoroughly understand them. If he wanted to verify his theory, he could only rely on this method. He had been meaning to do this for a long time, but the Chaos Spirit King that was chasing him right now had become a potential threat. There was nothing he could do about it either. When he snatched back the supreme-grade open heaven pill, it was destined that he would not be able to shake off this Chaos Spirit King. Otherwise, others would definitely suffer because of him. The long river around Yang Kai kept shaking. It appeared to be on the verge of collapse, but Yang Kai continued to persevere, and soon, a look of joy overtook his face. Because the Grand Tao evolution, which should have started and ended in a flash, had not disappeared, and was instead showing signs of intensifying. This was undeniable proof that his actions had some effect. Although he was going against the entire world with his might alone, as the saying went, even a single rat dropping could ruin a pot of porridge. The current Yang Kai was that dropping that had fallen into this universe furnace world. The Grand Daos undulated even more fiercely, shaking the universe furnace world non-stop. Whether it was the human race or the Black Ink clan, all of them were shocked and confused, not knowing what was happening. At this moment, Fong Tianxi's voice rang out, "Big brother, I can't hold on much longer." From the start, he had only been in control of a small portion of Yang Kai's body, and Yang Kai's actions made his job even more difficult. Even if he used a space secret technique, he was unable to teleport far. Meanwhile, the Chaos Spirit King kept relentlessly chasing after them, closing the distance to a dangerous degree. In a moment he might fall into the range of the Chaos Spirit King's attacks. If that really happened, Yang Kai would not be able to do anything, he might even possibly put himself in danger. Fong Tianci shouted his plea, but Yang Kai did not give any answer. It remained unknown whether he heard him or not. Yang Kai also felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. In the universe furnace world right now, when chaos was giving birth to 10,000 grand Daos, filling every step of this place, he could only rely on his own strength to go against it. So, he was really under intense pressure. He didn't even know if his actions were meaningful or not, but he had indeed caught a glimpse of some things in the infinite river. If he didn't verify his speculations now, he might never have another chance in his life. He didn't want to miss this rare opportunity, so he had no choice but to persevere. Fortunately, his divine dragon body had become stronger than ever after he had broken through to the 9th order. Had he still been in the 8th order, it would have been difficult for him to hold even this long. At this point, every single breath felt like millions of years. Suddenly, a fearsome attack came flying at him from behind. Apparently, the Chaos Spirit King had already reached the range it could begin attacking him. It was also at this moment that Yang Kai, who was fully focused on circulating his strength, suddenly saw a massive, winding river. Naturally, this was the legendary infinite river that ran through the entire universe furnace world. As a matter of fact, although this river ran through the entire universe furnace world, it wasn't everywhere. Yang Kai was still quite a distance away from the infinite river. However, he noticed that the space inside the universe furnace world had become unstable at this moment. He wasn't the only one who noticed this. At this moment, all the surviving humans and Black Ink clansmen saw this enormous river appear, flowing from an unknown source towards the end of this world. The great river happened to be shaking, and beside it, tributaries that had never been seen before and had never been detected by any living being rapidly appeared one after another. If the massive river was a giant tree, then these tributaries that had suddenly appeared were branches. It was difficult to calculate how many branches there were, as there were too many to count. These tributaries flowed continuously and quickly filled the entire universe furnace world like a spider web. In these tributaries, what flowed was the 10,000 grand Daos after they had evolved. This was a remarkable sight to behold. All the humans and Black Ink clansmen stared at this sudden sight in a daze. Some of them even reached out to touch a tributary close at hand, but their hands went right through it as if they were touching something illusory. There was no resistance at all. The universe furnace world had undergone momentous change, but no one knew the cause behind it. At this moment, Yang Kai, the architect behind this chaos, was coughing up blood. The Chaos Spirit King's attack was extremely powerful and even he was unable to withstand it. However, no anger could be seen in his eyes, rather they were shining brightly. The moment these tributaries appeared, he knew that his previous speculations were correct. The universe furnace truly existed and was hidden somewhere in this world. Its profoundness lay in its ability to derive all the grand Daos from chaos. Whether it was the 9 grand Dao evolutions or the existence of the infinite river, they were the undeniable proof. Finding the true body of the universe furnace, on the other hand, was a whole other problem. Since ancient times, every appearance of the universe furnace drove generations of great experts to enter it. Did they not think of searching for the real body of the universe furnace? Of course, they did. But no one had ever found it. Yang Kai also was not sure if he could find it, but all he could do was give it a try. If he found it, it would naturally be a reason to rejoice, but if he couldn't find it, he wouldn't suffer any losses either. The only problem hindering him was the Chaos Spirit King that was chasing after him. It was a nuisance. Fortunately, now that his strength had dramatically increased, it wasn't that troublesome. Now the only issue before Yang Kai was how to go about his search. Since he had managed to glimpse the mystery of how the universe furnace derived all the grand Daos from chaos, he figured he should do the opposite to create a kind of interference that would hopefully reveal some clues he could trace. With this plan in his mind, Yang Kai let himself loose. No one had ever done such a thing before, or even mastered so many grand Daos like him. As the saying went, when in doubt, it's better to take a step back. Who knows, you might see the situation clearly. Going against the tide of the entire universe furnace world was equal to going against the heaven's will, but it also allowed one to see more clearly. When the tributaries appeared, the space-time river around Yang Kai's body started shaking. To others, the enormous infinite river might seem like an illusory river, but it looked completely different to Yang Kai, who was surrounded by his own space-time river. Flowing in these tributaries were the 10,000 grand Daos that were born from chaos. Whereas his current space-time river was the amalgamation of 10,000 grand Daos returning to chaos. The two were completely opposite to each other. If these tributaries were like closed doors, then the space-time river was the key to opening them. The next moment, the space-time river surged before it carried Yang Kai into the nearest tributary. Right then, another fearsome attack shot towards Yang Kai. The Chaos Spirit King had already caught up to him, and naturally, when it saw Yang Kai rush into the tributary, it refused to give up. However, no matter what it did, it was unable to harm Yang Kai in the slightest, and it couldn't even enter the tributary either. All it could do was helplessly watch Yang Kai rapidly drift away following the tributary's flow. The Chaos Spirit King chased after him for a while longer before finally losing sight of Yang Kai. Boundless anger surged within it as it let out a long roar, unable to contain its rage. Inside the tributary, Yang Kai, who was protected by the space-time river, seemed to have transformed into an undercurrent, drifting along the flow, surrounded by extremely rich Dao strengths. However, Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to refine and absorb them at this moment, mainly because he had obtained ample benefits from the infinite river. Refining and absorbing them now wouldn't have much effect. Furthermore, he even had a large amount of Dao strengths sealed in his small universe, ready to be refined by him or others. He had no idea where he was going, but if his guess was right, then the end or source of the tributary should be the location of the universe furnace. Also, it was completely unrealistic to go against the current as the resistance was too high. He had no choice but to follow the flow. Just as Yang Kai entered the tributary, the universe furnace world suddenly underwent a great change, folding the various spaces and stacking them upon each other. The humans who went searching for traces of the Black Ink clan, and the Black Ink clan who were hiding in the shadows, no matter who it was, all of them could feel that the surroundings had changed. After a short while, every surviving outsider felt as if they had entered an independent void. Even if they had companions nearby, they found it extremely hard to approach them. It was as if the opposite party was in a totally different space. The universe furnace is about to close. Somewhere in the void, Blood Crow immediately frowned and warned when the Six Paths formation he was part of collapsed for no reason. He had experienced this before, so after noticing the changes in his surroundings, he immediately understood what was about to happen. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5805, Projection Reappears. Hearing Blood Crow's words, the veteran 8th Order Masters were puzzled. Didn't you say that we'll still have some time after the 9th evolution? Blood Crow shook his head. It was like that last time, but it's a little different this time. Perhaps it is different every time. He had participated in the appearance of the universe furnace only once, so how could he know if there was any kind of pattern? Judging by the current situation, the universe furnace would indeed be closing very soon. At that time, all the outsiders would be expelled from this independent world and returned to their respective entrance points. When that time came, another war would break out, and this time, the human race had already made preparations. They would definitely inflict heavy losses on the Black Ink clan. After the last battle, once the group of 6 had finished recuperating, they started hunting around in a battle formation. During this time, they had some modest gains. Originally, they thought that there was still some time before the universe furnace closed, and that they would be able to make more progress, but at this moment, they decided not to ruminate too much on it. The 6 8th Order Masters came from the various entrances of the universe furnace, so once the universe furnace was closed, they would be forced to return to different places. Immediately, each of them cupped their fists and bid their farewells before settling down to adjust their breathing and recover their strength. Not only them, but all of the human race masters who were still active appeared to have noticed it. Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and started getting ready for the imminent battle. In comparison, the Black Ink clansmen who were relatively well-informed were a little uneasy and restless. Although they knew that this day would eventually come, when it really did, they discovered that they had not been prepared. The news they had received from the Black Ink disciples had left them deeply concerned. They didn't know what kind of terrible situation they would face after the universe furnace closed. In the end, they had to return to various great territory battlefields. After the universe furnace closed down, whether they lived or died would all depend on the outside battle situation between the Black Ink clan army and the human race army. Moreover, many of the Black Ink clansmen were oblivious to this truth. While the undercurrents were surging, Yang Kai, protected by his space-time river, followed along the flow of the infinite river tributary. He had no idea where he was going or whether his actions had any meaning, but now that things had reached this point, he had no choice but to follow through. This stream was filled with an extremely rich and pure Tao strength, so pure that it had condensed into a liquid form that was flowing in the tributary. Yang Kai couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Previously, his actions had given birth to a strange change in the universe furnace. Spiderweb-like tributaries had filled the entire universe furnace world in the blink of an eye. This scene had not gone unnoticed by him. The reason he was able to enter the tributary was because he had used his own comprehension of the evolution of Grand Daos, and used Tao strengths to stimulate the 10,000 Grand Daos to revert back to chaos. If the tributary was a locked door, then his method was the key to opening it. Even if others had seen these tributaries, they could forget about entering them without the corresponding means. Although Yang Kai had used this opportunity to escape the pursuit of the Chaos Spirit King, he had no idea what would transpire next. Left with no other options, all he could do was focus on sensing the changes in his surroundings with rapt attention. The flow of Tao strengths was extremely fast, but when it came to the tributary, its flow was billowing and the currents violent. Being in such a tributary, whether it was time or space, everything had become extremely chaotic. Although the surroundings were filled with extremely rich Tao strengths, one's vision was filled with impossible sights. Yang Kai instantly understood that the universe furnace was about to close. According to Blood Crow, the universe furnace would close soon after the 9th evolution, but this period seems to be a lot shorter. Could it be because of me? At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to think about these things. All he wanted to know was where he would eventually end up if he allowed himself to drift like this. Perhaps the end of this tributary would allow him to discover some unknown truths. Time and space became even more chaotic. Yang Kai found it difficult to even calculate how long he had been inside the stream. At some point, the space-time river around him seemed to have suffered a huge impact, instantly shaking it and destabilizing his body. The impact was so huge that it sent his world force and blood into turmoil. Yang Kai's face turned pale. For him to suffer such an impact with his current cultivation realm meant that it was comparable to an all-out attack from a royal lord. Sensing the source of the impact, Yang Kai instinctively reached out towards it. When he closed his fist, there was something in his hand. It was a very small object, but when he opened his fist and took a close look at it, a strange expression appeared on his face. Much to his surprise, it was a grain of sand. Moreover, he had seen this kind of grain of sand before. He had seen them at the bottom of Infinite River, countless of them at that, which had gathered at the riverbed. These grains of sand were not some simple sand particles, but rather some kind of embryonic universe world. However, because of the massive pressure and rich Tao strength in the Infinite River, these universe worlds were only in their nascent form and looked like sand in a riverbed. Surprisingly, such a thing had actually appeared in this tributary. The infinite river that ran through the entire universe furnace world was the main river, and all the tributaries were part of it. Now that the grain of sand that should have existed in the depths of the main river had appeared, didn't that mean that something inside the main river had been forced out? Realizing this, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. The tributary he was in was probably not as safe as he had imagined. He clearly remembered that a large number of mystical celestial phenomena were forming inside the infinite river. These celestial phenomena may have looked small and unimposing inside the infinite river, but they were actually filled with all kinds of strange and dangerous anomalies. It was just a grain of sand that hit me this time, but what if it was a celestial phenomenon? Yang Kai's head immediately started spinning. Although he was in a crisis, he was still extremely excited. The fact that things had been pushed out of the main river and into the tributary meant that the Tao strength turbulence had swept through the entire universe furnace. Even the infinite river was unable to avoid it. He could not help but be excited about what astonishing discovery he would find at the end of this tributary. Realizing that the environment he was in was not that safe though, Yang Kai became more cautious as he meticulously scanned his surroundings, lest he get pulled into some strange celestial phenomenon. Fortunately, nothing of that sort happened, though quite a bit of sand was indeed flowing towards him along with the current. Yang Kai, who was already prepared for this, easily resolved the issue. While Yang Kai was moving along the tributary towards an unknown future, the universe furnace world closed down amidst violently shaking, the survivors disappearing under the great repulsive force one after another. Azure Sun territory was a frontline battlefield where the humans fought against the Black Ink clan. Countless from both sides had sacrificed their lives here over the past thousands of years. There was not a single corner in this place where the blood had not been spilled and someone had not lost their lives. But despite the numerous battles fought on this great territory battlefield over thousands of years, it was still orderly and controllable. However, a few decades ago, when the universe furnace suddenly appeared, a true war broke out. No battle of that scale and intensity had been fought for thousands of years. Countless Black Ink clansmen fought in that battle, including a few pseudo-royal lords. While on the human race's side, Ninth Order masters, who had long been in hiding, personally stepped forward to meet the enemy. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, but things had slowly stabilized after a large number of masters from both sides entered the universe furnace. More than half of the pseudo-royal lords had entered, but the human race's Ninth Order master had not. As such, how could the Black Ink clan be their opponents now? Over the next 20 years, the human race swept through the entire Azure Sun territory under Luo Tinghe's leadership, setting off a one-sided massacre of the Black Ink clan until they were completely helpless. At present, Azure Sun territory was basically under the human race's control. Although the Black Ink clan was still launching ambushes in some places, they were no longer a threat and would be wiped out sooner or later. These Black Ink clan forces also wanted to escape from Azure Sun territory, but the various territory gates had already been occupied by the humans, leaving them nowhere to run. Originally, the Black Ink clan believed that the humans would launch a massive counterattack after capturing Azure Sun territory, so massive Black Ink clan armies had already deployed across the nearby Great Territories, preparing for battle. But to the Black Ink clan's surprise, the human race army in Azure Sun territory did not continue the triumphant march. Even the Ninth Order master, Luo Tinghe, showed no intention of leaving Azure Sun territory. She simply stood guard there, her thoughts a mystery. Unable to guess the enemy's intentions, the Black Ink clan became a little ill at ease. Not only was Azure Sun territory like this, but most of the other Great Territory battlefields were in similar situations. In Wolf Fang territory, Wei Junyang, leading the human race army, basically purged the Black Ink clan before stopping. When the news reached the no-return pass, Mou, who was overseeing the general situation, felt both uneasy and puzzled, wondering what these two Ninth Order human race masters were up to. At that moment he really missed Monai. Had Monai been here, he might have been able to see through the humans' actions. Unfortunately, Monai had entered the universe furnace world, and Mou did not have any other useful subordinates under him. Except for the Great Territory battlefields that had the two Ninth Order masters, where the battle already settled, war was still raging on the rest of the Great Territory battlefields. Both the human race and Black Ink clan kept investing their troops there, and large and small battles would break out almost every few days. The Black Ink clan had suffered massive casualties, but the human race's casualties weren't small either. Among the many pieces of information relayed back to the no-return pass, there was one that Mou was extremely concerned about. And that was that no matter which Great Territory battlefield it was, the human race seemed to care a great deal about the location where the universe furnace projection had appeared. Even if they had advantages in battle, they maintained a heavy deployment at the location of the projection space, strictly guarding it and preventing the Black Ink clan from approaching. What's so special about those locations? Why are they specifically guarding them? The human race's movements gave Mou a bad feeling. If his hunch came to be true, then all the Black Ink clansmen who had entered the universe furnace might have a disastrous end waiting for them. Because of his hunch, he issued several orders to all the Black Ink clansmen deployed on the various Great Territory battlefields to pay close attention to the locations where these projections had appeared. When the Universe Furnace's ninth Grand Tao evolution was taking place and the Universe Furnace world started shaking, the very same scene that had occurred several decades ago reappeared. The space that was heavily guarded by the humans suddenly became distorted and chaotic before a massive illusory phantom of the Universe Furnace manifested. The projection of the Universe Furnace had appeared once more. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5806, Return. After a few decades, by the time the Universe Furnace's projection appeared once more, the human race masters on the dozen or so Great Territory battlefields were already finished making their preparations. Not to mention Azure Sun Territory and Wolf Fang Territory, which had practically been conquered. Even the Great Territory battlefields where wars were still raging had humans basically completely controlling the specific areas. The news immediately reached the Supreme Headquarters, causing Mi Jingluan to frown. It's a little fast. According to the information provided by Bloodcrow, the last time the Universe Furnace manifested, it took over 100 years for it to close. Of course, the 100 years was the flow of time in the outside world. If one was really inside the Universe Furnace, they wouldn't feel that so much time had passed, because time and space seemed to be extremely wrapped and chaotic at the very beginning, making it difficult to determine how long they had spent inside. But it didn't matter. All the necessary arrangements had been made, and the rest would depend on how effective these arrangements were. Putting down those reports, Mi Jingluan picked up another set. The emergence of the Universe Furnace had triggered an all-out war between the human race and the Black Ink Clan. The human race was not completely prepared yet, but neither was the Black Ink Clan. Azure Sun Territory and Wolf Fang Territory, under the leadership of two Ninth Order Masters, had basically been reclaimed. The Black Ink Clansmen that were present there had either been killed or had fled long ago. The territory gates leading to two territories were now completely in human hands. All that was left were some finishing touches. Several other Great Territory battlefields were now dominated by the human race. Let alone other Great Territory battlefields, just Azure Sun Territory and Wolf Fang Territory allowed the human race to push forward, but Mi Jingluan did not give the order to do so. The Black Ink Clan army terribly outnumbered the human race army still, and the same was true when it came to top masters. If they continued pushing on, they might not be able to achieve much while sacrificing a lot. Once the front line was stretched too far, it would be rather detrimental for the human race. If the human race wanted to reclaim the 3,000 worlds, they would have to take a steady approach. They would have to sweep through the Great Territories one by one and drive the Black Ink Clan out of their homeland, where they had lived for millions of years. As such, Mi Jingluan was waiting for the Universe Furnace to close. Only by killing all the Black Ink Clansmen that had entered the Universe Furnace would the human race be free from any attack in the rear. Otherwise, if the human race masters were sent to the front lines and the Black Ink Clan were to stir up trouble in the rear, that would be quite troublesome. And at this moment, the time had come. What he needed to consider now was how the human race would proceed after reclaiming the current Great Territory battlefields. When the massive Universe Furnace Phantom appeared, apart from Azure Sun Territory and Wolf Fang Territory, the Black Ink Clan in the other Great Territory battlefields immediately took action. MOU had already passed down an order a long time ago that if anything unusual transpired in those locations where the Universe Furnace's projection had once appeared, the Black Ink Clan army should immediately engage. They should not hesitate to attack regardless of what the humans were planning. A huge battle instantly broke out, and this time it swept up all the occupied Great Territory battlefields. Not long after the projection of the Universe Furnace appeared, figures appeared inside the projection one after another. These figures were none other than members of the Black Ink Clan who had entered the Universe Furnace. Most of them were still in a state of confusion as the majority of Black Ink Clansmen did not know that when they left the Universe Furnace world, they would return to their original location. While they were still reeling from confusion, powerful attacks came raining down on them from all directions. The human race masters, who had long been prepared, immediately used their strongest divine abilities and secret techniques. Not only that, but the human race masters who had appeared together with the Black Ink Clansmen from the Universe Furnace world also quickly assumed battle formations, resisting the aftershocks of the attacks from their own side, while searching for opportunities to kill the powerful enemies near them. one after another, fearsome auras flared up before vanishing. Within moments, the territory lords had suffered heavy casualties, and even the pseudo-royal lords found it difficult to protect themselves from this barrage. In Azure Sun territory, Luo Tinghe's slender figure had already charged straight into the enemy lines, reaping their lives with unstoppable force. Any territory lord that was targeted by her was dead within 3 breaths. In Wolf Fang territory, Wei Junyang, dressed in golden armor and holding a long spear, went on a killing spree, leaving rivers of blood behind him. The territories where the 2 Ninth Order masters were stationed were basically seeing a one-sided slaughter. Only pseudo-royal lords managed to hold on, but that too was only for a short while. If things were favorable for the human race in some places, there would naturally be other places where they were losing ground. Profound Nether Territory Battlefield was a great territory battlefield that was once personally overseen by Yang Kai, the Killing Star, so the Black Ink clan had attached great importance to it. Things had been extremely tense for Profound Nether Territory Battlefield over the past few decades. If it weren't for the Divine Spirit's support, Profound Nether Army would have already been lost. Even with the Divine Spirit's assistance, however, it was still difficult for Profound Nether Army to secure another victory. The main reason was that the enemy had deployed a large number of pseudo-royal lords. Fortunately, after a series of large and small battles, the Profound Nether Army had managed to firmly control the area around the Universe Furnace projection. But when the Universe Furnace projection appeared once more, and the Black Ink clan army went on offense, the Profound Nether Army actually had a difficult time holding their ground. It wasn't that Profound Nether Army was weak. It was an army that had Yang Kai at its helm. In name, Yang Kai was still the army commander of Profound Nether Army. With a leader like him, the entire Profound Nether Army was second to none, whether in terms of military strength or morale. The main reason the Profound Nether Army was losing ground was because they had deployed most of their masters to guard the location of the Universe Furnace's projection, thereby weakening their forces in the other areas, which the Black Ink clan took advantage of. When the war broke out, the Profound Nether Army, adhering to the principle of minimizing losses, fought while slowly retreating. When the report of this was sent back to the Black Ink clan, the Black Ink clan army's leader misunderstood his enemy as weak and vulnerable, which in turn ignited the Black Ink clan's momentum. While things were dragging on like this, several figures appeared in the Universe Furnace projection. Immediately after, just like the other great territory battlefields, the prepared human race masters fired their divine abilities and secret techniques at the Black Ink clansmen who had suddenly appeared. Right then, a fearsome aura suddenly appeared, shaking heaven and earth before a furious roar resounded throughout the entire Profound Nether territory. "O Yang Lai has come. Bastards of the Black Ink clan, come suffer death." A few decades ago, O Yang Lai had entered the Universe Furnace through Profound Nether Territory's entrance. Ninth Order. In the rear of the Black Ink clan army, the pseudo-royal lord commander's face drastically changed as he started shaking. When he noticed that O Yang Lai's aura had reached the Ninth Order, he knew that things were looking bleak for the Black Ink clan in Profound Nether Territory. While the Black Ink clansmen were in a state of panic, the human race were in high spirits. Before Yang Kai had taken charge of Profound Nether Army, O Yang Lai was well known for his rampages in Profound Nether Territory, so he was quite famous here. At this moment, many old Eighth Order masters were both envious and gratified after hearing him announce his name and feeling the awe-inspiring might of his Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation. O Yang Lai has advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. He must have obtained a supreme-grade Open Heaven pill in the Universe Furnace. At this moment, the sudden appearance of a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would definitely play a decisive role in the battle. Ever since Yang Kai started cultivating his human self and went into retreat, the Profound Nether Army had been lacking a central pillar to rally around. Fortunately, the war hadn't been too intense thanks to the peace treaty, so it didn't matter if Yang Kai was present or not. Now that O Yang Lai had returned even stronger than before, his presence would undoubtedly breathe new life into the entire Profound Nether Army. Profound Nether Army's morale soared and their momentum rose to a whole new level as they swept through the Great Territory. On another great territory battlefield, a pseudo-royal lord shouted at the top of his lungs, "Xiang Shan has broken through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm." Right across him stood Xiang Shan with a gaping wound on his body and blood all over, but he still had a stoic look on his face as he sent a punch towards the pseudo-royal lord who had been seriously injured by him, coldly snorting, "You talk too much." Just one punch sent the pseudo-royal lord into a fit of coughing blood. In just a few dozen breaths, the pseudo-royal lord's aura who was fighting Xiang Shan perished under his torrential attacks. This was the first pseudo-royal lord that had fallen in this great territory, but it would definitely not be the last. Killing a pseudo-royal lord was entirely possible for Xiang Shan with his current strength, but to kill him so quickly was only possible because he caught his opponent off guard. This pseudo-royal lord was also quite unlucky. Just as he led the Black Ink clan army over, he spotted Xiang Shan who had just appeared. He happened to have fought with Xiang Shan many years ago, and very well knew just how powerful Xiang Shan was. But at that time, he was just an innate territory lord. Now that he was a pseudo-royal lord, he immediately had the urge to finish off Xiang Shan. Except, he was taken aback the moment they exchanged blows. He had indeed become a pseudo-royal lord, but Xiang Shan had advanced to the Ninth Order Master. Moreover, Xiang Shan, a Ninth Order Master, kept pressing the pseudo-royal lord and ruthlessly injured him at the cost of getting himself injured. The pseudo-royal lord was already caught off guard, and now that Xiang Shan was putting his life on the line, coupled with the gap between their strengths, how could the pseudo-royal lord be his opponent? Xiang Shan did not stop after killing the pseudo-royal lord and instead charged at the second pseudo-royal lord. The sight of Xiang Shan coming straight at him scared the hell out of the pseudo-royal lord. He immediately turned tail and fled, not caring if this action would affect the morale of his army. The sudden appearance of two Ninth Order Masters and their act of eliminating the strongest enemies right off the bat had stabilized the situation of the two great territories. It was quite foreseeable that these two great territories would come under the human race's complete control very soon, and the Black Ink clansmen present in these territories would either be killed or driven away. Aside from the great territories under these four Ninth Order Masters, neither side had any obvious advantages or disadvantages in others. Even if one side had a slight edge, it was not able to affect the overall situation. But as time passed, this situation quickly changed. With the universe furnace closed, the humans and Black Ink clansmen returned to the entrance they entered from, and when they did, the humans, who had obviously made preparations for this a long time ago, caught them off guard and attacked the returning members of the Black Ink clan. This led to the end of many territory lords and even some pseudo-royal lords. Additionally, the humans in every great territory saw the return of a large number of Eighth Order Masters. Many of these Eighth Order Masters had only been Seventh Order Masters when they had entered the universe furnace, but when they appeared today, they had advanced to the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. It was all thanks to the ordinary grade open heaven pills, which were relatively easy to find inside the universe furnace compared to supreme grade open heaven pills. Thanks to these ordinary grade open heaven pills, nearly 90% of the Seventh Order Masters that entered and survived had advanced to the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. As for those who failed to advance, it was because of their lacking foundation. Many territory lords fell in quick succession, while many Eighth Order Masters joined the human army's ranks. Owing to these conditions, the scales of victory and defeat were slowly tilting in the human race's favor. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5807. Outside the Great Barrier, wars broke out on all the great territory battlefields and raged like a wildfire. Elsewhere, a large number of Black Ink clansmen returned to the barren territory. As it had always been under the Black Ink clan's complete control, the humans couldn't intervene. As such, there were no ambushes here. But compared to the number of members who had entered the universe furnace through the barren territory, the number of Black Ink clansmen who had returned was undoubtedly quite low. A huge army of millions of Black Ink clansmen had entered the universe furnace from the barren territory back then, with many territory lords and pseudo-royal lords among them. But now less than 1 million had managed to return, that was all. It was a catastrophic loss. The main reason was that after the great battle in the universe furnace, the human race had searched every nook and cranny for them, killing any black ink clansmen they came across. Those who were lucky enough to survive had been hiding all this while until today. Outside the no-return pass, figures similarly appeared one after another at a certain location in the void. One of them was none other than Emo Na Yi, whom Yang Kai had failed to find. He had fled right after the battle, and no one knew where he had gone or where he was hiding. The moment he appeared, he instantly surged his black ink strength and activated some secret technique, transforming into a black ink cloud and quickly escaping. Some territory lords called him out from behind, but he paid no heed to their calls. After running for a while, he felt a little puzzled, wondering where Yang Kai was. He didn't spot him anywhere. According to Xiao Yu's report, when the universe furnace closed, all outsiders who entered it would return to their original positions. In other words, they would return to the very same spot from where they had entered the universe furnace. Although he had been hiding well these past few days and hadn't exposed his whereabouts, Emo Na Yi had been constantly preparing and was always on guard because Yang Kai had entered the universe furnace from the same location as him. In other words, once it was closed, whether he wanted to or not, he would definitely meet Yang Kai again. Yang Kai had already reached the 9th order and his strength was no longer the same. Although Emo Na Yi had also become a royal lord, he had suffered serious injuries in their last battle and only managed to survive thanks to luck. It was extremely difficult for him to recover in the universe furnace world, and once he met Yang Kai, it would not end well for him. As such, he fled the moment he emerged from the universe furnace, fearing that he would fall into Yang Kai's hands. However, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen at this moment. Instead, some territory lords had appeared. Emo Na Yi was unable to figure out what was going on, but he couldn't bother to waste too much time pondering about it. He just kept fleeing in the direction of the no-return pass. Only by escaping to the no-return pass and obtaining the support of Royal Lord Mo Yu could he have a chance to survive. He did not know why Yang Kai wasn't here, but he was thankful all the same. Meanwhile, another war had broken out outside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. Thousands of suppressing Black Ink army soldiers stood on the suppressing Black Ink fortress, fending off the Black Ink clan's attacks again and again, using the power of their artifacts and the defenses of the suppressing Black Ink fortress. Be that as it may, some Black Ink clansmen would get close enough to cause some chaos from time to time. Fortunately, Divine Dragon Fu Guang was still here. He was even stronger than an ordinary 9th Order Master, and thanks to him personally overseeing things, plus the powerful support of the suppressing Black Ink army, the Black Ink clan in the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction was having a hard time breaking through their defenses. However, according to Wu Kuang's report, the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction had become a little unstable. After all, this was a grand restriction that Song and the other martial ancestors had deployed millions of years ago. Even with Wu Kuang personally presiding over it now, it was still difficult for him to reproduce its peak strength. Especially after the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction had been opened twice, which had a significant strain on its integrity. This allowed the Black Ink clan to easily find weak points in the Grand Restriction and continue to break it down. What particularly worried Wu Kuang was that he could faintly feel undulations of Mo's aura. During the last crusade, when the Black Ink clan army and the human race army waged war just outside the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, Song had fallen after using Mu's final trump card to force Mo into a deep sleep. This was the primary reason the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction could be maintained until now. The Grand Restriction was more than capable of sealing ordinary Black Ink clansmen in, and could even stop royal lords with ease, but it was definitely not capable of sealing Mo in its current condition. The day it was fully awake would be the day the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction collapsed. Wu Kuang had been monitoring Mo's movements for thousands of years, and he had not noticed anything unusual all this time. But recently, Mo's still and tranquil aura had begun fluctuating, which was undoubtedly a bad sign. The human race was able to deal with the invasion of the Black Ink clan army, they were able to deal with royal lords as well, but right now they had no means to restrain an ancient existence like Mo. When the universe furnace's projection appeared once again, it triggered a battle outside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. Two royal lords forced their way out of the gap Wu Kuang had opened all those years ago, not hesitating to endure the pressure of the Grand Restriction. Seeing this, Fu Guang promptly charged straight towards them, fighting 1 against 2, with him not faltering in the slightest. But with Fu Guang pinned down by 2 royal lords, innate territory lords took advantage of the situation and besieged the suppressing Black Ink army. In a flash, the battle became extremely intense. Seemingly because Mo was showing signs of awakening, the Black Ink clan in the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction became even more active. Over the past few years, their attacks had become more and more frequent, so the suppressing Black Ink army had no choice but to constantly fight. This high-intensity and prolonged battle had left all extremely exhausted, but none of them had the time to rest. While everyone was locked in a heated battle, a number of powerful figures appeared from the projection of the Universe Furnace one after another. Back when the Universe Furnace had appeared, the suppressing Black Ink army had sent 58th Order Masters inside, but only less than 40 managed to return. Clearly, the battles inside the Universe Furnace were no less dangerous than the battles outside. The Black Ink clan had suffered tremendous casualties, but so had the human race. The 8th Order Masters of the suppressing Black Ink army had lost more than 20% of their original number. The return of nearly 48th Order Masters undoubtedly made the suppressing Black Ink army breathe a sigh of relief though, and when they sensed that one aura among these returnees was extremely powerful, it further boosted their morale. Someone had broken through to the 9th Order. Soon, someone confirmed who had broken through to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. It's Schwer. Schwer has advanced to the 9th Order. Shan Qing Luo's pleasantly surprised cry rang from a warship cruising through the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to kill more enemies. Yu Ru Meng, Su Yan and the others who were standing beside her were both surprised and gratified. In fact, back when the suppressing Black Ink army had arranged for 8th Order Masters to enter the Universe Furnace to search for opportunities, Fu Guang basically tried to arrange for all of them to enter. Naturally, this was because of Yang Kai, and Fu Guang had his own considerations as well. Nonetheless, the wives came to a unanimous decision to give this opportunity to Yang Shui. Although they were women, they had killed a fair share of powerful enemies in their lives. Even if their husband had made great contributions to the human race, they weren't willing to take advantage of his reputation. Everyone yearned for a chance to grab the opportunities presented by the Universe Furnace, so if all of them were to enter, they would easily become the target of criticism. If just Yang Shui was to enter, it would not be an issue, but considering Yang Shui's safety, Yang Shao was also allowed to enter. Otherwise, Yang Shao, as a member of the Dragon Clan, would never have had the chance to enter the Universe Furnace. Now that Yang Shui had reached the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, she had lived up to everyone's expectations and efforts. Our dear husband has only one sister, so we should dote on her. I wonder if he knows that Schwer has advanced to the 9th Order? If he comes to know, it will definitely make him very happy. Just as they were thinking this, a voice drifted into their ears. It was none other than Yang Shui. Big Brother has broken through to the 9th Order in the Universe Furnace. Sister-in-laws, there is no need to worry. The women were stunned for a moment before a beautiful smile bloomed on their faces. He always manages to achieve miracles. Su Yan smiled, not too surprised. Everyone thought that the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm was Yang Kai's limit, even the Black Ink clan. However, as people who had shared their lives with Yang Kai for so many years, these women always believed that he would not resign himself to his fate and would definitely try to break through to the 9th Order. And now he had done it. Because it was him. The warship continued to shuttle back and forth as the women aboard it seamlessly cooperated with each other, releasing their secret techniques and divine abilities one after another, forcefully paving a path filled with fire and blood on the battlefield. The sudden appearance of a 9th Order Master had instantly turned the situation around. Black Ink clansmen were being slaughtered at an incredible rate, and by the time the 2 royal lords who were fighting Fu Guang noticed that the things were not in their favor and wanted to flee back to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, it was already too late. Yang Shui, holding her sword, stood before the gap, blocking it. She hesitated for a moment before allowing the first royal lord to rush back into the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction and then joining forces with Fu Guang to attack the second. After an intense battle, the royal lord fell. Many royal lords had pushed their way out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction over the years, but under Fu Guang's personal supervision, they were rarely able to do anything. Vice versa, it was now very difficult for Fu Guang to kill a royal lord. Most of the time, these royal lords would flee back to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction at first notice of things not in their favor, and Fu Guang was simply powerless to do anything, despite his fearsome strength. But this time, with the addition of Yang Shui, a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and thanks to her act of letting one royal lord escape, the remaining royal lord lost any chance of surviving. Finally, they managed to win after a hearty and delightful battle, but the suppressing Black Ink army did not rejoice. Instead, they silently regulated their breathing and started preparing for the next battle. At the same time, Fu Guang and Yang Shui also received a piece of bad news. This news came straight from Wu Kuang, who was presiding over the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. As the reincarnation of Shi and a Ninth Order Master himself, Wu Kuang was now able to control the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to a great extent. All these years, the Black Ink clan kept coming out of it, partly because of the Black Ink clan's efforts and partly because Wu Kuang was intentionally controlling it, relieving the pressure inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. After all, he wasn't the true Shi, and the primordial heaven's source grand restriction had been in a state of disrepair for many years. Its internal pressure was too high. If he didn't find a way to relieve it, he wouldn't be able to control it in his current state. Every time the Black Ink clan came out, there would only be 1 or 2 royal lords, which was thanks to Wu Kuang's careful control. Had he not been regulating the grand restriction, the number of royal lords that would manage to come out would have been far greater. The suppressing Black Ink army only had so many people, so even with the help of a powerful weapon like the suppressing Black Ink fortress, they would not be able to deal with so many Black Ink clansmen. Once the number of Black Ink clansmen exceeded the limit of what the suppressing Black Ink army could endure, they would surely be destroyed. And now, even though Wu Kuang's strength was increasing by the day, he was slowly losing control over the primordial heaven source grand restriction. The next time the Black Ink clan tried to break out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, they would be accompanied by a few royal lords. He could not say for sure whether it be 2 or 3, or even more. All he could do was do his best and ask Fu Guang and Yang Shui to make preparations. Martial Peak, Chapter 5808, Edge of the Universe. Pure Dao strength coursed through Yang Kai's body, leaving him disoriented. Helpless, he had no choice but to follow the flow. According to his speculations, the source or end of the river was bound to have some grand secrets. Going against the current was too difficult, even for Yang Kai, who had already reached the Ninth Order, so he could only go along with it. It was a strange feeling, as if he was really in a real river, flowing into the distant unknown, sometimes calm and sometimes surging. After an unknown period, Yang Kai felt the flow around him become faster, like a river flowing down a slope. Moreover, the size of the tributary suddenly increased and the Dao strength around him became even denser. He immediately understood that the tributary he was in had merged with the other tributaries. After a while, it merged with a few more tributaries, and the flow of the river became even faster. As he continued to merge with the other tributaries, the tributary became bigger and stronger, forcing Yang Kai to use his space-time river to protect himself from external forces. At one point, Yang Kai was hit with a sense of weightlessness, as if he was falling from a waterfall. Fierce water was swirling around him, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not maintain his balance. Amid the intense Dao strength fluctuations, Yang Kai found it difficult to even maintain the space-time river around him. Then, at some point, he felt like he was spewed out from somewhere. This kind of feeling was quite odd. By the time he somehow managed to stabilize himself, the tributary was nowhere to be seen. Without any external forces acting on him, Yang Kai stood quietly in place, furrowing his brow. Is this the end of the tributary? Where am I? He turned his head and started looking around, but the next moment he froze and gawked in a daze. In his sight was a massive furnace, rapidly disappearing into the distance. This furnace was simple and unadorned, and covered in complex patterns. An incredibly ancient aura was radiating from it. The universe furnace. Suddenly, Thundershadow's voice rang in his mind, seemingly shocked by this sight. Yang Kai's recent actions had left him somewhat confused, but now he finally understood that Yang Kai's purpose was to explore the mysteries of the universe furnace. And now, the greatest mysteries of this world had truly appeared before his eyes. The massive furnace flying through the void before them was no different from the one that had been projected onto the various Great Territory battlefields. If it wasn't a universe furnace, what was it? The only difference was that the projection was illusory, while the one in front of them was real and tangible. Yang Kai was awoken from his daze by Thundershadow's cry of surprise, and just when he was about to chase after the furnace, dazzling colorful rays spewed out from the furnace's mouth. As soon as these colorful rays appeared, they scattered in all directions. Many sand-like particles suddenly expanded, transforming into the embryonic form of universe worlds. A strange celestial phenomenon suddenly expanded and occupied a vast space as rich and pure grand Daos surged out of the universe furnace, filling this stretch of the void that was originally filled with chaos. Right then, a grain of sand came flying straight at Yang Kai. Without the pressure from the universe furnace, this grain of sand finally revealed its true form. As the distance between Yang Kai and the grain of sand shortened, it quickly transformed into the embryonic form of a universe world that was no smaller than the star boundary. Yang Kai hurriedly used instantaneous movement to dodge. When he was exploring the depths of the infinite river, Yang Kai had seen these grains of sand and knew that they were not ordinary. Now that they had left the universe furnace, they had finally revealed their true appearance. As they were just the embryonic forms of the universe world, they were barren and devoid of vitality, but as long as the conditions were right, they would gradually become complete and give rise to living creatures in the future. The universe furnace was still rapidly advancing as more colorful rays continuously shot out of its mouth. Yang Kai finally understood how he happened to have arrived at this place. Apparently, he was spat out by the universe furnace after he entered the tributary and followed it back to its source. The flow of the tributary was only because the universe furnace was erupting. This was not the 3,000 worlds, nor was it Black Ink Battlefield, but a place he had never set foot in before. Having lived and cultivated for so many years, Yang Kai could be considered an experienced and knowledgeable man, but what he was seeing right now was far beyond anything he had ever imagined. After having calmed himself down, Yang Kai continued chasing after the universe furnace, occasionally avoiding the suddenly expanding celestial bodies and celestial phenomena that came flying at him. Since he reached the outer universe, Yang Kai had always had a nagging doubt in his mind. How did the great territories, universe worlds, and strange yet magnificent celestial phenomena come to be? Rumor had it that when chaos was first split into heaven and earth, it gave birth to many great territories and universe worlds. But who or what could have possessed such great power to accomplish such a feat? Even if the world itself evolved, it should still have a source. The exploration of the infinite river had allowed Yang Kai to witness the sand grain-like embryonic forms of the universe worlds, as well as the exquisite celestial phenomena in their nascent state. Although he had gained some insights, they were vague and incomplete. But at this moment, everything became clear. The source of everything was here. The universe furnace. The 3,000 worlds, the universe worlds, and even the remnants of the celestial phenomena on the Black Ink Battlefield, they all originated from the universe furnace, brought about by its eruptions since the dawn of existence. What he was seeing right now was the true process of how heaven and earth split apart. It was an awe-inspiring sight. In his mind, Fong Tianci and Thundershadow were also staring fixedly at this scene. Even the usually noisy Thundershadow had stopped talking. It was a scene that no ordinary person would ever see in their lifetime. Perhaps, since ancient times, no one at all had ever witnessed this. What Yang Kai was currently feeling was hard to describe. He wasn't excited about being able to see the true nature of this world, but rather, he was at a loss. The Chaos Spirit King. Thundershadow's shout suddenly rang in his mind. Yang Kai immediately activated Thundershadow's innate divine ability to conceal his figure and aura. The next moment, a fearsome aura emerged all of a sudden, gushing out along with dense Tao strengths. Surprisingly, it was a Chaos Spirit King. And it was not just a Chaos Spirit King. Many other Chaos Spirit clan members also came gushing out of the universe furnace, arriving at this void. Yang Kai had thought it was the Chaos Spirit King who had a grudge with him, but when he took a closer look, he found that it was not the case. Whether it was the appearance or figure of this Chaos Spirit King, Yang Kai had never seen it before. Its aura was still not as firm and stable as the previous one, and its physique even bore some resemblance to the Black Ink clan. This should be a newly born Chaos Spirit King, Fong Tianci stated. For this opening of the universe furnace, 3 supreme-grade open heaven pills were still unaccounted for. There was a high chance they had fallen into the hands of the Chaos Spirit clan, so it wasn't surprising for a new Chaos Spirit King to be born. This should be the newly born Chaos Spirit King. Seeing this Chaos Spirit King appear here, Yang Kai roughly understood how it had been spat out. The other party seemed to be a little unaccustomed to the outside world, but after a brief pause, it quickly flew off into the distance and soon disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. A large number of Chaos Spirit clan members followed after it. Meanwhile, Yang Kai continued chasing after the universe furnace while concealing himself. More and more embryonic universe worlds and celestial phenomena appeared, with occasional Chaos Spirit clansmen and Chaos Spirit Kings among them. Yang Kai even saw the one who had a grudge against him, but thanks to Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, the other party didn't notice him. Like the first Chaos Spirit King, this Chaos Spirit King also quickly fled in a seemingly random certain direction and soon disappeared. So that's how it is, Thunder Shadow's voice rang out in his mind. No wonder we didn't see many Chaos Spirit Kings inside the universe furnace. It seems our previous speculations were wrong. It's not that the supreme-grade open heaven pills can't create Chaos Spirit Kings rapidly, but that most of these Chaos Spirit Kings were spat out and not in the universe furnace. That should be the case. Fong Tianci also agreed with him. Previously, when they were discussing the number of Chaos Spirit Kings inside the universe furnace with Yang Kai, they had some doubts. Logically speaking, since the universe furnace had opened so many times, there should have been many Chaos Spirit Kings inside, dozens of them at least. But from beginning to end, they had only seen one Chaos Spirit King. At the time, Yang Kai had speculated that the supreme-grade open heaven pills might not be completely effective for the Chaos Spirit clan and could not create Chaos Spirit Kings right away, only slightly stronger Chaos Spirit clan members. But by the looks of it, his speculation was incorrect. A supreme-grade open heaven pill had a high chance of producing a Chaos Spirit King. It just turned out that when the universe furnace closed, sand grain-like universe worlds, as well as the celestial phenomena and even Chaos Spirit clansmen were spewed out by it. This was equivalent to a purge. The one who had formed a grudge with Yang Kai was probably one of the survivors from the last Great Purge. While chasing the universe furnace, Yang Kai kept an eye on everything happening along the way. Wherever the universe furnace passed, the universe seemed to be reborn, though everything was primitive and desolate. Perhaps after countless years, this stretch of the universe would be filled with vitality, but right now, it was destined to be filled with nothing but death and silence. After an unknown period of time, the universe furnace's eruption gradually weakened, as if it was nearly finished spewing out everything inside. Finally, nothing gushed out of the universe furnace. Chaos! Yang Kai suddenly whispered. What? Thunder Shadow asked. Chaos! Yang Kai repeated. The edge of the universe is chaos. As a matter of fact, Yang Kai had already noticed it when he was first spewed out of the universe furnace. It was filled with nothing but chaos, just like when he had first entered the universe furnace. There was no order inside the chaos, everything was extremely chaotic. However, after the grand chaos inside the universe furnace had evolved 9 times, the chaos had evolved into order. And after everything inside the universe furnace had been expelled into this void filled with chaos, it had washed away the disorder. Especially the rich and pure 10,000 grand chaos, which seemed to neutralize the chaos. But no matter what, it was still a place filled with chaos. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5809. The Cycle of Devouring and Expelling. Before the Black Ink clan's invasion, The 3,000 worlds were flourishing and each great territory had its own unique style. The great territories were connected by territory gates, forming an extremely complicated yet interconnected great world. The human race had lived in such a great world for countless years, ultimately dominating it. However, there was also a black ink battlefield outside this great world, which was originally the frontline battlefield against the Black Ink clan, consisting of various great passes made by the human race's ancestors. The Black Ink battlefield was vast and boundless. The deepest region that the human race had reached now was the location of the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. Yang Kai might have gone a bit farther when he was chased by the royal lord and fled deeper into the void, eventually hiding inside the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. But what was behind the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction? What was further behind the celestial phenomena sea? Where was the end of the universe? Yang Kai had thought about these questions before, but he could not find any answer to them. Until today, when his actions allowed him to see the real body of the universe furnace, allowing him to find the answer to his question. The edge of the universe was chaos. It could even be said that the universe had no end, because chaos itself was disorderly and chaotic. If the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield were considered a single entity, then this whole entity should be surrounded by endless chaos. The eruption of the universe furnace was slowly transforming this chaos into a part of the universe, expanding its borders without limit. Realizing this, Yang Kai failed to stop his laughter. No wonder no one has been able to find the true body of the universe furnace all these years. It does exist, but it is at the very edge of the universe. Who would have even thought of coming here to search for it? And so what if I found it? Yang Kai had previously considered whether he would have a chance to refine the universe furnace if he could find its true body, but looking at it now, he understood that this idea was completely impossible. Such a treasure was not something the human race could control. It was the source of the universe, of everything. Trying to refine it would be akin to trying to refine the universe itself. Compared to such an endeavor, finding a way to kill Mo would be child's play. Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were racing, the universe furnace that was flying through the void underwent another change. All of a sudden, a powerful suction came from the furnace, devouring the chaos in the nearby void in a flash. The massive and majestic universe furnace seemed to have transformed into a bottomless pit. It only seemed to draw in chaos, however, while whatever it had spewed out, whether it was the embryonic universe worlds, various celestial phenomena, or even the invisible and formless Tao strengths, they were completely unaffected. Furthermore, the devouring force became stronger and stronger, so strong that an enormous vortex visible to the naked eye had appeared at the mouth of the universe furnace. Watching this from afar, Yang Kai was stunned, but not too surprised. When he was in the universe furnace world, Yang Kai had discovered that whether it was the infinite river that flowed across the entire universe furnace world or the 9 grand Tao evolutions of the universe furnace, all of them involved the mysteries of the chaos evolving into 10,000 grand Taos. When he first entered the universe furnace, it was also filled with chaos, and it was in that chaos-rich environment that all kinds of strange things were born, even the Chaos Spirit Clan. But the key question was, where did the chaos in the universe furnace come from? It came from here. The universe furnace was located at the edge of the universe and swallowed chaos to fill itself. Whenever it reached its limit, it would convert this chaos into 10,000 grand Taos. And when the universe furnace had been filled to its limit, it would appear once more. When the chaos inside the universe furnace had completely evolved into the 10,000 grand Taos, the universe furnace would close and everything inside would be spewed out, expanding the universe further. This was a true samsara. It could be said that regardless of whether it was the world the human race had explored or the world they had not set foot on, both had been created by the repeated samsara of the universe furnace. This process had been going on for countless years, and perhaps it would continue until the chaos was completely consumed by the universe furnace. It was like a painting that was being painted from ancient times to the present, grand and magnificent. Compared to this, the war between the human race and the Black Ink clan seemed so small and insignificant. Yang Kai followed the universe furnace, staring at it in a daze, his heart rapidly beating until finally, after a long time, he suddenly stopped. There was no need to follow any further. After witnessing the entire process of the universe furnace expanding the universe, witnessing the cycle of the universe furnace devouring and expelling, Yang Kai had figured out the origin of how worlds were created and how the universe came to be. It could be said that many of Yang Kai's doubts had been answered. However, no matter how one looked at such a painting, it was still shocking. His original intention was to find the true body of the universe furnace and try to refine it to see if he could use it for himself. Yang Kai had indeed found the real body of the universe furnace, but he no longer had any thoughts about refining it, because after witnessing everything he knew that was nothing but a fool's dream. Big brother, how do we go back? After a long silence, Thunder Shadow suddenly asked a crucial question. Yang Kai had been expelled by the universe furnace along with the tributary. Now that the universe furnace was swallowing the chaos, it had obviously closed down. In other words, the members of the human race and Black Ink clan inside the universe furnace had already left, so how could he return? Even if he were to rush into the universe furnace now, it would be meaningless, not to mention the fact that there was still a question of whether he could. Even if he did somehow manage to get inside, there was a high chance he would be trapped and unable to escape. Then he would have no choice but to wait for the next time the universe furnace opened. It was hard to say when the universe furnace would open again. Maybe it would open in 10,000 years, or perhaps it would be hundreds of thousands of years, no one could say for certain. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to Thunder Shadow's question, and instead silently circulated his strength, trying to connect with the world tree. Even at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, Yang Kai only needed to connect with the world tree to reach it. After receiving the old tree's guidance, he could then enter the grand ancient ruins boundary. Unfortunately, he did not get any response this time. Although he had expected this, Yang Kai was still a little disappointed after having gotten the confirmation. The reason he was able to connect to the world tree was because he had refined and saved thousands of universe worlds in the past. Each of these universe worlds had a corresponding world fruit on the old tree, and through this relationship he had formed a close connection with it. So, whenever he wanted, he could use the world tree's power to enter the grand ancient ruins boundary. It could be said that the world tree itself was connected to all the remaining universe worlds and the 3,000 worlds itself. Back then, Yang Kai had left behind a completely dead universe world just outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction so that he could easily check up on it whenever he wanted. However, this place was at the edge of the universe, and the world tree's connection clearly couldn't reach such a distant and mysterious location, so it was naturally impossible to reach out to it. If we go in the opposite direction, we'll eventually find our way back. Yang Kai heaved a sigh. Perhaps it would take an incomparably long time for him to return to the 3,000 worlds, but that was the only way. Although he had miscalculated and this venture didn't yield much tangible results, the fact that he was able to witness the universe furnace swallow and refine chaos, giving birth to the new universe worlds, made this trip completely worthwhile. This might not enhance his strength, but it would have a profound impact on his future path. After taking one last deep look at the rapidly departing universe furnace, Yang Kai turned around and set off. In his mind, Fong Tianci heaved a sigh. "Emona, you really got it easy." Thunder Shadow was stunned for a moment before quickly responding, "Right? That guy's luck is too good." Originally, if everything had gone as usual and nothing unexpected happened, Yang Kai and Emona would have appeared at the same location when the universe furnace closed. With Yang Kai's current strength, the heavily injured Emona, who had not been able to recover, would not have been his opponent. Most probably, Yang Kai would have killed him on the spot, thereby eliminating a strong enemy of the human race. However, Yang Kai's actions gave Emona a chance to survive. The universe furnace was already closed and Emona had most likely escaped back to the no-return pass. Yang Kai had no idea how long it would take for him to return, but by the time he did, Emona might have already recovered from his wounds. By then, it really would not be that easy for Yang Kai to kill him. Nonetheless, it was useless to mull over what had already happened. So long as he was strong enough, he would have a chance to kill Mo Nayi. Hurrying along and gazing towards the horizon, Yang Kai calmed himself. When the universe furnace appeared, it triggered a war between the human race and the Black Ink clan, one that should be in full swing right now. Fortunately, the human race had given birth to 4 new Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the universe furnace: him, Xiang Shan, Yang Shui, and Yang Lai. Yang Shui should have returned to the primordial heaven's source grand restrictions, so she could not partake in the war in the 3,000 worlds for now. Xiang Shan and Yang Lai, on the other hand, could lead an army to fight the Black Ink clan. Counting Luo Ting He and Wei Junyang, who had just advanced to the Ninth Order, the human race now had 4 Ninth Order Masters to rely on. As long as they did not make any rash moves, taking care of the Black Ink clan shouldn't be a problem. Rather, Yang Kai was slightly worried about old ancestor Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing's side. These two had been suppressing the Black Ink giant spirit god in Wind Mist territory. When the war broke out between the two sides, the Black Ink giant spirit god would definitely not sit by and watch. There was a high chance that it would make a move. If it insisted on escaping, there was nothing the 2 Ninth Order Masters could do. Fortunately, Yang Kai had left a trump card with old ancestor Xiao Xiao in the past. So, even if the Black Ink giant spirit god managed to escape, the human race would still be able to contain it. Hopefully, by the time he returned, things had not become too bad. Thinking so, Yang Kai ordered Fong Tianci, "Second brother, you take the helm." Fong Tianci promptly agreed and took control of his body, teleporting forward using space principles. Had anyone else been stranded at the edge of the universe, even if it was a Ninth Order Master, it would have taken them an incredibly long time to make it back, but Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. Even if he was at the edge of the universe, he would still be able to return after some time. Furthermore, he had Fong Tianci to assist him. At this moment, while Fong Tianci had taken over a part of his body, Yang Kai focused on digesting the gains he had obtained from the universe furnace. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5810, The Black Ink Clan's Capital. On the day the universe furnace closed, the members of the human race and the Black Ink clan inside returned to the dozen or so great territory battlefields. The human race, which had been preparing for this a long time, dealt a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan. In Azure Sun territory and Wolf Fong territory, the 2 great territory battlefields which the humans had basically conquered, most of the returning Black Ink clansmen were either killed and heavily injured. Apart from a few pseudo-royal lords who managed to make it out alive somehow, there were no other survivors. Having broken through to the Ninth Order, when Yang Lai and Xiang Shan returned to Profound Nether territory and Blood Flame territory respectively, the Black Ink clan was caught off guard. The two went on a killing spree, killing many Black Ink clansmen and traumatizing the survivors. Afterwards, the Profound Nether and Blood Flame armies gathered their entire force and attacked the Black Ink clan's main camps under the leadership of the 2 Ninth Order Masters. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle with blood and flesh covering the endless void. Although the Black Ink clan side had a few pseudo-royal lords, their numbers were still insufficient to deal with these 2 newly promoted Ninth Order Masters. For a time, the momentum of the human race armies in Profound Nether territory and Blood Flame territory was unstoppable. The Black Ink clan army collapsed the moment they clashed, suffering countless losses. At the same time, the Azure Sun and Wolf Fong armies, who had already finished their preparations, sent troops to the nearby Great Territory battlefields under the leadership of Luo Ting He and Wei Junyang. The battle situation in every Great Territory battlefield was different. In some, the human race occupied the advantage, and in others, the Black Ink clan held the upper hand. Naturally, there were also those where both sides were basically evenly matched. But despite the situations, favorable and unfavorable, the fact was that the human race had gained many new and powerful troops. The only thing waiting for the Black Ink clan was defeat. The human race armies led by the Ninth Order Masters were basically invincible. In just 3 years, the humans conquered another 2 great territory battlefields. At this time, the battle led by Yang Lai and Xiang Shan in Profound Nether territory and Blood Flame territory had also come to an end. Since the Black Ink clan did not have spare royal lords to send, It was extremely difficult for their army to resist the humans' offensive. Of the dozen or so great territory battlefields, the human race had already reclaimed 6. The Supreme Headquarters spread this news far and wide, boosting the human race's morale greatly. As the war raged, the recruitment office on the star boundary was also filled with a crowd eager to enlist. In fact, ever since the recruitment office was established, cultivators kept coming in a constant stream to sign up. But as the situation was unclear before and a full-scale war had not broken out between the two races, the recruitment office had a lot of restrictions on the number of new recruits they could accept. But now, a full-scale war had broken out between the two sides, and this was a war that concerned everyone's survival. This war would eventually end with the total destruction of one side. As the battlefront would be extended every time the human race reclaimed lost territory, the requirements imposed on the recruitment office for new recruits had been lowered. A large number of newcomers constantly passed through this place and were sent to various battlefields to fill up the numbers. After thousands of years of accumulation, the human race had indeed created many masters, especially the star boundary and myriad monster world. Many talented individuals had been born on these two universe worlds thanks to the World Tree clones' feedback. The newly promoted 5th Order and 6th Order Masters might not be able to do anything against the Black Ink clan alone, but if they were gathered into an army of tens of thousands, the power they could display would be unimaginable. At the Supreme Headquarters, Mi Jinglun was also constantly transferring various resources and personnel to various battlefields to ensure the logistics of the army. Fortunately, the human race had got their hands on quite a lot of spoils of war when they had recaptured those great territories. Although the human race was still lacking in resources, it was not to the point where they were starving. After recapturing the 6 great territory battlefields, the 6 armies split up and moved closer to the remaining battlefields where war was still raging. They converged with the original human race armies of those great territory battlefields, assisting them in resisting the Black Ink clan. The battle became extremely fierce and the Black Ink clan found it difficult to resist the humans at the beginning, but soon, the Black Ink clan responded with appropriate countermeasures. The primary reason the human race held the initial advantage was the presence of several 9th Order Masters leading the armies. It was difficult for the Black Ink clan to compete with them. Although there were some territory lords who had the potential to become royal lords, they still needed time and could not be counted on for now, but the Black Ink clan had pseudo-royal lords. Moreover, creating a pseudo-royal lord didn't require much time. It only required a large number of innate territory lords and a high-rank Black Ink nest. Back when the Universe Furnace had appeared, MOU passed an order to gather all the uninjured innate territory lords at the no-return pass with a heavy heart, using them to create a few dozen pseudo-royal lords in order to destroy any opportunities the humans might get. At that time, the Black Ink clan had suffered a huge loss of manpower. It could be said that almost all of the innate territory lords who had come out of the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction at the beginning of the war were wiped out. Nonetheless, it was worth it. The few dozen pseudo-royal lords had indeed posed a huge threat and caused a lot of trouble to the human race. Now, however, less than 20 pseudo-royal lords were left. It was difficult for them to contend with the human race with just these pseudo-royal lords. The Black Ink clan needed even more pseudo-royal lords. Fortunately, the Black Ink clan had such capital. The Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction was breached years back, and around 2,000 innate territory lords had escaped from it. These innate territory lords had suffered heavy injuries while escaping and were unable to do anything for a while. After Yang Kai came to learn of this, he began hunting and took out many of these innate territory lords. Mo9 even tried to set a trap for Yang Kai using these heavily injured innate territory lords as bait, but the Black Ink clan ultimately failed and had lost many of these innate territory lords. Nonetheless, many innate territory lords still managed to escape with their lives and had been recuperating at the no-return pass all these years. The Black Ink clan was not lacking in resources either, and thanks to this abundance, most of these innate territory lords had already recovered from their injuries after decades of rest and recuperation. The loss of 6 great territory battlefields had sent MOU into a rage, and he once again decided to create pseudo-royal lords. Today, at the no-return pass, One innate territory lord after another walked into the black ink nests under MOU's orders before their fearsome auras vanished. Be that as it may, death was not the final outcome. The sacrifice of life was for that moment of rebirth. The next moment, high-rank grade black ink nests started violently shaking before collapsing one by one. Soon after, one powerful pseudo-royal lord after another emerged from the collapsed black ink nests. Today, 50 pseudo-royal lords were created in the Black Ink clan. Without any delay, these 50 new pseudo-royal lords left the no-return pass under MOU's orders, dispatched to support the various Great Territory battlefields. The addition of 50 pseudo-royal lords instantly put a lot of pressure on the human race. Surprisingly, the human race army's ferocious advancement was stopped. After having reclaimed 4 great territories in just 3 years, most humans believed that the coming war would be as easy and smooth as the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, but to everyone's dismay, they once again entered a stalemate. Every time a Ninth Order Open Heaven realm joined the battle, the Black Ink clan would send at least 3 pseudo-royal lords to confront him or her. It was extremely difficult for the Ninth Order Masters to do anything in this kind of situation. Fighting for several years, countless lives on both sides were lost, and there was no end in sight to the bloodshed. A few years later, the human race ceased their offensive and instead sent out teams led by masters to find opportunities to kill Black Ink clansmen. They had some results as they managed to lure a few pseudo-royal lords into ambushes where they were killed in one fell swoop by the Ninth Order Masters. After having suffered losses a few times though, the pseudo-royal lords became more cautious and no longer dared to act alone, lest the humans take advantage of them. Nonetheless, they failed to break the stalemate. All in all, battles of all sizes erupted from time to time, but no one was able to gain much advantage. This situation continued for several decades. In the last few decades, neither side was able to advance any further after the human race took back 6 great territory battlefields. Everyone was filled with energy, but had nowhere to use it. Many people had already realized what the problem was. Although the human race had several Ninth Order Masters, they lacked a method to quickly kill pseudo-royal lords. It could also be said that they lacked a master who could break through the ranks of 1,000,000 enemy troops and strike fear into the hearts of the Black Ink clan. The Ninth Order Masters were strong enough to kill pseudo-royal lords in one-on-one combat, but as the pseudo-royal lords never acted alone anymore, they could not do anything to them either. If there was a master who could quickly kill a few pseudo-royal lords in a head-on battle, the human race would definitely be able to break the stalemate and rout the Black Ink clan's forces. Xiang Shan may have been stronger than the others, but he couldn't accomplish such a feat. There was only one person who could do such a thing. The Lord of the Star Boundary, Army Commander of the Profound Nether Army in name, the one who was best at creating miracles, the one who was invincible in the same realm, Yang Kai. When he was in the 7th Order, he killed feudal lords as easily as cutting melons and chopping vegetables. When he was in the 8th Order, he slaughtered innate territory lords like chickens and dogs. Now that he was in the 9th Order, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with a few pseudo-royal lords. Unfortunately, no one knew where Yang Kai was right now. The human race knew that Yang Kai had entered the universe furnace from the entrance on the Black Ink battlefield. In other words, when the universe furnace closed, he should have appeared outside the no-return pass. If that was the case though, he should have returned by now. In the beginning, no one had paid much attention to this. After all, it would take some time to return from the Black Ink battlefield, but it had now been several decades, yet there was no sign of him. This begged the question, did something happen to him? If not, how could he have disappeared for so long? Did the Black Ink clan make preparations and set up an ambush near the projection space when he returned from the universe furnace, perhaps catching him off guard? But the Black Ink clan knew nothing about this. So, how could they have set up an ambush in advance? Furthermore, even if the Black Ink clan had set up an ambush, they would have been able to kill him now that he had reached the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. On top of that, the human race was certain that Yang Kai had not been ambushed. At the very least, he had not died at the hands of the Black Ink clan. For thousands of years, Yang Kai's name was a beacon of hope to the human race, a symbol of faith, but to the Black Ink clan, it was synonymous with disaster, an existence they greatly hated. If Yang Kai really died at the hands of the Black Ink clan, they would never have kept it a secret. They would have definitely made a big fuss about it and publicized it to attack the morale of the human race army. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5811, Conversation. Since the Black Ink clan had spread nothing about Yang Kai, it meant that he could not have died at their hands. But the question was if Yang Kai was alive or not. If he was alive, where was he? It was something the upper echelons of the human race urgently needed to investigate. Mi Jinglun had also summoned many human race masters who had returned from the universe furnace to inquire about Yang Kai. According to the investigation, the last person to speak with Yang Kai was Yang Lai. After the huge battle in the universe furnace world that dragged in the majority of the members from both the human race and the Black Ink clan, Yang Kai left after recovering from his injuries. Before leaving, he had a brief conversation with Yang Lai, informing the latter that he wanted to find the remaining supreme-grade open heaven pills and try to find the answers to his doubts while he was at it. What his doubts were, Yang Lai did not ask and Yang Kai did not tell. Since then, Yang Lai did not see Yang Kai again. After all, the universe furnace world was massive, so it was normal for them to not meet each other. On the other hand, some 8th Order masters had vaguely sensed Yang Kai's aura fleeting past them, but Yang Kai was being chased by the Chaos Spirit King at that time, so none of them dared to approach him. Yang Kai simply flew past them, luring the Chaos Spirit King away with him. Without any useful information, Mi Jinglun was unable to deduce Yang Kai's whereabouts. Yang Kai was pursued by the Chaos Spirit King after he had parted with Yang Lai. In other words, he must have gone seeking trouble with the Chaos Spirit King and perhaps even snatched back the supreme-grade open heaven pill he had lost. Otherwise, the Chaos Spirit King wouldn't have reacted like that. With Yang Kai's means and strength, it should have been easy for him to throw off the Chaos Spirit King. He could have easily escaped by just using his space secret technique a few times. Yang Kai must have let himself be pursued on purpose, probably because he was afraid the Chaos Spirit King would start attacking the others in its fury. So, he decided to keep it preoccupied like this. Even so, he wouldn't have been killed by the Chaos Spirit King. In the end, the information he had was too little. Even with Mi Jinglun's intellect, it was difficult for him to deduce what had happened to Yang Kai. He only knew that something must have happened to him, otherwise he would have appeared long ago. Today, Mi Jinglun made his way to the star boundary without alerting anyone and appeared inside High Heaven Palace. When head manager Hua Qingxi learned of his arrival, she hurriedly came to greet him. Mi Jinglun explained his purpose for coming, to which Hua Qingxi naturally agreed. After making some arrangements, Mi Jinglun met Xia Ningchang, who was staying at High Heaven Palace. All of Yang Kai's wives were currently assigned to the suppressing Black Ink army, stationed just outside of the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, under Fu Guang's command, resisting the Black Ink clan. The only exception was Xia Ningchang, who was proficient in alchemy. There was a constant need for supplies during a war, especially pills. The soldiers needed pills to cultivate and heal their injuries. As such, the status of alchemists had risen to unheard of heights, especially great grandmasters like Xia Ningchang. They were practically indispensable to ensure the smooth progress of the war. How could Mi Jinglun bear to deploy such a person to the front lines? Basically, all the alchemists and artifact refiners had been gathered on the safe and secure star boundary. Every year, a massive amount of resources would be sent to the star boundary, where they would be refined into pills and artifacts before being sent to the front lines. Mi Jinglun and Xia Ningchang did not know each other. They had never even met before, but because of Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang's attainments in the Tao of alchemy, Mi Jinglun still knew a little about her. The reason he had come to Xia Ningchang was because she was the one who was most familiar with Yang Kai. Inside High Heaven Palace's reception hall, Mi Jinglun, after waiting for a short while, saw Xia Ningchang arrive. Although it was difficult to see her countenance because of her veil, a hint of fatigue could be seen in her eyes, which should have been bright and clear. Mi Jinglun could smell an extremely strong medicinal fragrance wafting from her, and also noticed that although Xia Ningchang had specially combed her hair, it was still a little messy. How could he not know that she had constantly remained inside her pill room? She probably had not rested for many years. Women always paid attention to their appearance, so if it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have the time and could not bother to care about it, why would she not take good care of herself? Greetings, Supreme Commander Mi. Xia Ningchang elegantly bowed to Mi Jinglung. She had naturally heard of him, the one running the Supreme Headquarters and directing the overall situation of the war, commanding the various armies in the battle against the Black Ink clan. She also admired him very much. Mi Jinglun promptly stood up and helped her up. Madame Xia is too polite. After exchanging some pleasantries, both took their seats. Mi Jinglun was still pondering on how he should ask her about Yang Kai, but to his surprise, Xia Ningchang was the one who asked him, "Did Supreme Commander Mi come here to inquire about my husband?" Mi Jinglun was stunned for a moment before nodding his affirmation, "Indeed." He then asked curiously, "Madam doesn't seem worried?" He didn't see any sign of worry in Xia Ningchang's eyes. Logically speaking, as Yang Kai's wife, Xia Ningchang shouldn't have been able to remain so calm after not having heard anything about her husband for so many years. Under the veil, a smile seemed to have appeared on Xia Ningchang's lips. "How could I not be worried? It's just that my husband should be fine." Hearing her say so, Mi Jinglun couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "How can you be so sure?" He had failed to find any clues on Yang Kai's whereabouts, so how could Xia Ningchang confirm that Yang Kai was safe? Had it been many years ago, when Yang Kai was in control of that artifact called the Loyalty List, they could still determine Yang Kai's situation through the life and death of the people who had left their names on the Loyalty List. But back when Yang Kai embarked on his journey to the Black Ink battlefield, he voluntarily lifted the restrictions placed on the 9 people on the Loyalty List. Yang Kai no longer had any life and death relationship with them. Xia Ningchang was silent for a moment before replying, "A feeling?" Mi Jinglun couldn't help but break into a fit of laughter. How could she judge such a big matter based on her feelings? It was simply too childish. Xia Ningchang added, "This mistress and husband met each other when we were still young disciples of High Heaven Pavilion. Senior sister Su Yen was also with us. In the beginning, husband's aptitude for cultivation was very poor and he was almost kicked out of the sect." Recalling the past, the corners of Xia Ningchang's eyes curled up like crescent moons. Obviously, she was fondly remembering those times. Mi Jinglun didn't interrupt her and quietly listened. Only now did he realize that Yang Kai's rise to power was no different than an insignificant character's arduous struggle. From being a sweeper in a small sect in a remote backwater world, he had grown up to become a cornerstone of the entire human race, a symbol of faith. Such a journey required outstanding willpower, and he had clearly put in far more effort than those born with extraordinary talent. Mi Jinglun couldn't help but heave a long sigh. When great waves wash away the sand, one's spirit is revealed, and only as the ocean flows can one's true colors be seen. Xia Ningchang lifted her hand and brushed her hair behind her ear. "Husband has always accomplished great things. We sisters have been under his wings for many years, but oftentimes, we are unable to help him. In fact, everyone is quite anxious, so whether it is Sister Ru Meng or Senior Sister Su Yen, all of them have been diligently cultivating all these years, hoping that someday, even if they cannot help husband, they will not become a burden to him." Mi Jinglun solemnly stated, "Madame Xia, there is no need to be so serious. Yu Ru Meng and the others are currently at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction under Senior Fu Guang's command, resisting the Black Ink clan inside the Grand Restriction while ensuring its integrity. They have been working hard for many years without anyone to rely on. Madam, you might not have been fighting on the battlefront, but you have been refining pills for the human race, doing your absolute best. All of you are exemplary figures of the human race. No one would dare to say that you are a burden." Xia Ningchang continued with a smile, "The Black Ink clan's invasion concerns the survival of the human race, so we naturally must do our best. We are doing what we can, and so is my husband. For many years, my husband has been constantly on the move, often there are no news for many years. Back when he first entered the Black Ink battlefield without hesitation or looking back, there had been no news of him for almost 1,000 years, but," she paused for a moment before her tone became firm, "but, husband has never disappointed you as sisters. We just need to wait, And no matter where husband is, no matter what happens, he will return to us someday. This was the reason why she felt that Yang Kai was fine, because many people were waiting for him. And he had never disappointed those who had been waiting for him. Mi Jingluan remained silent. After a while, Xia Ningchang stood up and left. Mi Jinglun also left High Heaven Palace with Hua Qingxi and flew out of the star boundary. In the void, Mi Jingluan suddenly stopped, glancing back. Although he had come here looking for answers, he had not gained anything factual. Xia Ningchang was undoubtedly unaware of whether Yang Kai was alive or dead. She simply expressed her absolute confidence and hope in him. She believed that Yang Kai would return safely one day, just like how he had suddenly killed his way back from the depths of the Black Ink battlefield, quelling the war in profound nether territory in one fell swoop. It could be said that Madame Xia had blind faith in this man, but there was nothing wrong with that. However, as the supreme commander of the human race's armies, planning the movement of every soldier, Mi Jingluan couldn't afford to have any delusions. He had to be prepared for the worst. What would he do if Yang Kai had really met with a mishap and died in some unexplored place? War could not tolerate any unrealistic fantasies. The human race was not made up of just one man, it consisted of every human being. Yang Kai had done more than enough for the human race. It was because of his actions that the human race had been able to steadily develop for thousands of years and build up their current strength. If the human race failed to defeat the Black Ink clan even after this, it would be because the human race had lacked in effort. As the favored children of this era, they had to bear the responsibility alongside the fortune. If they couldn't survive this crisis, they were destined to be abandoned by this era. In the end, this era still belonged to the human race. Somewhere in the void, a figure was rapidly moving across. The figure was surrounded by deathly and desolate universe worlds, as well as all kinds of magnificent celestial phenomena filled with unknown dangers. Thunder Shadow's voice rang out, "Second brother, are you lost?" Fong Tianci gloomily stated, "Big brother said to go in the opposite direction, and that's where I'm going. This is the literal edge of the universe. It should be quite far from the 3,000 worlds. Don't be impatient. Why don't I take the helm for a while?" Thunder Shadow suggested, mainly because he had been idling for too long and wanted to come out and stretch. "You don't understand the Tao of space, so giving the helm to you will only slow things down." Fine, you continue. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5812, Monai exits. The war between the human race and Black Ink clans suddenly became even more intense. Large and small battles frequently broke out on the raging battlefields, often lasting months before ending. In such high-intensity battles, both the human race or the Black Ink clan suffered huge casualties, especially the Black Ink clan. Although they far outnumbered the humans, it was precisely because of their numbers that their casualties in each battle were so horrific. Nonetheless, the upper echelons of the Black Ink clan would never feel distressed about this. The Black Ink clan was different from the human race. The human race needed a lot of time and resources to cultivate even one open heaven realm master, but the Black Ink clansmen were all spawned from Black Ink nests. So long as they had enough resources, they could endlessly raise more troops. Essentially, all the Black Ink clansmen below feudal lord rank were cannon fodder. In any battle, they were often the first to be dispatched to exhaust the strength of the human race. A war had broken out in Great Storm territory. A fleet of numerous human race warships split on the battlefield, outflanking the Black Ink clan army. Meanwhile, the battle on the main front raged like a wildfire. Furthermore, the higher-ups of the both sides had also established a battlefield away from the main battlefield where the 8th Order Masters fought with the Territory Lords, and the 9th Order Masters faced the pseudo-royal lords. To a certain extent, the battle between the top masters from both sides would directly affect the outcome of the battle on the main battlefield, because once the powerhouses of one side gained the upper hand, they would be able to suppress the enemy on the main battlefield. In Great Storm territory, two human race armies happened to be fighting against the Black Ink clan army. One was the Azure Sun army under Luo Tinghe's command, while the other was the original Great Storm army of Great Storm territory. After reclaiming Azure Sun territory, the Azure Sun army had converged with the army of this territory, greatly bolstering their strength. Originally, it would not have been difficult to reclaim Great Storm territory, but with the birth of a large number of pseudo-royal lords and their addition to the Black Ink clan army, it made the war far less predictable. A mere pseudo-royal lord was indeed no match for a Ninth Order master, but there were far too many pseudo-royal lords. This was not the first time the two sides were fighting. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan had clashed with each other multiple times over the past few years, enough to already become familiar with each other. But this time, something different and unexpected happened. When the battle started, a fearsome aura suddenly appeared out of thin air somewhere on the battlefield, and immediately after, they could sense the death of a pseudo-royal lord from that direction. This sudden turn of events left many of the Black Ink clansmen bewildered, thinking that another Ninth Order master had been born. However, when they recognized that it was none other than Xiang Shan, they actually felt relieved. No new Ninth Order master had been born in the human race. Xiang Shan had simply come to lend support. The Black Ink clan wasn't completely unprepared for this. The Black Ink clan master, who was commanding the Black Ink clan army this time, instantly dispatched several pseudo-royal lords to intercept Xiang Shan, while also passing on this news up the chain of command. Xiang Shan's appearance in Great Storm territory meant that the Great Territory battlefield he was originally in charge of had no Ninth Order master at this moment. This happened to be a good opportunity for the Black Ink clan. Perhaps they could use it to deal a heavy blow to the human race. The Black Ink clan had suffered a huge loss in this battle. Furthermore, with Xiang Shan and Luo Tinghe teaming up, the lives of the pseudo-royal lords were hanging by a thread. But in the end, it still amounted to nothing. Ultimately, Xiang Shan could not stay for too long. He immediately returned to the Great Territory battlefield where the Blood Flame army was stationed after the battle had come to an end. A battle had also broken out there, and without a Ninth Order master overseeing the situation, things were definitely not good for the Blood Flame army. The same tactic was continuously used in other Great Territory battlefields as well. The armies of both sides fought back and forth, reducing every Great Territory into a meat grinder. Although the human race's fierce offensive had failed to recover their lost territory, it had caused unimaginable losses to the Black Ink clan. Not to mention anything else, just the amount of cannon fodder on Black Ink clan's side had decreased a lot by the next battle. If nothing unexpected happened, this dire situation would likely continue for many years until one side was no longer capable of continuing. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened, the awakening of a royal lord. At the No-Return Pass, Mo Na Yi, who had returned from the Universe Furnace world and was slumbering inside a Black Ink nest, had finally recovered after nearly 100 years. The first thing he did was pay a visit to Royal Lord Mou and inquire about the current battle situation. After learning that the human race had already reclaimed 6 great territories and was currently going toe-to-toe with the Black Ink clan in the remaining Great Territory battlefields, Mo Na Yi was slightly taken aback. When they were in the Universe Furnace, 4 new Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had emerged in the human race, along with quite a lot of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. As the human race's strength had greatly increased, it was not surprising for them to achieve such results in the battle. What took him by surprise was that the Black Ink clan was able to defend the remaining Great Territory battlefields without losing any ground. Originally, he had thought that the Black Ink clan would have lost all the Great Territory battlefields by now. "Sir, which battlefield is Yang Kai on?" Mo Na Yi asked. Although he had already become a royal lord, he still considered himself a subordinate before Mou. He had no intention of competing with Mou for power because the latter was still stronger. Mou was very satisfied with the way Mo Na Yi addressed him. To be honest, when Mo Na Yi returned from the Universe Furnace, he was greatly shocked by the latter's advancement to becoming a royal lord. Although he looked extremely wretched and miserable at that time, it was an undeniable fact that he had become a true royal lord. Furthermore, Mo Na Yi looked extremely flustered at that time, as if he was being chased by something terrifying. He later came to know that Mo Na Yi was running from Yang Kai. When Mo Na Yi inquired about the killing star, a furrow appeared on Mou's face as he replied, "Funny you asked. I've also ordered others to investigate Yang Kai's whereabouts after your return, but they failed to find anything. Furthermore, We haven't seen any trace of him all these years. It seems that the humans are also looking for him. According to some information obtained from Black Ink disciples, Yang Kai went missing after the universe furnace closed. Missing? Monayi was extremely astounded. How did he go missing? Mou's face turned gloomy. Are you questioning me? Monayi quickly bowed. This subordinate doesn't dare. But it's very strange. Mou took a deep look at him before nodding and continuing, It's strange indeed. I've also been on guard against him coming to the no-return pass to cause trouble these years, but he is indeed missing. Otherwise, he would have definitely shown up by now. Mou knew that Yang Kai had already advanced to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm. When he had first heard this news, he had also been nervous. After all, Yang Kai was quite difficult to deal with. When Yang Kai was just an 8th Order Master, he could already cause a great ruckus in the no-return pass. Yang Kai had killed many innate territory lords and destroyed many high-rank Black Ink nests right under Monayi's nose back then. Now that this killing star had reached the 9th Order, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. If he really showed up at the no-return pass and kicked up a storm, Mou wouldn't be surprised. Just because of this, Mou had made a lot of preparations, but none of them had been used yet. Standing below in the Grand Hall, Emily had an extremely bewildered look on his face, as if he had just heard some unbelievable news. The very man who had pushed him to the brink of death had actually gone missing? Monayi couldn't help but break into laughter. He finally understood why the Black Ink clan was still able to defend those great territory battlefields. It turned out that Yang Kai had not appeared. If he had, the pseudo-royal lords in those great territory battlefields would have been completely useless, no matter how many of them there were. Yang Kai would have found an opportunity to ambush and slaughter them long ago. The universe furnace is filled with danger. Could he have encountered some kind of unpredictable crisis inside and died there? Monayi denied, shaking his head. With his current strength, he can't die, but there are indeed many inexplicable mysteries in the universe furnace. Perhaps he is trapped? He could not say anything with absolute certainty. Nonetheless, it was extremely strange that he had not seen Yang Kai after returning from the universe furnace. However, he was in a hurry to escape at that time, so he could not bother to give it too much thought. And after returning to the no-return pass, he had immediately entered the Black Ink nest to rest and recover. By the looks of it, Yang Kai is most likely trapped inside the universe furnace, unable to escape. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to not appear all these years. Mou stated, whether he is dead or trapped, it's a good thing. The Black Ink clan will have one less nemesis to worry about. Monayi, I know everything you have faced in the universe furnace, but you don't need to be afraid of him now. You are a royal lord, so even if you run into him, you'll still have the strength to fight back. Monayi respectfully replied, You're absolutely right, sir. Monayi recalled his battle with Yang Kai in the universe furnace. At that time, he was already not at his peak. Although Yang Kai had just broken through, his injuries were much more severe than Yang Kai's, and that was the reason Yang Kai had the upper hand. Otherwise, he would not have lost so miserably. But it was an undeniable fact that Yang Kai's strength was formidable. Monayi was certain that even if both of them were at the peak of their strength, he still would not be a match for Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai could not kill him that easily either. Since you've come out of seclusion, I'll leave all the affairs of the Black Ink clan to you, just like in the past. Back then, you were just a pseudo-royal lord, but now that you are a royal lord, you have the qualifications to command the entire Black Ink clan army, including this king. Mou's voice was firm and decisive. Monayi's expression changed slightly. It could not have been easy for Mou to say something like that. Mou might not have much talent in military strategy, but he did have one advantage, and that was that he knew how to use people well. He had been using Monayi all these years, and that was the best proof in itself. From the start, Monayi had never intended to compete with him for power, and after hearing this, there was not even the slightest bit of dissent in his heart. He immediately bowed. Many thanks for trusting me, sir. Mou slowly said, Everything is for the Supreme One's will. Black Ink Eternal. Monayi also solemnly shouted, Black Ink Eternal. Very soon, he summoned all the personnel responsible for collecting information from everywhere and spent several days collecting and sorting information in the Black Ink clan's hand. 2 days after sorting everything, he visited Royal Lord Mou and told him about his plan. Mou was slightly startled by Monaye's plan and marveled Monaye's boldness, but after giving it a careful thought, he found Monaye's proposal reasonable. Furthermore, the fact that he had come to ask for his opinion before taking action also pleased Mou and made him feel that he had not misjudged Monaye. He immediately nodded his agreement. Since you think so, then you can do as you wish. Consequently, Great Storm territory was finally recaptured by the combined forces of the Azure Sun Army and the Great Storm Army after a fierce month-long battle. The Black Ink Clan Army, on the other hand, carried on fighting while retreating, leaving countless corpses across the void as they retreated from Great Storm territory. When its news reached the Supreme Headquarters and Mi Jinglun received this piece of glorious news, there was no joy on his face. Rather, a sigh escaped his lips. He knew that Monaye had most likely come out of seclusion. Martial Peak, Chapter 58:13, Consecutive Victories. Monaye is probably out of seclusion, stated Mi Jinglun, standing in front of a giant universe chart inside the Supreme Headquarters main conference hall. The universe chart was specially created by the human race and was used to simulate the situation of the various great territories. This universe chart included all the great territories known to the human race. Even the Black Ink battlefield was presented to everyone in a translucent manner. Nearly 99% of the display was dyed black, representing the area occupied by the Black Ink clan. Only a few locations were not dyed in black. These were the great territories currently under the human race's control, including the few great territory battlefields that they had recently been reclaimed. While speaking, Mi Jinglun raised his hand and circulated his strength. Immediately after, the universe chart started to change a little before everyone's eyes as the pitch-black darkness blanketing one of the great territories began to fade. Everyone could clearly see that it was the location of Great Storm territory. Those gathered here were the brightest of the brightest gathered from all over to serve under Mi Jinglun. They formed the think tank of the human race. The cultivation of these people ranged from low to high. Some were 8th Order masters, while others were only in the 4th Order. They might not have fought on the battlefield, but it was an irrefutable fact that they had played a huge role in the human race resisting the Black Ink clan's invasion all these years. Every single military order sent to various great territories was meticulously discussed between them and Mi Jinglun. Seeing Mi Jinglun's action, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Great Storm has been reclaimed?" Mi Jinglun would only make changes to the universe chart like this when a great territory was recovered. Mi Jinglun nodded his affirmation as he passed a jade slip. "This is the battle report I've just received from the front lines. The Azure Sun Army and Great Storm Army jointly captured the Black Ink clan's main camp 3 days ago and seized control of Great Storm territory." Everyone immediately gathered around and began reading the jade slip one by one. A look of joy appeared on the faces of many, but there were also some with tight furrows on their brow. They faintly felt that something was wrong. Nearly 100 years ago, when the projection of the universe furnace reappeared, the human race, which was already prepared, gave the Black Ink clan a good beating and killed a lot of their masters. Furthermore, with Xiang Shan and Ouyang Lai returning as 9th Order masters, the Blood Flame and Profound Nether armies reclaimed their respective great territories just a few years later under their leadership. Over the next few years, the human race army's morale was through the roof as they swiftly reclaimed a total of 4 great territories. So, counting Azure Sun and Wolf Fang territories, the human race had already regained 6 of the dozen or so great territory battlefields. Unfortunately, their good days soon came to an end. The next couple of decades were filled with arduous struggles and horrific battles. The Black Ink clan had produced dozens of pseudo-royal lords out of thin air, erasing the advantages brought about by the 9th Order human masters. Over the next 100 or so years, the human race had not been able to make any significant progress and had failed to recover any more great territories. Yet they were suddenly able to recapture Great Storm territory despite it being a pure stalemate just months ago. This was quite strange. Furthermore, there also appeared to be a little problem with the battle report. Those with sharp minds had already noticed that something was amiss. Combined with what Mi Jingluan had said at the beginning, someone couldn't help asking, "Sir Mi, why are you so certain that Mo Yi has come out of seclusion?" Mi Jingluan happened to be deep in thought, looking at the universe chart. Hearing the opposite party's question, he replied with a question of his own. "First, tell me about the battle report. What does everyone think?" The person who had spoken just now replied, "At first glance, there doesn't appear to be any problem. It looks like the human race won a momentous victory and killed countless enemies, but upon closer inspection, the Black Ink clan's casualties aren't significant. Also, not a single pseudo-royal lord was killed." Many nodded in agreement, and those who had not realized the problem had also come to catch on at this moment. It was a battle that concerned total control over a great territory, so it stood to reason that the Black Ink clan would have gone all out. But if that really was the case, they should not have suffered so few casualties. In every single battle that had reclaimed a great territory, 1 or 2 pseudo-royal lords had always been killed. This time, though, not a single one of them had fallen. A simple 3 fortunes formation formed by pseudo-royal lords could fight evenly with a 9th order master or several 6 paths formations formed by 8th order human race masters. Did the Black Ink clan give up the territory? Someone shouted. Mi Jingluan replied with a nod, rubbing his forehead. By the looks of it, the Black Ink clan should have decided to withdraw from Great Storm territory long ago, and have just taken advantage of the human race's attack to carry out their retreat. If I'm not mistaken, the other great territories should also be recovered very soon. Recovering the lost territory was a cause for celebration. After all, the human race had been working hard all these years to achieve this very goal. Retaking the lost territories would give meaning to the sacrifices of countless soldiers. However, the current situation was not what the human race wanted to see. Retreating instead of defending to enlarge the battlefront. "It really does smell like Mo Yi," a voice came from the corner. Over the years, everyone had fought against Mo Yi's schemes many times under Mi Jingluan's leadership. It was a battle of wits and strategy using the deployment of their respective armies. As such, everyone was quite familiar with Mo Yi's tactics. The Black Ink clan had been stubbornly resisting and defending the various great territory battlefields for the past 100 years, but now they had suddenly changed tactics. It was obvious that someone of great authority was behind this. It could be none other than Mo Yi. In fact, when the human race had reclaimed 6 great territory battlefields, Mi Jingluan had said that recovering the lost territories was not entirely a good thing. The human race's goal was not just to recover their lost territories, but also to injure, or preferably kill, as many Black Ink clansmen as possible. If they could recover their lost territories, and also kill a large number of enemies at the same time, that would be the perfect scenario. It was because there were simply far too many great territories in the 3,000 worlds. The Black Ink clan may have lost a great territory, but they could still retreat to another. So long as they had not lost too many soldiers, losing a great territory could not be considered a significant loss for the Black Ink clan. The only difference for them was a change of battlefield. In contrast, things were very different for the human race. Every time they reclaimed a great territory, it would extend the front lines further. This would not only create problems with logistics, but once the front line was stretched too thin, it would most likely isolate the armies at the forefront, allowing the Black Ink clan to counterattack. The best option would have naturally been to maintain the current situation. The human race could continuously thin out the Black Ink clan's forces until the enemy no longer had the strength to resist. By then, it would be a piece of cake for the human race armies to reclaim the 3,000 worlds and completely eradicate the Black Ink clan in one fell swoop. Thus, although the human race had not been able to take back any more great territories for the past 100 or so years, every time a war broke out, the human race would do everything possible to kill as many Black Ink clansmen as they could. The human race was more than happy to see the Black Ink clan fighting to the death in the various great territory battlefields. But now, the Black Ink clan had suddenly adopted the exact opposite strategy. This was quite unfortunate. It has been almost 100 years since the universe furnace closed. that is ample time for Mo Na Yi to fully recover from his injuries. So, it's not that surprising for him to come out of his seclusion now. Furthermore, he already has experience in commanding the Black Ink clan. Mou will value him even more now that he has become a royal lord. Mi Jingluan's heart was filled with regret. If Yang Kai hadn't met with some unknown mishap, he would have definitely eliminated Mo Na Yi and they would have nothing to worry about. According to the information they had gathered, Yang Kai and Mo Na Yi entered the universe furnace from the same location. After the universe furnace closed, they should have appeared at the same time and at the same place. Mo Na Yi was seriously injured at that time, so how could he be Yang Kai's opponent? Unfortunately, Yang Kai disappeared after that earth-shattering battle in the universe furnace, which gave Mo Na Yi a chance to escape with his life. By the looks of it, Yang Kai did not appear with Mo Na Yi when the universe furnace closed. Could it be that he was trapped inside the universe furnace? If that was the case, who knows how long it would take for him to escape? Supreme Commander Mi, how should we respond to the Black Ink Clan strategy? Someone asked. Mi Jingluan bitterly smiled. This is open intrigue, an obvious trap, but we have no choice but to swallow the bait thrown by the Black Ink Clan. Great Storm territory had been reclaimed already, so why would they not want it? This was true for the other great territories as well. It was very easy to predict that the human race would definitely reap successive victories in the coming years, reclaiming numerous great territories in succession. With every great territory reclaimed though, the front lines would extend further and move farther away. The human race would have to leave behind some troops to defend the great territories they had reclaimed, which would weaken the army's strength with every new great territory seized. Once the front line was stretched enough, and the Black Ink clan was confident of easily resisting the human race, they would launch their counterattack. This was another battle of wits and courage. As Mi Jingluan had expected, the Supreme Headquarters kept receiving news of success from the different battlefronts over the next few months. Divine Wind territory had been reclaimed by the combined forces of the Twin Poles Army and Divine Wind Army, with the Black Ink clan's main camp being swiftly occupied. Purple Feather territory had been reclaimed by the combined forces of the Purple Feather Army and Profound Nether Army, killing countless enemies. The Cloud Sword territory had been reclaimed. The Brahma territory was taken back. Reports came in one after another. After a year, the dozen or so great territory battlefields where the human race and the Black Ink clan had been fighting for thousands of years had all fallen into the hands of the human race. The human race armies were triumphantly marching forward in high spirits. As the news of this spread to the Star Boundary, Myriad Monster World, and the Universe worlds in the new great territory, all living there celebrated in jubilation. Ever since the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, gloom and darkness had shrouded the human race. But today, everyone finally saw the light and a glimmer of victory in the pitch-black darkness. It seemed as if the human race would be able to reconquer the great territories one after another as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, restoring peace to the 3,000 worlds. Only a few people understood that these beautiful dreams would not really come true. The real war had just begun. Who knows how much blood would be shed, how many would die in this bloody war which concerned the fate of the two races. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was struggling hard on his way back. Thunder Shadow's voice rang in Yang Kai's mind. "Big brother, you can do it. Just a little faster and we will be able to escape." Thunder Shadow sounded panicked and clearly a little nervous. This could not be helped as Yang Kai happened to be in the middle of a crisis. Originally, he believed that after advancing to the Ninth Order, he would be able to roam the universe without any worry. Even if he were to run into someone stronger, he could still escape. Now though, he found himself completely helpless against this strange celestial phenomenon he had encountered on his way back. Along the way, he was patiently digesting the insights he had gained in the universe furnace, leaving Fong Tianci to pilot his physical body. Under normal circumstances, he would have steered clear of any celestial phenomenon he encountered. However, the celestial phenomenon he ran into this time caught him completely by surprise. Marshall Peak, Chapter 58:14, Only One. At the edge of the universe lay chaos, which the universe furnace continuously devoured before spewing out the evolved 10,000 grand Daos, causing the world to expand endlessly. Each universe world's birth originated from the universe furnace, and each grand and majestic celestial phenomenon also stemmed from it. On the way back, countless celestial phenomena of different shapes and sizes appeared, each harboring immense danger. Feng Tianci, who controlled Yang Kai's body, avoided them as much as possible as he dared not approach them easily. However, there came a moment of carelessness. This celestial phenomenon was similar to a black hole. Its size was not particularly large, seemingly only slightly larger than a regular universe world, but it was discreet enough to go unnoticed. Feng Tianci was caught off guard, causing him to be involuntarily drawn towards this celestial phenomenon, and by the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late. This seemingly ordinary black hole celestial phenomenon emitted an overwhelming devouring force, causing everything nearby to collapse towards it. Despite trying several times to manipulate space principles to escape, Feng Tianci was unable to do so, and even after Yang Kai took over, he could not break free. Under the terrifying devouring force, the surrounding void became highly viscous and distorted, greatly reducing the effectiveness of space principles in this area. Now, Yang Kai was like a fallen leaf caught in a vortex in the middle of a vast sea, constantly revolving around the black hole, getting closer and closer to it with each orbit. No one knew what dangers lay within the black hole celestial phenomenon, but it was undeniable that once one had fallen into it, they would surely meet a terrible end. Unable to break free, Yang Kai could only go with the flow and travel at full speed in the direction pulled by the devouring force, hoping to escape the grasp of the black hole celestial phenomenon and snatch life from the gates of death. Round after round, the pull of the black hole celestial phenomenon, combined with Yang Kai's own actions, caused him to speed up, already far surpassing Yang Kai's physical limit. Moving at such a terrifying speed put a massive strain on the body, and if it were not for Yang Kai's strong physique, he would have already been torn to shreds. Fortunately, he now possessed the body of the divine dragon with a powerful dragon vein, so despite feeling immense pressure, he could still barely persist. Thunder Shadow constantly cheered him on. It would still be a worthy death if he were to die fighting against royal lords, but to die in a place like this would simply be unacceptable. After circling countless times, picking up speed the entire time, Yang Kai felt himself reach a critical point, followed by him suddenly feeling his body loosen. Then, as the gravitational force from the black hole celestial phenomenon could no longer bind him, he channeled all the force he could and propelled himself in a great arc and swiftly escaped from the black hole celestial phenomenon, leaving it far behind. Thunder Shadow cheered, and Feng Tianci, tense the whole time, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't until they were very far away from the black hole celestial phenomenon and could no longer feel its pull that Yang Kai slowly lowered his speed and looked around. Then he stopped Feng Tianci from taking control of his body. Years of comprehension had allowed him to fully digest his gains in the universe furnace. These celestial phenomena are truly unpredictable and difficult to defend against, Thunder Shadow said. We're lucky that Big Brother is quick-witted, or we three brothers might have been done for. Second brother, you should learn from him. Feng Tianci remained silent, feeling that they were both soul clones of the original, so praising him was the same as boasting about themselves. But on this journey, they really had seen too many celestial phenomena, all grand and mysterious, yet unpredictable. These natural creations were truly beyond human strength to resist. Perhaps only by reaching the creation realm could one unravel the mysteries within, but what kind of wondrous realm was the creation realm? Big Brother, did we go the wrong way? We've been traveling for so long yet still haven't found our way home, Thunder Shadow asked again. Yang Kai shook his head. The location of the universe furnace is at the edge of the universe. Since this universe was created by the universe furnace, going in the opposite direction should be correct. It just means that the universe is far more vast than we thought. It's been about 100 years, hasn't it? Yes. Although it was impossible to calculate the exact time spent in this void, judging from the passage of time in Yang Kai's small universe, It had indeed been over 100 years since they left the universe furnace. During these 100 years, while Fang Tianci had been driving, Yang Kai had also tried to connect with the world tree from time to time to see if he could establish contact with the old tree, but unfortunately, he made no progress. It had to be noted that when he rushed back from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon back then, it only took him a few years. At this moment, the position where they were located was undoubtedly in the farthest reaches of the universe. Sometimes, Yang Kai would wonder if he had lost their way, but on this silent journey through the void, there were no suitable reference points to discern the correct direction. After flying forward for a while, he came across a universe world, and Yang Kai descended to it. He then carefully sensed his surroundings. Thunder Shadow was at a loss at the sight and didn't know what Yang Kai was doing, so he quietly asked Fang Tianci, "Is Big Brother looking for something?" After pondering for a moment, Fang Tianci answered, "He should be investigating whether there have been any changes in this universe world." Changes? Thunder Shadow became even more bewildered. The universe furnace splits heaven and earth apart, constantly expanding the universe. The universe worlds that are spewed out from the furnace were all barren and lifeless, with not even basic world principles. However, after countless eons of accumulation, the 10,000 grand Daos which make up the universe itself will eventually allow these universe worlds to undergo some changes. Their world principles will gradually form and improve, and vitality will spring up in the world, giving rise to life. Every universe world in the 3,000 worlds should have been born this way. So what? Thunder Shadow became even more confused upon hearing that. Fang Tianci almost choked, not knowing how to explain it to him. Yang Kai chuckled. "We're checking the completeness of the world principles in the universe worlds we have encountered on our journey. The more complete they are, the closer we are to the 3,000 worlds. The 3,000 worlds may just contain the earliest universe worlds created from the universe furnace, which is why they are so wonderful and full of vitality." Finally, Thunder Shadow understood. "Oh, I see." He couldn't help but retort, "Second brother, you're so dumb. You can't even explain something so simple. What's the use of you?" Fang Tianci seriously wanted to hit him. Thunder Shadow asked again, "So, how about this universe world? Are the world principles complete?" Yang Kai shook his head. "Of course not. If the world principles were complete, it would not be as barren and lifeless as this. But there are already signs of world principles being born here. Maybe in several million years, this will be a thriving universe world." Those words made Thunder Shadow thrilled. "That means we are headed in the right direction." "Correct." Yang Kai replied with a smile and flew up into the sky, continuing on their journey. He suddenly realized that it was a good thing that the wills of his human self and monster self had not been erased during the unification of the three selves. At least, he wouldn't be too lonely on this journey home. Although Yang Kai didn't know how many years it would take for them to return, he believed that as long as he kept heading in the right direction, he would eventually make it back. After a moment, Thunder Shadow's voice echoed in Yang Kai's mind, "Big brother, do you think our universe is the only one?" As Yang Kai traveled using his space secret technique, he casually asked, "What do you mean?" "Think about it. Our universe was created by the universe furnace from chaos, and according to what you said, Big Brother, the 3,000 worlds were the first to be born. But what if the universe furnace opened up some other universes beyond the chaos before the birth of the 3,000 worlds, and we are just unaware of each other due to the sea of chaos and vast distances between us?" Yang Kai smiled and replied, "That's not POS. Initially, he wanted to say that it was impossible, but he suddenly realized that what Thunder Shadow said was not impossible at all. Chaos was boundless, and the void was limitless. If the universe furnace had indeed created another universe somewhere in the sea of chaos, and there was a barrier to it, it would be difficult to detect the existence of each other. Just like when they were in the star boundary, they assumed it was their entire universe until they went beyond it and discovered a wider world. Even in the currently known world, Yang Kai didn't know what lay in the deeper parts of the black ink battlefield because no one had ever explored it. The unknown represented infinite possibilities. Though Thunder Shadow had always been talkative and not used his brain much, His question made Yang Kai contemplate. Before Yang Kai could answer, Thunder Shadow asked, "Did I say something wrong?" In the soul-warming lotus, Fong Tianse suddenly looked at Thunder Shadow and said, "Third brother, you are actually capable of saying thought-provoking things sometimes." Thunder Shadow became defensive upon hearing it. "What do you mean? Don't think I don't know you're calling me stupid. You said it yourself. Second brother, let's fight. I've been holding back for too long." Ignoring the noise in his mind, Yang Kai smiled and thought to himself, "Is there really another universe out there? If so, what would it look like?" Whether there were other universes or not, the only thing he needed to do was to return home as soon as possible. The universe furnace had closed, and the war between the human race and the Black Ink clan must have broken out in full force. Although the humans had gained tremendous benefits in the universe furnace and had greatly increased their strength, the Black Ink clan was never an easy opponent to deal with. Yang Kai naturally recalled that before the appearance of the universe furnace, a gap had opened in the primordial heaven source grand restriction which allowed a large number of innate territory lords to escape. Although these territory lords were severely injured and not very useful right away, they should have restored their strength by now, and they would undoubtedly cause great trouble for the humans. It was still unknown who would emerge victorious in this war. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5815, Plan. As Yang Kai traveled forward on his journey, he searched for a universe world every few years to investigate the situation and determine his direction based on the completeness of the world principles he found. In this way, he could ensure that there were no large mistakes with his traveling direction. There were too many unknown wonders in this vast universe. If Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to return to the war, he would surely explore them thoroughly. After 100 years went by, Yang Kai figured he should be getting closer to the 3,000 worlds as the world principles he observed in the universe worlds along the way were gradually being perfected. Perhaps one day, when a universe world was found with truly perfect world principles, he would be close to the 3,000 worlds. Since the appearance of the universe furnace and the outbreak of the two races' full-scale war, it had been almost 300 years, during which time one great territory after another had been successfully recovered by the humans. The rapid progress of the humans could be attributed to the huge heritage accumulated over thousands of years and also to the Black Ink clan's active avoidance. Therefore, although the humans had reclaimed many great territories in recent years, the number of fallen Black Ink clansmen was not high. Even if the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters personally made a move, it was difficult to kill those pseudo-royal lords who already had countermeasures. Years of fighting had made the human race masters aware of some abnormalities. The Black Ink clan was deliberately making them lengthen their battle lines, using the reclaimed great territories to weaken the strength of the human race army while looking for opportunities to make a breakthrough. But as Mi Jingluan said in the Supreme Headquarters, this was open intrigue. The Black Ink clan had thrown out their bait, and the humans had to swallow it. The 3,000 worlds and the vast great territories were originally the humans, so faced with those victories that were easily within reach, the human race could not remain indifferent. After all, the ultimate goal of this war for the humans was to expel these invaders. To this end, the humans had prepared many countermeasures. First of all, every time a great territory was recovered, the humans would block the territory gates, leaving only one necessary passage. The great territories were connected by territory gates, and most great territories had several of them leading to other great territories, with the exception of a few great territories with only one territory gate. Although these territory gates could ensure communication with the outside world, they could also become breakthrough points for the Black Ink clan. In order to prevent this from happening, the human race had no choice but to completely seal off the extra territory gates. Fortunately, there were still many masters who were proficient in the Tao of space, all of whom were from the Void Tao Temple and inherited Yang Kai's legacy. With the help of the Phoenix clan, it was not difficult to seal off these territory gates, though some time and resources were required. After reclaiming each great territory, all territory gates except for the essential ones were sealed to ensure that the Black Ink clan could not suddenly attack through them. In addition, the masters of each army coordinated and reorganized each time more territory was taken. At present, although the human race had only a few Ninth Order masters, they had a total of 9 of them. Yang Kai was missing, Wu Kuang and Yang Shui guarded the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing were restrained the black ink giant spirit god in wind mist territory, Yang Lai commanded the profound nether army, Xiang Shan commanded the blood flame army, Luo Ting he commanded the azure sun army, and Wei Junyang commanded the wolf fang army. With over 10 armies, however, and only 4 ninth order open heaven realm masters available, they couldn't manage everything. Under the arrangements of the Supreme Headquarters, many masters were recruited to bolster the armies that did not have a ninth order master, including many divine spirits, to ensure that each one had what it took to fight against the pseudo-royal lords. A large number of warships and evil-purging divine spears were also allocated to the frontline battlefields. With various measures in place, the human race masters steadily swept away the Black Ink clan in each great territory, never giving them any chance to rest. However, as more and more great territories were reclaimed, the military strength of the human race's army that went to war constantly weakened. To guard those reclaimed great territories, it was inevitable that they had to divide their forces. At present, there were not a lot of reclaimed great territories, so the humans could still bear the burden, but there would always be a limit. Once the limit was surpassed, no matter how the humans responded, there would unavoidably be gaps on the extended front line. In fact, solving this problem was actually quite simple, they just needed enough troops. With enough soldiers, no matter how divided they would have what it took to fight against the Black Ink clan. These troops came from the second-class or third-class forces. Many years ago, the upper echelons of the human race were already aware of this impending problem. During the Great Evacuation, too many masters of the human race perished in the war, including some ancient inheritances, sects, and even more humans simply living in the various universe worlds. All were slaughtered by the Black Ink clan. These cultivators were weak, and even if they were transformed into Black Ink disciples, they were of little use, so the Black Ink clan would naturally not show mercy. It could be said that during that Great Evacuation, the number of the humans in the entire 3,000 worlds was reduced by as much as 80%. Those who were still alive today were mostly just luckier. If the human race's population was larger, there would be more masters to support the army. Therefore, after realizing this problem, the Supreme Headquarters began to comprehensively encourage human reproduction, hoping to give birth to more people. Even if this generation lacked the aptitude to cultivate, there would surely be some talented individuals in the next generation or the one after. Over the years, there had been some effects, especially in the star boundary. It was common for an ordinary family to have 5 or 6 children, and many families became prosperous thanks to the Supreme Headquarters policy. The star boundary had high heaven palace, Tao temples of various cave heavens and paradises, and the nourishment of the world tree clone. Hence, the impact of the war that swept across the 3,000 worlds on the star boundary was not significant. Instead, the outbreak of the war brought more attention and resources to the star boundary. On the other hand, the families and sects that migrated from different great territories were not as lucky. During the war, nobody had the mood to set up and expand their families. Before the new great territory was fully opened, these migrants were living in fear and uncertainty. They could only survive on universe fragments floating in the void, unable to see hope for the future. It wasn't until the new great territory was opened that these people migrated to universe worlds there and the situation improved slightly. Nowadays, to supplement the human army's strength, the Supreme Headquarters had issued orders once again to encourage more people to reproduce, even going so far as to offer rewards. For every newborn, they would receive corresponding military merits. If the newborn had an aptitude to cultivate and reach different realms, they would receive more military merits. During the war, military merits were unquestionably valuable. Some had even calculated that if a child in a family or sect could cultivate to the Emperor realm, they would receive enough military merits to exchange for a set of 5th-order materials. Such rewards were incredibly generous and were enough to make many small families and sects tempted. As a result, many babies had been born into the human race in recent decades, and the number of humans had been greatly supplemented. In many universe worlds, even ordinary men from common families were able to have multiple wives and concubines, daily feasting on sumptuous meals while having a weak and depleted body. There was no right or wrong with the Supreme Headquarters implementing such measures, as it was simply out of necessity. This war could last for countless years, and if they wanted to increase the army's strength, they had to increase their population base. In short, the humans had already prepared to fight this war for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. The biggest problem that arose from this was the supply of resources. The humans had limited resources available, just as it was when they defended over a dozen or so great territory battlefields in the earlier years, and the situation had not improved much now. Fortunately, after reclaiming many great territories, they could exploit the resources left by the Black Ink clan, and when fighting against the Black Ink clan armies, they could also seize some of their resources. The collecting or mining of resources in the new great territory had never stopped, barely supplying the needs of the large army and rear lines. However, in these years of fighting, the two royal lords of the Black Ink clan had never appeared on the battlefield. When the Black Ink clan only had one royal lord in the earlier years, it was normal for him not to participate in any battles. The no-return pass was the Black Ink clan's main camp, and injured Black Ink clansmen would return there to heal in hibernation. The materials gathered from the Black Ink battlefield would also be concentrated at the no-return pass. Besides, there was a large number of Black Ink nests there. MOU did not dare to leave easily. Under various constraints, he could only guard the no-return pass all year round to prevent human race masters from causing trouble, especially Yang Kai. Currently, even though the Black Ink clan had two royal lords, they still dared not leave the no-return pass easily. The reason was that several decades ago, the humans had gathered the power of 4 Ninth Order Masters and executed a beheading plan. At that time, the 4 Ninth Order Masters located on 4 different battlefields joined forces to invade the no-return pass to kill Mo Na Yi or MOU. That battle made the void in the no-return pass tremble and turned the universe upside down. However, in the end, the attack failed. Neither Mo Na Yi nor MOU was easy to kill, and it seemed that the Black Ink clan had anticipated such an attempt and had set up an ambush with more than 10 pseudo-royal lords at the no-return pass. 3 pseudo-royal lords could contend against 1 Ninth Order Master. Since the humans only had 4 Ninth Order Masters, it was difficult to gain the upper hand. The result of that battle was that the aftermath destroyed several high-rank Black Ink nests, which was considered a small gain. Seeing that they could not succeed in this kind of direct approach, the 4 Ninth Order Masters could only temporarily withdraw. They couldn't keep entangling with the Black Ink clan, as without them present, the Black Ink clan would definitely attack the front lines. Since then, the humans had temporarily given up the idea of killing Mo Na Yi or MOU. Under the various arrangements of the Supreme Headquarters, they proceeded steadily, recovering more great territories step by step. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5816, Rare Guest. The void was silent as the once bustling great territory had long become a lifeless wasteland. There used to be several universe worlds nearby, but the Black Ink clan armies invaded and destroyed them, reducing them to scattered universe fragments. For years, no one had visited this place except for occasional Black Ink clansmen who came to check on the situation, but even they refused to stay for long. Wind Mist Territory. Since the brutal Barren Territory War, the only 2 surviving veteran Ninth Order Masters had been guarding Wind Mist Territory for some 5,000 years. Before Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing stood a magnificent and spectacular arm, extending from barren territory and breaking the boundary wall between 2 great territories, creating a passage that connected the 2 domains. It was through this passage that the Black Ink clan army bypassed the defenses of the human race army and invaded the 3,000 worlds. It was also since the arm pierced through the boundary wall that the 3,000 worlds fell into chaos. At this moment, thick chains wrapped around the arm, binding it tightly. These chains were the joint secret technique of the 2 Ninth Order Masters, used to restrict the Black Ink giant spirit god that resided in the barren territory. In terms of strength, a Black Ink giant spirit god was not something that 2 Ninth Order Masters could contend with, but during the war that year, this one had been severely injured. Moreover, with one arm stuck between 2 great territories, It was difficult to fully utilize his strength. While the two Ninth Order Masters were no match for the Black Ink Giant Spirit God in a frontal confrontation, they were able to restrain it and prevent it from escaping, given its weakened state and the restriction on one of its arms. However, as time passed, even this simple restraint became increasingly difficult. After thousands of years, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's strength had been mostly restored, and the two Ninth Order Masters could clearly feel the difficulty in binding him. 100 years ago, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God nearly broke free during a rebellion, and the Ninth Order Masters didn't know how much longer they could hold him down. Trapped in wind-mist territory and isolated from the world, they had no way of knowing the current situation of the 3,000 worlds or what the status of the human race was. It seemed as though the world had forgotten about them. The torment of solitude was far worse than the pressure that the Black Ink Giant Spirit God had inflicted upon them. Over the years, Yang Kai visited them twice and informed them about the situation of the human race, but after those 2 times, he never visited them again. The Great War in the Barren Territory took the lives of almost all veteran Ninth Order Masters, leaving just the 2 of them alive. The dead were finally freed, but those who survived had to bear with the aftermath. The supplies that Yang Kai had given them back then were almost depleted, and now they could only try to minimize the consumption of their own power in order to persist a little longer. In this extremely quiet environment, both of them just meditated with their eyes closed. In fact, they had spent most of their time this way, only taking action when Black Ink Giant Spirit God attempted to break free. Suddenly, both of them felt something and opened their eyes, turning their heads to look in a certain direction. Over there, a figure was strolling towards them with a composed posture, exuding an unmasked, magnificent and powerful aura. A royal lord. Wu Qing raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "A rare guest." For so many years of entanglement with the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, no one from the Black Ink clan had dared to approach this area. This was mainly because there were not many masters on the Black Ink clan side. The only royal lord had to guard the no-return pass all year round, and the innate territory lords did not dare to come here and act recklessly. So, even though the Black Ink clan knew that 2 Ninth Order Masters were restraining the Black Ink Giant Spirit God here, they never had any intentions of interfering. However, the situation now was different. The number of powerful Black Ink clansmen had surged, not only with an additional royal lord but also with a large number of pseudo-royal lords being created. Moreover, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God's injuries had already improved. With things the way they were, the Black Ink clan naturally had some thoughts about this situation. "MOU?" Xiao Xiao smiled and looked at the lone royal lord who came. She had heard Yang Kai mention that the only royal lord of the Black Ink clan was named MOU, who guarded the no-return pass all year round, and who Yang Kai had fought with on several occasions. Although Yang Kai seemed calm and relaxed when he talked about it, Xiao Xiao knew that the real situation must have been that he was being chased after by the royal lord. Since the one who was strolling over was a royal lord, Xiao Xiao naturally thought he was MOU. The visitor stood still in front of the 2 Ninth Order Masters, maintaining a relatively safe distance, and smiled slightly with a hint of surprise. "Senior Xiao Xiao knows my name?" He easily called out Xiao Zhao's name, which was not surprising since over the years many humans had fallen into the hands of the Black Ink clan, and once transformed into Black Ink disciples, they could extract some basic information from them. There were only 2 Ninth Order Masters here, a male and a female, making it easy to distinguish them. Xiao Xiao looked at him coldly and said, "Senior? I dare not accept such a title. We are of different races and enemies, so how can I be considered your senior?" The visitor did not seem to mind and just smiled casually. Then Wu Qing quickly asked, "You're not MOU, are you? Or you?" They had never met MOU. Even though they had participated in the Barren Territory War, at that time, MOU was stationed in the no-return pass, so they didn't know what MOU looked like. Judging from the visitor's tone though, it was obvious that he was not MOU. The visitor cupped his fist and loudly said, "Black Ink clan's MONAI greets 2 esteemed human seniors." "MONAI, you are MONAI?" Xiao Xiao frowned and immediately used her divine sense to probe MONAI without disguise. She seemed to be trying to determine if MONAI was truly a royal lord, but after observing him, it became clear that he was indeed one. Xiao Xiao was puzzled. Emonayi also became surprised and asked, "Senior Xiao Xiao has heard of me?" Only someone familiar with him would show such a surprised reaction. After asking though, Emonayi looked like he suddenly realized something and said to himself, "Brother Yang must have mentioned me to you too, right?" He was originally just an innate territory lord, so the Ninth Order masters would not pay much attention to him. Yang Kai was the only person who had visited this place over the years, and since these two Ninth Order masters knew of his existence, it must have been because of Yang Kai's mention of him to them. Emonayi smiled and seemed very pleased. "Brother Yang and I have rarely crossed swords before, but I regard him as my greatest opponent, and it seems he doesn't underestimate me either. It is my honor." He addressed them as seniors, and Yang Kai as Brother Yang, making Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing feel uncomfortable. They hadn't encountered someone from the Black Ink clan who was so polite before. If it was not for his Black Ink clan's identity, he would seem like a human who was well versed in politics and double talk. As expected, anyone who was mentioned by Yang Kai was not to be trifled with. They had heard of Emonayi before, but only in passing. On the other hand, Yang Kai mentioned that there was a talented figure in the Black Ink clan named Emonayi, but they hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. It wasn't until Emonayi introduced himself that they suddenly remembered Yang Kai's evaluation from years ago. "Wait, you can't be Emonayi," Wu Qing suddenly said coldly. Emonayi raised his eyebrows. "Senior Wu Qing, what do you mean? If I am not Emonayi, who else could I be?" As far as I know, Emonayi is an innate territory lord. Although an innate territory lord is much stronger than a normal territory lord, they have inherent limitations and can never become royal lords. "You are a royal lord, so how could you be Emonayi?" Wu Qing snorted. Emonayi chuckled. "Senior Wu Qing makes a good point. Innate territory lords do indeed have a hard time reaching the realm of royal lord, but there are always exceptions. The human's knowledge of the Black Ink clan is not as comprehensive as you imagine. Besides, the two of you have been isolated here for thousands of years. How much information could you have gathered?" Those words darkened Wu Qing's expression. The fact that innate territory lords could not become royal lords was common knowledge among the human race for many years. However, if this knowledge was incorrect, the situation would be dire since the Black Ink clan had quite a few innate territory lords. Emonayi continued with a proud expression, "I don't need to impersonate anyone. I will always be myself. Of course, my identity is not important. What's important is why I am here. I see, the universe furnace." Xiao Xiao suddenly interrupted before Emonayi could finish his sentence. Emonayi choked on his words, and a flash of surprise and shock passed through his eyes. He had not expected Xiao Xiao to be so sharp, instantly seeing through the situation. On the other hand, Xiao Xiao stared into Emonayi's eyes after uttering the words, "universe furnace." Although the hint of surprise in his eyes quickly disappeared, she still caught it. "So that's how it is. 300 years ago, there was a commotion in the barren territory. Did the universe furnace emerge?" Xiao Xiao asked. Wu Qing also fell into deep thought. Emonayi smiled as he remained silent while feeling extremely annoyed deep down that the humans were indeed not easy to deal with. He had originally wanted to use words to attack the two Ninth Order masters' minds, hoping to shake their resolve. However, even the tiniest bit of information he had let leak to confuse them had been seen through and allowed them to grasp the true situation. It's true that the universe furnace emerged. Seeing Emonayi's reaction, Xiao Xiao knew that her guess was correct. Although Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing had been isolated in Wind Mist territory, they could sense some of the situations in the barren territory due to the Black Ink giant spirit god's arm tearing a hole in the boundary wall between the two great territories. They might not notice small movements, but they could not miss the obvious signs of a massive Black Ink clan's army gathering. At the time, the two of them thought that the Black Ink clan's army was preparing to launch an attack on the humans. Although they were a little suspicious, they didn't pay much attention as there was nothing they could do about it. But now, it seemed that things were not as simple as they thought. Upon careful recollection, there was indeed some abnormal commotion in the barren territory before the Black Ink clan gathered their army. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5817. Ask two seniors to die. Through the hole in the boundary wall, Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing vaguely perceived some minor commotion, but they didn't pay much attention to it at the time. However, decades later, a similar commotion came again from the barren territory, with traces of powerful black ink clansmen appearing among them. Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing had never figured out what happened on the other side in the barren territory until Mo Na Yi suddenly appeared, this time as a royal lord. It was then that Xiao Xiao connected the dots. She stared at Mo Na Yi while explaining to Wu Qing, in the universe furnace, there are supreme-grade open heaven pills that are born from heaven and earth. These pills are not only useful to the human race though, but also to the Black Ink clan. Wu Qing turned to her with a look of surprise in his eyes. In terms of age and seniority, Wu Qing was much younger than Xiao Xiao, so there were many things that he did not know despite both of them being Ninth Order masters. On the other hand, Xiao Xiao knew about this because she had heard her senior Ninth Order masters talking about it previously. Finally, Wu Qing realized, so he was able to become a royal lord because he got an opportunity in the universe furnace? Xiao Xiao nodded. Otherwise, how could an innate territory lord become a royal lord? The two seemingly unrelated events, an innate territory lord becoming a royal lord and the commotion in the barren territory, combined to reveal the truth. Wu Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the information on the human side should not be wrong. An innate territory lord could not become a royal lord, but if he had an opportunity in the universe furnace, things could be explained. You're quite lucky, Xiao Xiao said while looking at Mo Na Yi with a sarcastic smile. There should be many Ninth Order masters born in the human race too, right? Over the years, every time the universe furnace opened, the human race would gain benefits to varying degrees. Therefore, after realizing that the universe furnace had reappeared, Xiao Xiao was certain that there must have been Ninth Order masters born among the human race. Upon hearing her words, Mo Na Yi's smile disappeared, and he replied after a moment of silence, a total of 4 Ninth Order masters rose inside the universe furnace. He spoke the truth, though he did not mention that the human race already had 2 Ninth Order masters before that, Luo Tinghe and Wei Junyang. Yang Kai should be one of the 4. Xiao Xiao nodded lightly, speaking with a tone of certainty rather than asking a question. Mo Na Yi's brow twitched. The fact that the other party trusted Yang Kai so much showed that this Ninth Order master also had high hopes for him. Well, the higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. After collecting himself, Mo Na Yi laughed lightly. Brother Yang is truly a genius of the ages. I have always respected him. In the past, I have had many dealings with him. It looks like you suffered quite a bit, Xiao Xiao said, her smile widening. Mo Na Yi ignored her taunting and continued, perhaps you don't know, but Brother Yang ascended to the Ninth Order not by relying on a supreme-grade open heaven pill, but by cultivating an extremely marvelous secret technique. In the universe furnace, my Black Ink clan had a strong army and was fully prepared, with ambushes and traps set up, waiting for him to fall into the pit. However, Brother Yang, being himself, was able to turn the tide even in such dire circumstances, breaking through on the spot and in very short order. Not only did he ruin my plans, but he also killed one of our new royal lords in the process. In that battle, my Black Ink clan suffered heavy casualties. After that battle, the Black Ink clan in the universe furnace was powerless to resist, so the survivors had to run and hide, not daring to show their faces. I felt tormented, knowing that my time was running out. Since Senior Xiao Xiao knows some secrets about the universe furnace, you should know that if people enter the universe furnace from the same entrance, they will return to the same place. And on that day, Brother Yang and I entered the universe furnace from the same entrance. He described the confrontation in the universe furnace from top to bottom, not hesitating to praise and show his admiration for Yang Kai, which made Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing frown while feeling that something was amiss. Though they heard that Yang Kai had mastered a miraculous secret technique, which allowed him to break through to the Ninth Order open heaven realm and had even killed a royal lord, there was no great joy in that news. Sure enough, Mo Na Yi's tone changed. When the universe furnace closed, I was prepared to fight Brother Yang to the death. If I died at his hands, it would not be unjust, but can two seniors guess what happened later? Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing remained silent. Since Mo Nayi did not die, it meant that Yang Kai had not been able to kill him at that time. There must have been some unexpected event, but there was no need to play along with Mo Nayi's intentionally tantalizing remark. After seeing the two old ancestors remain silent, Mo Nayi continued, "When the universe furnace closed, I returned, but saw no signs of Brother Yang. I was fortunate enough to survive and restore myself after 100 years of cultivation. Of course, that's not the point. The point is, there has been no news of Brother Yang till today. On the day the universe furnace closed, I found it strange that I did not see Brother Yang. At that time, I did not pay too much attention because my Black Ink clan did not know much about the universe furnace. However, after so many years, it is strange there's still no signs of Brother Yang." Xiao Zhao's expression darkened. "What are you trying to say?" Mo Nayi smiled and stared into Xiao Zhao's eyes. "Brother Yang is probably trapped somewhere in the universe furnace and has no way to escape." "So?" Xiao Xiao stared back at him with cold eyes. It did not matter whether Mo Nayi's words were true. Even if it was, why would it matter? Mo Nayi sighed softly. "Nothing, it's just that someone like Brother Yang being trapped in the universe furnace is a pity. This is not something I can talk about on a regular day, but I've said more than I should in front of you too. Please forgive me." "You're not just here to talk, are you?" Wu Qing spoke while looking around. Since he began speaking, there had been some movement in the surroundings. Powerful auras were faintly visible, and it was clear that the Black Ink clan was making some preparations. He immediately understood that the day was here. The Black Ink clan was going to help the Black Ink giant spirit god escape. He and Xiao Xiao had always known that this day would come. "Of course not." Mo Nayi's expression became solemn. "The human race will be destroyed, only the Black Ink clan will be eternal. I don't have much time, so I only came here for one purpose." After a pause, he shouted loudly, "I ask two seniors to please die." As he spoke, Black Ink's strength surged around him as he charged fiercely towards Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing. At the same time, more than 10 pseudo-royal lords appeared from all directions, forming battle formations and using their own secret techniques to surround and attack them. Not only that, but at the moment the Black Ink clan began to attack, the towering arm that had remained motionless began to shake violently. Suddenly, the thick chains that locked the arm tightened and showed signs of being broken free. "In your dreams!" Xiao Xiao shouted out, summoning a massive yin-yang fish under her feet, enveloping all from the Black Ink clansmen within it. Wu Qing also summoned a giant halberd and charged towards Mo Nayi. In the next instant, the two figures collided, with Wu Qing's attack becoming more and more ferocious, causing Mo Nayi to be instantly knocked back. In terms of raw strength, Wu Qing was far above Mo Nayi. After all, he had ascended to the 9th order thousands of years ago and had not stopped improving his heritage during these years, whereas Mo Nayi had only recently broken through. He was naturally not Wu Qing's opponent. Mo Nayi had already known this was the case but was not worried at all because his main goal was to help the Black Ink giant spirit god break free as well as to use the opportunity to surround and kill these two 9th order masters. For this reason, he brought the grand formation that was usually used to deal with Yang Kai. His previous chat with Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing was just to delay time to set up the heaven-sealing earth-locking grand array. The entire section of the void had been completely isolated, leaving the two 9th order masters no chance of escape. In the end, they would be killed by him and the many pseudo-royal lords working together. After this battle, the human race would no longer be able to fight back. An unrestrained Black Ink giant spirit god would eventually lead the Black Ink clan to eradicate the human race. After repelling Mo Nayi, Wu Qing did not chase after him but immediately retreated to Xiao Zhao's side to join forces and fight the dozen or so pseudo-royal lords. To ensure that they could kill these two 9th order masters, Mo Nayi not only came in person but also brought some 20 pseudo-royal lords, 10 of whom were being used to maintain the grand formation on the periphery. However, with a royal lord plus more than 10 pseudo-royal lords, they were already more than enough to defeat the two 9th order masters without any external help. The huge yin-yang fish pattern continued to rotate, with yin and yang intermingling and reversing within it. Dao's strength pervaded while Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing each stood on one side of the yin-yang fish, making it difficult for the pseudo-royal lords trapped inside to break through the protection even with their battle formation. Mo Yi rushed over and warned through clenched teeth, "I told you your time is up. Stop being so stubborn, seniors." It was a big risk leading so many pseudo-royal lords here. Removing so many top masters from the front lines could not be hidden, so there was a chance the 4 other Ninth Order masters would join forces again and attack the no-return pass once the Black Ink clan's intentions were revealed. If that happened with the forces available, MOU and the other defenders wouldn't be able to fight back. Therefore, before executing this plan, Yi commanded the armies of the Black Ink clan to launch a massive attack against the humans to serve as a distraction to tie down Xiang Shan and the others. At the moment, Xiang Shan and the others could not spare much attention to other matters, so the risks were minimized. Otherwise, Yi wouldn't have made such a bold move. But once this matter succeeded, the benefits would be significant. Not only would it allow the Black Ink giant spirit god to break free, but it would also eliminate 2 Ninth Order masters, completely turning the tables for the Black Ink clan. Divine sense surged, and under the transmission of orders, 6 pseudo-royal lords formed 2-3 fortunes formation and attacked. Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing grew increasingly pressured. They had never fought against pseudo-royal lords, only hearing about them from Yang Kai previously. But at that time, there were only 1 or 2 pseudo-royal lords among the Black Ink clan, so the sudden appearance of 20 of them was truly surprising. Each of these pseudo-royal lords were comparable to a royal lord in terms of aura, but they were unable to fully control their full strength. However, facing so many enemies with such a small number of their own, the 2 masters would not be able to hold on for too long. What was even more frustrating was that though they still used a large part of their strength to reinforce the chains, the restraints that had bound the Black Ink giant spirit god's arm for thousands of years were rapidly breaking.